Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
Hah? Buat apa tu? Wah.
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
PETRONAS, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di PAM atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
people. Always makes Mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mesra Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
Hah? Buat apa tu? Wah.
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
PETRONAS, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di PAM atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
people. Always makes Mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mesra Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
Hah? Buat apa tu? Wah. Let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di pam atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
people. Always makes Mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my Papa so much.
I just use Mesra Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
Oktober 2025, Bandaraya Melaka bersejarah akan menyaksikan perlumbaan peringkat yang ke-7 pada hari ini di bawah cuaca 27 darjah Celsius. Cuaca sangat baik di Bandaraya Melaka dan kita harapkan cuaca ini akan berterusan sehingga ke pengakhirannya nanti di Medini, Iskandar Puteri di Johor. Perlumbaan paling jauh hari ini 214.9 km. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera dan apa khabar? Selamat pagi, selamat hari Minggu kepada anda semua. Yang sudah pasti pagi ini akan menunggu dulu di rumah sebelum keluar untuk menyaksikan juga menonton perlumbaan yang dinanti-nantikan PETRONAS LTdL Langkawi 2025 edisi yang ke-29 yang dibawakan kepada anda oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan KBS dan juga Majlis Sukan Negara MSN, ditaja oleh PETRONAS. Jangan lupa kepada anda semua untuk juga meletakkan hashtag Beat the Hit pada setiap posting anda di mana-mana media baru, media sosial milik anda sendiri, gambar, caption, video dan sebagainya. Okey, tanda sokongan kepada perlumbaan LTdL 2025. Baik, sekali lagi saya bersama dengan adik Usaini Osman. 2 hari lagi, Dik, nak habis. Hari ini hari yang ke-7, perlumbaan yang paling panjang, tapi sedikit nak recap untuk sikit saja untuk semalam.
Baik, perlumbaan semalam memang kita lihat perlumbaan yang kalau ikutkan purata kelanjuran perlumbaan hampir lebih 49 km sejam. Hanya mengambil masa lebih kurang 2 jam 30 saja semalam. Bermakna perlumbaan yang memang begitu laju dan sudah pasti semalam pelumba-pelumba tempatan kita juga menyelah antaranya KZI dan juga Izzat Helmi.
Okey, baik. Malam juga menyaksikan berlakunya 3 kemalangan yang antaranya turut melibatkan pendahulu ketika itu iaitu Matthew Maluchali daripada pasukan XDS Astana. Okey, baik. Kita nak lihat kedudukan para pelumba selepas tamat 6 peringkat perlumbaan, di mana untuk kedudukan pendahulu bagi jersey hijau PETRONAS sekarang ini masih lagi menjadi milik pelumba ini iaitu Joris Dilbov, di mana di tempat yang kedua adalah Anders Hallen Johansson dan juga Anden Mark di tempat yang ketiga, namun tiada nama pelumba-pelumba XDS Astana yang seperti ada gate di situ. Dan ini pula untuk klasifikasi bagi jersey KBS, jersey Orient pakar pecut Erlen Blikra dari Uno X Mobility dengan 45 mata meninggalkan Alvin Declan di tangga yang kedua dengan beza 3 mata. Dan kemudiannya bagi Raja Bukit hari ini masih lagi kekal akan mengekalkan jersey Paul Cadet Bubbles Auto ini iaitu Patrick Eddy, di mana jam Sanbaya juga tidak ada peluang untuk memintas kedudukan beliau hari ini kerana tiada zon pendakian pada hari ini. Dan kemudiannya bagi pelumba terbaik Asia Nikolai Vinokurov dari pasukan XDS Astana akan cuba dicabar oleh Jam Baljan Sanbaya pada hari ini iaitu peringkat yang ke-7. Okey, baik. Matthew Maluchali terpaksa melupakan baki 2 lagi peringkat perlumbaan dan dia kini pasrah kerana gagal untuk merealisasikan impiannya mungkin untuk muncul juara keseluruhan menjarung jersey PETRONAS, jersey hijau. Tapi kami ada dia berada di Bandaraya Melaka untuk bersama-sama dengan rakan-rakannya dari pasukan XDS Astana untuk berikan semangat dan juga motivasi kepada rakan-rakannya. Jadi kita dengarkan temu bual bersama dengan Matthew Maluchali.
Matteo, you're not racing today. You crashed yesterday. Can you describe the crash and the fear you got?
Yes, I did a stupid crash yesterday. Okay, there was full rain and I take one line in the middle of the road. I crashed alone, but when one rider arrived from back, take my bike and my handbar, take my legs. And I had a big pain, and I thought that my leg was broken, and nothing.
But nothing. It's not broken.
It's not broken. Okay, I have a pain in my leg, and I am so sorry to don't start today and don't finish the race yesterday because Malaysia for me is always a good race, and also when the stages are good for me, it's not good. See the finish on TV, but important. I am okay and I can recover for the next week.
If you see the race on TV today, who do you think will be the winner?
I think that today 220k maybe can can be the day for Kristoff. I hope for him.
Grazie.
Grazie a voi. Ciao.
Baik, nampaknya tidak ada kecederaan yang teruk yang dialami oleh Matteo Malucelli, walaupun semalam ada laporan yang dihantar kepada kami menyebut tentang bahawa collarbone-nya patah, mungkin itu tidak berlaku. Dan dia juga menyangka kakinya mungkin ada mengalami keretakan ataupun patah, tapi semuanya dalam keadaan baik dan minggu depan dah boleh race semula. Okey, baik. Hari ini dia akan menonton di televisyen sahaja, di Astro Arena mungkin. Baik. Adik, semalam Arvid decline. Dah senyap lama-lamanya semalam dia muncul pemenang. Memenangi peringkat yang ke-6 meninggalkan Ellen Blikra yang nampak Blikra semalam cuba nak henjut dah ke ujung-ujung, tapi henjutan terakhir Arvid decline tu membawa beliau untuk melintasi garis penamat terlebih dahulu.
Baik, Arvid decline yang Akbar sendiri tahu dia little gorilla. 6 peringkat untuk PETRONAS LTdL Langkawi ini beliau berjaya mengungguli. Sekarang ni kalau kita lihat dia dengan Matteo Malucelli ni sama-sama memenangi 6 peringkat. Jadi kelebihan dekat Arvid decline kerana ada 2 lagi baki perlombaan untuk edisi kali ini. Saya rasa kemungkinan besar jika momentum yang Arvid decline ada ni diteruskan, kemungkinan besar dia boleh menang 2 peringkat lagi, Akbar.
Ya, ini semalamnya insiden di mana Matteo Malucelli terjatuh. Dia mengatakan tadi bahawa mungkin ramai tak nampak insiden ini, tapi tadi dia sendiri sebut bahawa dia terjatuh dulu. Dan kemudian ada pelumba belakang tak dapat nak elak. Dan ini pula antara momen-momen yang sudah pasti akan diingati oleh terutamanya Ellen Blikra, di mana dia sudah cuba untuk melakukan henjutan yang terkuat menuju ke garis penamat, tetapi daripada sebelah tepi kalau kita lihat bagaimana Arvid decline muncul dan kemudian dia lari ke bahagian tengah, akhirnya dinobatkan sebagai pemenang untuk peringkat yang ke-6. Untuk pelumba tempatan semalam, okey?
Ya, sudah pasti antaranya Izzat Helmi, Akbar. Pelumba orang cakap memang mempunyai pengalaman yang besar dan sebelum ni pun banyak kali ada nombor 4. Semalam pun dia sedikit frust, dia ingin berjaya, ingin mencuba untuk berjaya untuk berada di dalam kedudukan 3 terbaik semalam. Tapi di saya tengok last 150 meter yang terakhir tu ia seperti tersangkut ataupun terkepung bersama Manuel Panave ketika itu untuk membuat pecutan. Tapi bagi saya
for the first time
Ya, betul. Kalau tak first time untuk beliau berada di kedudukan 3 terbaik untuk peringkat.
Baik, hari ini peringkat yang ke-7, laluan paling panjang sejauh 214.9 km daripada Bandaraya Melaka menuju ke Medini Iskandar Puteri Johor. Silakan adik Usaini laluan ini.
Peringkat ke-7 edisi ke-29 PETRONAS LTdL Langkawi bermula di Melaka pada jam 10 pagi nanti. Dan di sini kita boleh lihat ada 3 zon pecutan, iaitu di Sungai Rambai pada kilometer ke-26 dan seterusnya pecutan yang kedua di Semerah di kilometer 74.3 dan mereka menuju ke zon pecutan yang terakhir untuk peringkat ke-7 di Pontian di kilometer 166.8 dan mereka juga harus meneruskan perlombaan ini sampai ke garisan penamat di kilometer 214.9 km di Medini. Dan di sinilah kita akan lihat Akbar, perlombaan yang menarik untuk kita ceritakan. Memang hari ini antaranya contender GC dan juga raja-raja pecut, mereka mempunyai misi dan juga strategi yang memang luar jangkaan.
Ya, betul, terutamanya untuk XDS Astana. Kita nak tahu apakah sebenarnya strategi yang akan ditampilkan oleh XDS Astana selepas ketiadaan Matteo Malucelli. Okey, baik. Rakan surat Lili Hamzah, kabarnya pagi-pagi dah naik beca. Pusing Bandar Melaka sehingga Ifah Musa sana sini ambil gambar. Memang seronok betul. Okey. Kita nak bersama dengan Lili Hamzah di Bandaraya Melaka. Kita nak tahu bagaimana keadaannya pada pagi ini di kawasan lokasi permulaan peringkat yang ke-7. Silakan.
Baik, hari ke-7 saingan PETRONAS LTdL Langkawi 2025 membawa cabaran istimewa dengan pelumba bakal menempuh laluan terpanjang edisi kali ini dari Melaka ke Medini Johor sejauh 214.6 km ia pasti menguji ketahanan fizikal dan mental pelumba selepas beberapa hari berentap di jalan raya. Walaupun jarak begitu jauh, namun laluannya lebih landai hari ini membuka peluang besar untuk pakar pecut menyelah, dan ini bermakna pasukan-pasukan akan lebih berhati-hati dalam mengatur strategi sambil cuba memastikan tenaga dapat disimpan hingga ke barisan penamat. Dan bagi pelumba tempatan, harapan masih ada seperti Zahilmi hampir saja meraih podium pada peringkat ke-6 sekaligus memberi isyarat bahawa pelumba tempatan ini mampu mencuri perhatian jika berani mengambil peluang dalam laluan panjang sebelum PETRONAS LTdL menutup tirainya pada Ahad. Saya fikir apapun jarak lebih 200 km tetap menuntut disiplin, stamina dan ketahanan luar biasa. Persaingan jangka sengit dengan nama pelumba seperti RB Decline yang dah raih kemenangan keduanya pada peringkat ke-6 pasti mahu memburu kemenangan sekaligus menyukarkan misi pelumba-pelumba Malaysia. Apapun buat masa ini cuaca kelihatan agak baik, sedikit mendung dan pelumba harus bijak mengelak dari mengalami sebarang perdedahan kepada kecederaan juga, walaupun kelihatan lebih luas bila perjalanan panjang dilalui pelumba. Dan segala aksi saingan PETRONAS Suri Langkawi yang boleh saksikan di saluran Astro Arena ataupun platform YouTube Majlis Sukan Negara dan juga PETRONAS LTdL 2025 dengan hashtag #BeatTheHeat.
Baik, terima kasih Lili Hamzah laporan di pagi ini di Bandaraya Melaka, dan sebenarnya kalau siapa yang berada di lokasi sebelum permulaan memang menarik kerana ada banyak persembahan, dan saya dapat lihat tadi bagaimana sekali pencak silat sedang dipergayakan di depan penonton di kawasan permulaan. Okey, baik. Pasukan petugas media Majlis Sukan Negara macam biasa setiap hari ada saja cerita dan juga pakej yang menarik yang disediakan untuk tatapan anda semua. Jadi jom kita saksikan pakej daripada tim media Majlis Sukan Negara MSN.
Mengabdikan diri selama 29 tahun dalam pengganjuran Tour di Langkawi menjadikan beliau antara watak penting di sebalik kejayaan sesebuah pasukan. Bagi Tuan Muhammad Razman Muhammad Ali, LTdL bukan sekadar satu acara sukan tetapi sudah menjadi sebahagian daripada hidupnya. Namanya mungkin tidak seharum jaguh-jaguh berbasikal dunia, tetapi bagi Tuan Razman Muhammad Ali, Tour di Langkawi adalah sebahagian daripada jiwanya. Ketika LTdL pertama kali diadakan pada tahun 1996, Tuan Razman adalah antara insan terawal yang menyahut cabaran. Sejak perlumbaan ini diperkenalkan, beliau tidak pernah sekalipun terlepas daripada menjadi sebahagian daripada keluarga besar LTdL.
LTdL ni saya dapat tahu daripada rakan saya. Semasa tu dia ketua ditubuhkan apabila Persekatan lah yang mula-mula membuat penganjuran ni dan dinamakan Pelekon Direktur Langkawi lah. Permulaannya sekali. Masa tu tahun 1996 lah. Dan sekarang ni dah diubahkan jadi PETRONAS Direktur di Langkawi.
Tugasnya sebagai tim support mungkin kedengaran mudah. Namun hakikatnya beliau adalah bapa, abang dan sahabat kepada pasukan-pasukan antarabangsa. Beliau memastikan setiap keperluan mereka dari segi logistik hinggalah kepada sokongan moral sentiasa terjaga. Baginya ia bukan sekadar tugas tetapi satu amanah untuk menjaga nama baik negara.
Saya bertugas di Tour Langkawi sebagai tim support. Tim support itu menguruskan menguruskan pasukan yang kita ditetapkan. Contohnya pada kali ini tim Tudo. Saya menguruskanlah, memudahkanlah. Saya ibaratkan saya sebagai duta kecil untuk menaikkan nama Malaysia ni, negara kita dalam bersukan.
Sepanjang hampir 3 dekad, pelbagai kenangan terpahat di sanubarinya. Namun, ada satu detik yang tidak akan pernah dilupakan, detik di mana pengorbanannya dihargai dengan cara yang paling istimewa.
Satu benda yang saya tidak boleh lupakan apabila saya bawa tim Mape Kristoff daripada Itali. Saya pernah pelumba dia Indetafe. Saya itu yang saya tak dapat lupakan apabila saya hantar sampai dia ke airport ke lapangan terbang, dia ramai satu tim tangkap saya di lambung saya dekat dalam airport depan orang ramai. Itu saya rasa terharu, saya rasa dia ambil komitmen yang baguslah. Saya rasa dia saya bangga dengan dia. Menghargai apa yang kita buat sama dia bangga.
Tahun hadapan, Tuan Razman yang bertugas di IPD Maran Pahang bakal menamatkan perkhidmatannya sebagai anggota polis. Namun, cintanya kepada LTdL tidak akan pernah pudar dan beliau berikrar akan terus kembali selagi hayat dikandung badan.
Bagi saya akan teruskan sampai bila-bila selagi LTdL ada dan LTdL ini hati saya, memang di dalam hati saya, dan saya akan teruskan, dan inilah satu sukan LTdL yang terbaik bagi saya lah. Macam Tour de France, Tour d'Italia, Tour de Janeiro, dan inilah satu yang kita naikkan nama negara kita dalam si sukan berbasikal. Itu saya akan teruskan juga.
Tuan Razman adalah cerminan kepada ribuan insan lain yang menjadi tulang belakang Tour di Langkawi. Mereka mungkin tidak dikenali, tetapi dedikasi dan cinta mereka inilah yang menjadikan LTdL sebuah acara yang begitu istimewa di hati kita semua.
29 tahun mengabdikan diri dalam pelumahan jelajah basikal Tour di Langkawi. Encik Azman akan terus bersama dengan LTdL sebab bersara. Jadi itu akan membuatkan beliau boleh luangkan masa yang terluang selepas bersara daripada menjadi anggota Polis Diraja Malaysia. Okey, baik. Tidak beras ketika. Dan lepas ini kita akan bincangkan beberapa pelumba utama yang dijangka menyelah pada hari ini. Jangan ke mana-mana. PETRONAS Tour di Langkawi 2025 kembali selepas ini.
Isi minyak di PETRONAS guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Tebus macam-macam dan tebus minyak di PETRONAS. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
Today, how different is it if it comes down to a sprint compared to the previous stages?
We hope maybe some of the riders will be a bit more tired today in the end. So we have the old man Alex, he really likes the long stages. So we believe he can be a good option today.
And what about the time bonus? Yesterday it had an impact on the race scenario. Do you think it would be the same again today?
Yes, we think so. Yesterday we were unlucky. Anders lost his chain during the first sprint, and then Astana came for a counter-attack. So I think today will be much the same, at least for the first sprint. It will be quite exciting to see what happens.
You have mentioned Alexander Kristoff. It's his last weekend of racing. Do you remember watching him on TV before?
Yes, I watched him since I was a kid, and first time I had a training with him, then I was 16 years, so that's 12 years ago now. So I've known him for a long time, and I've been seen him on television for a long time, and we live, we're almost neighbors now, so it's going to be strange to not have him around.
How special is it to take part in his final race?
I think it's really special. I really enjoyed sharing the podium with him on stage 3. It was a special moment for me, I think. And yeah, just to be a teammate with him the last years has been, yeah, it's been great.
100, does it matter really? Because 98 is already enormous.
He's already a big champion and the greatest cyclist in Norway through history. So, but it would be fun to reach 100, but in the end, it's just a number.
He's already a big champion. Itu komen daripada dia idola dengan dia memuji idolanya. Kristoff. Kecil-kecil dia selalu tengok Kristoff kayuh. Sekarang ni berkayuh dalam satu tim. Jadi itu satu pengalaman yang sudah pasti memberikan motivasi yang sangat besar dalam jiwa Alan Blikra.
Ya, sudah pasti. Dan dia juga menyatakan now almost dia punya neighbour, dia punya jiran dekat Norway. Jadi memang orang cakap satu perjalanan ataupun cerita yang menarik antara Kristoff dan juga Blikra.
Okey, Alan Blikra. Ini dia. The sprint is out there. The X-Files. Okey, baik. Dia sekarang ini adalah merupakan pendahulu ataupun pemilik jersey Orange KBS selaku Raja Pecut. Tapi adik Usaini ada 3 mata saja beza dengan Arvid Decline. Hari ini race jauh 3 zon pecutan. Boleh tak dia nak kekalkan, apa strategi untuk dia kekal berada sebagai pakar pecut ataupun raja pecut di LTdL?
Baik, bagi saya Blika ini mempunyai kelebihan beliau tersendiri berbanding Decline. Decline, Akbar sendiri tahu, dia tidak begitu orang cakap potensial dia on climb tidak begitu baik berbanding Blika. Kalau kita tengok stage ataupun peringkat yang sebelum-sebelum ni, dia punya Blika punya kedudukan selalu konsisten, berada di dalam kedudukan top 10 selalu berbanding Arvid Decline. Dan harus waspada juga di peringkat ke-8 esok Akbar. Kemungkinan besar Arvid Decline kemungkinan besar tidak dapat bersama kumpulan kelompok-kelompok hadapan, kerana harus diingat ada Bukit Hantu, ada Bukit Ampang sebelum kesemua pelomba-pelomba ini menuju ke KLCC peringkat esok. Okey,
ini dia seorang lagi pejuang iaitu Arvid Decline. Form is temporary, class never in decline. Nampak tu. Yang ini ayat ni producer kita lah buat ni. Orang tadi pecah kepala dia fikir. Arvid Decline. Bila semalam dia dah dapat menawan stage yang ke-6. Ini pada pandangan peribadi saya, dia akan go all the way. Malu Celi dah tak ada lah. Jadi untuk mengejar jersey hijau tu mungkin sukar sikit, tapi untuk bergelar Raja Pecut masih banyak lagi peluang untuk Arvid Decline dan menang stage hari ini dan juga esok untuk beliau. Macam mana?
Baik, peringkat ke-7 hari ini, kalau kita lihat jika perlombaan hari ini habis dalam band sprint, saya pasti hari ini Tudo akan memastikan Decline berada di kedudukan yang terbaik sebelum buat pecutan. Dan sudah pasti Akbar, Decline hari ini sekali lagi akan cuba untuk memenangi peringkat, kerana ada 2 peringkat yang tak akhir ini. Mungkin esok peringkat yang ke-8 sukar untuk Decline, tetapi hari ini untuk peringkat ke-7 bagi saya rasa kemungkinan besar ada peluang untuk Decline memenangi peringkat. Dan sudah pasti untuk kita lihat dia menang peringkat untuk kali ke-7 berturut-turut di PETRONAS Langkawi ini, memang lebih lagi menarik untuk kita lihat.
Okey, pertarungan antara Alan Blikra dan juga Arvid Decline akan menjadi tumpuan hari ini. Untuk sebab semalam saya rasa memang sangat-sangat kecewa Blikra di garis penamat peringkat yang ke-6, dikecewakan, disasar air oleh Arvid Decline. Antara pelumba semalam yang dijulang sebagai yang terbaik untuk pelumba-pelumba Malaysia, Izzat Hilmi, apabila dia menamatkan perlumbaan tempat yang ke-4 semalam. Dan hari ini adik, saya kira apabila dia sudah pun dinobatkan pelumba terbaik Asia Tenggara sebanyak 2 kali, dan itu juga mencetuskan motivasinya untuk lebih baik pada hari ini. Jadi apakah dia juga akan memperbaiki kedudukannya, naik ke podium hari ini? Mungkin itu yang terjadi hari.
Okey, baik. Untuk Izzat Hilmi sudah pasti orang cakap berada di kedudukan 3 terbaik untuk peringkat ni memang menjadi salah satu dream untuk setiap pelumba. Untuk pengetahuan Akbar, so far hanya 5 pelumba saja di Malaysia ni, pelumba tempatan kita yang berada di kedudukan 3 terbaik podium untuk peringkat. Antaranya Zamri Saleh, Harif Saleh, Anwar Manan, Nik Muhammad Izzuan,
Adik Usaini,
dan saya,
saya semula
yang berada di dalam kedudukan 3 terbaik untuk peringkat. Jadi sudah pasti Izzat Hilmi juga ingin menimpa nama beliau bersama pelumba-pelumba tempatan yang lain. Dan saya pasti hari ini Akbar, Izzat Hilmi akan memastikan podium milik beliau kerana apa yang menarik. Hari ini Johor, kampung dia. Dia dengan Aiman Rosli punya kampung.
Okey. Aiman Rosli kampung dia Johor.
Johor juga. Jadi menarik juga kita nak lihat anak-anak Johor ini menyelah di peringkat ke-7 dan sudah pasti ya Akbar. Saya pun berharap satu masa nanti Johor mempunyai tim profesional mereka sendiri kerana kita tahu mereka mempunyai rider-rider yang terbaik bukan di setakat Asia tapi di peringkat dunia Akbar.
Okey, ini terima kasih adik. Ini antara momen yang menarik di pentas blok permulaan untuk perlombaan peringkat yang ke-7 di mana tarian tradisional dipertontonkan kepada penonton-penonton yang pagi ini datang di lokasi permulaan untuk menyaksikan sendiri upacara pelepasan PETRONAS LTdL Langkawi 2025. Jangkaan kita pada hari ini adik Husaini untuk sepanjang 214.9 km.
Baik, jika perlombaan hari ini kelajuan purata lebih kurang semalam, kemungkinan besar para pelomba ini akan tiba di Medini akan lebih awal sedikit. Kalau kita lihat di sini racebook menunjukkan pukul 3
paling cepat paling awal
cepat
sampai.
Ya, paling cepat paling awal sampai di Medini pukul 3. Tapi jika kelajuan seperti peringkat yang ke-6 semalam, saya rasa mungkin 2.30 dah sampai.
2.30 petang.
Betul.
Saya drive pun lambat. Okey, baik. Terima kasih adik Husaini. Dan kepada anda semua yang berada di mana saja yang sedang menonton, sama ada di Astro Arena ataupun di Facebook dan juga di live YouTube MSN dan juga LTdL, jom sama-sama kita saksikan peringkat yang ke-7, peringkat yang paling jauh 214.9 km dari Melaka ke Medini Iskandar Puteri di Johor. Peringkat yang ke-7 PETRONAS LTdL Langkawi 2025. Let's beat the heat. Selamat menonton bersama dengan pengulas Izzuan Makno dan juga adik Husaini.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Selamat pagi, selamat datang, and Danny, the rest of the good mornings for you.
Zausan, Kariwarikam, Buenos dias, bonjour. And Guten Tag. I don't think we have any German writer.
Yeah,
do we have any German?
Yeah,
Guten Tag.
I'm not sure, but Ohayo
so. Oh yeah,
gozaimasu.
no, there is. Oh no, there is. The team man, the DS for Tudor is German.
Okay,
Guten Tag,
yeah. Okay.
we do have German. Oliver Pace.
There it is.
Picnic Post NL.
Yep. And Ohayo gozaimasu for the Japanese. Yeah.
Yeah. Sawadee Cup.
Sawadee Cup. Yep.
Sawadee Cup.
Annyeonghaseyo.
Annyeonghaseyo. Yes.
Yeah.
To our KSPO.
Yeah.
So certainly it's a race with a good day, mate.
Good day, mate. Yeah. Good day, mate. We got a couple of Australians over here. Anyway, so yeah, sunny day today after a rainy start yesterday. So it's been a whirlwind of climate here, and it's definitely caused some challenges. Talked to Matteo Malucelli yesterday. Obviously, you know, it was a sad day. He crashed out yesterday, but nothing too serious. So that's another good news as well. Nothing too serious, nothing broken. He was playing on the slightly cautious side, you know, after Blikra, you know, took him down. Yeah, he said like the particular course for this year isn't super challenging. He considers no climbing in this
sure.
for a sprinter.
For
he considers
flato.
Yeah, flato. Always 60. I use shallow wheels, only 3,000 above.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So the peloton finally today is stage 7. The longest stage of this year's edition, the 29th edition of PETRONAS LTdL Langkawi, racing for 214.9 kilometer. And as you are spectating on the screen now, they are flagging off in Melaka by the side of Stadium Hang Tuah. And for those of you that are viewing and not familiar with history of Malaysia, Hang Tuah is an iconic figure in the early stage of the Melaka Empire here. Yeah, it used to be a very big empire here, very big entrepot city where it has become a bridge between the east and the west.
Right.
So lots of trading, and everyone that comes to Melaka actually speaks Malay.
Right.
Yeah, so it becomes like I think the term for it is a lingua franca.
Okay.
Yeah, so like I guess suppose English is a little bit like that today. You know, everyone kind of understands English.
That's common language.
Yeah, but back then, during the Melaka Empire time, time. Yeah, it's become the everyone that comes there, whether they're from west or from the east, they speak Malay here in Melaka.
Right. There's also a big Papua New Guinea culture. There was a trading port for the Chinese as well.
That's right. Yeah.
The traders come to Malaysia, Melaka initially, and then they integrate into the society.
That's right.
By marrying the locals, and they become Papua New Guinea. So some of the best cuisines.
Yeah.
So basically, it's like a mix of cuisine between Malay and Chinese, and that's catered for everyone.
Yep. Sure.
And so it was designed, to be fully integrated into a very beautiful, a very harmonious society.
Yeah.
Melaka, you see here, it certainly is one of the UNESCO's
for sure.
historical site. And if you ever go to Junker Street, that's some of the old houses that was probably built, hundreds years ago. And that certainly kept the original culture. They restored it. Had beautiful design of the traditional Chinese with a courtyard, big, huge double doors, and so they kept that tradition, but it was integrated fully into the Malaysia local culture. Absolutely beautiful place to visit. If you ever get a chance and many people from Singapore, they actually originated, their families will be traced back to generations to Malaka. So that's certainly a historical town. As we see the tricycle, what do you call these?
The tri-show.
The tri-show.
That's what they call it, tri-show.
They're leading out and they're pulling off to the left side and letting the peloton through for the finishing line. Right.
That's right.
Leading out for the final sprint.
You're speaking a little bit about Baba Nyonya just now. There's definitely a transfer of technology and business transaction. It goes back to Ming Dynasty. The Admiral Cheng Ho was famously, land his ship here in the port of Melaka, and then we always thought that the Chinese zhong was actually invented by Chinese, but the fact of the matter is, it was from Melaka. There was a transfer of technology between the Sultan of Malacca at that particular time to the Cheng Ho admiral that came visit. So that's a little bit of a history that you probably never heard of. So it was a recent discovery by the local university, National University of Malaysia, that does an extensive study about the Malay history and Malay, DNA and whatever you may have along that line. So that's something you don't hear every day.
Interesting fact to learn. So there's fantastic. It's just such a rich history in Melaka. So, but today we're going to start from Melaka, go all the way to Medini, basically literally at the border to Singapore.
So I guess we had a chat a little bit. So basically the race have been from border to border so far. So border. So we started off, I guess, stage 2. Stage 2 where we started I don't know, probably 100 meters away from the border of...
it was literally at the fence. Literally at the fence.
Literally at the fence of Thailand. And now at Padang Besar, and now they're riding at Medini. Basically, there's like a bridge that you can cross to Singapore.
I have crossed that on bridge before.
So I think the riders have ridden a total of 800 and roughly just under 900 kilometers of racing. So today is a longer stage.
Longer stage, but fairly flat. There's no any categorized climb. Just talk about yesterday. Yesterday you mentioned the race leader Melarcelli crashed out. There was also another rider from Terengganu cycling team, Vadim Pransky. He also had a very unfortunate. It wasn't his fault, and it seems like the rider in front of him hit a bad patch of the road and lost control, and then pushed him into the gutter. But fortunately, we want to point out he's feeling better now.
All right, so here's stage 7 from Melaka, the historical city of Melaka, heading towards Medini. 26 kilometers in, first intermediate sprint in Sungai Rampai, and after that they carry on towards the coastal for the second intermediate sprint at kilometer 74.3, and then coming into the third intermediate sprints where they are already in the state of Johor, the southernmost states, at kilometer 166.8 kilometer before the race is finished off in the town of Medini, pretty much at the border of Malaysia and Singapore. 214.9 kilometer excluding the neutral zones. If you're including the neutral zones, is going to be about 222.3 kilometers. Here's a look at the course profile. A roughly flat stage with a few lumps here and there. A long one, and obviously flat stage. We are expecting another bunch sprint in stage 7, Denny. So Denny, let's can we look a little bit at what's the current standing for today's I guess as of stage 6?
Yep, so it's a stage 6, the overall classification. There's no change on the very top of the podium. You still, the race overall lead is led by Joris Debov of the Total Energy from France, riding for the French team, Total Energy. So he's leading by 6 seconds ahead of Johannesson, and as well as another Frenchman from Unibet Rocket team, Adrian Mayer. However, yesterday we saw in the first intermediate sprint, Yaris of the Tudor Pro Cycling team did take 3-second bonus by winning the first intermediate sprint. And then we also saw a very active immediately counter-attack by the XDS Astana, Nicholas Vinokurov, taking together with Aaron Gate and another teammate. 3 of them did a three-man time trial to the second intermediate sprint to take the maximum 3-second bonus that moved him up a couple of spots on the GC. Meanwhile, the points classification, since Marichelli crashed out yesterday, the orange jersey, KBS orange jersey, is on the shoulder of Johannesson, and I'm sorry, on the Alan Brickla, that he is holding the orange jersey, just 3 seconds, however, just 3 seconds ahead of the yesterday's stage winner, Alvin Decline. So 3 points ahead of the Alvin Decline. So that's 45. Brickla has 45 points, and Alvin Decline has 42 points, and followed very closely by Manuel Paneve of the Poti Visit Malta team. So obviously these 3 guys are still fighting out for the KBS orange jersey, because at the finish line, whoever get first, and there's a massive amount of points awarded to the winner. So the battle for the orange jersey is certainly heating up as we're getting closer to the finale of this year's Tour de Langkawi. And the KOM jersey, there was no changes for the KOM leader. Patrick Eddy is still holding that. There was no KOM points to be contested yesterday, and today there is also no KOM points to be contested. He had the same points with Sayembaya, the Mongolian rider riding for Bogos BH team, and they are same in points. So that means tomorrow, with 3 KOM points to go, KOM finish. The race for the KOM jersey also going to heat up on the road to the final stage, KLCC in Kuala Lumpur.
All right, so I'll look at the best Asian rider. Looks like Nicolas Vinokurov. Nicolas Vinokurov is having quite a comfortable gap, 42 seconds gap to his competitor in second place, which is Sayembaya from Bogos BH. So yeah, there's got to be a tough one if Sayembaya wants to go and get the best Asian jersey.
Yeah, I think Sayembaya has a better chance trying to get the KOM jersey than the best Asian. And we also mentioned earlier Vadim Pronsky of the Trigano cycling team, who was 3rd on the best Asian classification, crashed out unfortunately due to the due to a very unfortunate race incident. And but just a shout out to him that he had a surgery and then stitched up. He had a very deep cut on the side of his thigh, but he is much better. And fortunately, seems like nothing major, no bone broken. So hopefully for a speedy recovery. That will be end of the season, but hopefully come back next year stronger.
Yeah,
and certainly is a rider that we hope to see him again.
Yeah, for sure. So then it'd be interesting how today's stage play out. Obviously, it's a flat stage. We normally we would expect a bunch sprint finish, but then again, we look at the individual general classification. The time gap, obviously, Anders Johannesson is about 6-minute gaps to Joris Delbov, and then Yanis Voissois is about 1 second away from the podium spot. Yeah. And then, yeah, the battle for top 10s are pretty much still open, considering placing number 7th. Number 7th all the way to 14th, still 14 seconds gap. It's a matter of placing on and a matter of probably just scoring one intermediate sprint to improve one's position, getting at least a top 5. So it's going to be interesting to see how today's stage play out. So judging from what the timing is with individual general classification timing, what's your thought on how today's stage is going to play out, Danny?
Well, I think the first intermediate sprint is only 26 seconds from the start, 26 kilometers from the start. We saw yesterday, Uno X was trying to control the peloton before the first intermediate sprint in order for Johannesson to grab a bonus second. However, Yaris, that was actually set up Yaris of the Tudor Pro cycling team to take the maximum.
Apparently he can sprint.
Apparently,
I never thought he would.
He took the advice from Albert Decline to stay aero, stay as low as possible and stay aero. So aero is everything. It does matter. Certainly helped him.
Aero,
take
aero every time.
Aero every time. Aero every time. That's a new hashtag.
That's right.
That certainly got him the maximum. So now are the other guys going to take the advice? Aero is everything. Aero every time.
Aero every time.
Every time. That's to take the intermediate. So I think there's going to be a fight off for that. But it's awfully long stage. Certainly there's no team want to start controlling from the kilometer 0 for 200 kilometer, and nobody has enough rider on the team to do that. So there will probably a gap, escapee. Just a question on when the escapee will be able to get away from the charging peloton. I think it's after the first intermediate sprint. If the top GC team are still fighting out for the bonus second. There could be a escapee group, but now if the escapee group is big enough, then that can pose a danger. Because let's say there are 7 to 8 riders very strong, and they could, despite the longer distance, but they could make it all the way to the finish. Although this year we have not seen a breakaway succeed. In the previous couple editions, they have been the case. Yeah, I mean we saw. Stefan de Bon, and in last year's edition, he got second, and he was the one driving the escapee, and then survived all the way to the finish, just a couple seconds before the charging peloton. So it will be very nice to see a breakaway succeed in this long and hot stage. It will be interesting to see who is going to do the bulk of the work, and also the sprinter team. If you're going to do so much work at the beginning, throughout the race, and how many riders? It's obviously, since Marcelli crashed out, now Albert Decline is obviously the favor for the stage. But if he used up his troops from too early from beginning, and then they obviously he's going to left isolated into the final sprint. And so whether or not Uno X, who has not, I mean, they're a super strong team, but they obviously, by their standard, they underperform. So they have not won a stage. For Alexander Kristoff, he came in with a target of 100. He hasn't got to 99 yet. Before you hit 100, you got to get 99, and there's only 2 stages left. So unless you win both stages, you can hit the 100 target. But so far, they have they also have a target for Johannesson to win the overall GC, and he's second right now, same time with Adrian Mayer. So so obviously there's a bit of a battle there, and so you can see the top 3 GC are not the World Tour team, are actually the pro team. So they are all pro teams. They are in the same level division, but so they must be fighting out for the top honor. So let's see. That's who is gonna be on the top of the podium. There could be a surprise, or could it be another sprint finish, and whether or not Albert Decline obviously sounds very confident, getting more confident, and he looked good. But it's going to be a long stage, so that may benefit Alexander Kristoff. He does like harder stage, but he did mention he didn't feel great, and he was getting a bit of a feverish. So whether or not Alan Breckler is going to try to take the stage win. Breckler, watching his sprint, he's strong, he's very fast. But I think at the top end, he's just missing that little bit of a speed, the top end speed, and rider like Albert Decline, and certainly will be just pass him just in the very end of
I agree. I definitely agree. We before the flag off, we did hear a short interview between Jeff and also Malucelli. Obviously, he was there at the start of the race, seeing these riders flagging off. He put his bets on Alexander Kristoff for sure. Considering how tough the stage is, he might have had an information that Kristoff is feeling a little bit better today after yesterday's fever. You know, it's still for me, it's still mind-blowing like how you can recover from a fever in the midst of racing. But I guess that's just what you got to do when you're a professional cyclist. Yes, definitely. And you see a lot of Alexander Kristoff's career wins. A lot of them are like after hard stages. You know, you're talking about Milan-San Remo, Tour of Flanders. A lot of these are quite tough stage, quite a brutal stage that ends in a finish. So he always have that a little bit of an edge compared to the other sprinters. So yeah, for sure. You know, two stages. So today and tomorrow is all he's got to get his 100th stage. But then again, none of these are going to give them for free. They're going to really put on a show for him. And for a lot of these riders, it's always a good palmarès finishing on top of Alexander Kristoff, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Sure.
So finishing on top of a sprint legend, someone that have been in the pro racing scene with a very, very great palmarès underneath his belt.
Right.
But yeah, so everyone was asking about their little bit of interview talking about Alexander Kristoff. You know, obviously he is a very good rider. Deep down inside, they do wish them that Kristoff could round out the 100 stage win here in Langkawi, but also, you know, they have their own personal ambition as well. But yeah, we will see how today's stage pan out. But there's a few other people's have ambition as well. For example, like Manuel Peñalve. You know, if he ever won a stage, he'll be the first Spaniard to actually win a stage in Tour Langkawi. He's been in the podium, knocking on the doors a little bit, but not there. Obviously, Izzat Helmi. He's there, just you know, peaking on the podium. He's been on 7th position. Yesterday he got 4th. Maybe today is his lucky day in Johor. Maybe Ayman Rossi would like to put on a show as well, because going into his hometown in Johor.
Right.
All right.
Yeah. Talk about.
Yeah,
he's a Johoran rider riding for the Terengganu cycling team.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's multiple possibilities considering how tight the points are in these key classifications: general classification, PETRONAS green jersey classification, also KBS orange jersey points classification, which means KBS is the Ministry of Sports, Ministry of Youth and Sports for Malaysia. So they're about to flag off. Here is the 0 kilometer. Let's see if there's any delay on the. There it is. The commissaire have waved the flag and the race is underway. And finally, we see the KSPO rider initiating alongside with Nusantara BYC initiating the breakaway. And not far off, third wheel is a rider from XDS Astana. Looks like Aaron Gate. 214.7 kilometer is underway. Peloton is super reactive. It's a long stage today. They really need to play it out well for if they are any of the teams are hunting for victory in their second last stage of this year's PETRONAS Tour Langkawi.
Yep, the action start off immediately from the kilometer 0. It's led by the KSPO rider.
That it is, yeah.
They have been fairly quiet since the beginning of the race, so certainly the chances, the opportunity is running low, and just down to the second to last stage. So we certainly hope that they can spur up the race and make themselves appear on the front of the race.
Yep, so we don't have a visual what's actually happening at the moment. Looks like a few riders sort of escape to form a breakaway, but it's too early in the stage to tell. Akipukan Pharma, Malaysia Pro Cycling, XDS have a representative. 2 riders from Malaysia Pro Cycling, followed by another 2 riders. Looks like Malaysia national team is there. 3 riders from Malaysia Pro Cycling actually present in the breakaway. Just joined is another rider from Picnic Post NL.
Yes, there's a composition of 5-6 riders, but the peloton seems to be getting organized and start doing the chase, because I think it's too early just to let breaks slide away. That look like the Tudor cycling team is on the front of the peloton, making the effort to chase down the break, and the peloton stretched out over a fairly long line, so that means the pace is high and the action is hot.
Yeah, you can see the visual on the right side of the screen. That's the Straits of Melaka. They don't have particularly nice beach. There's quite a It's a bit of a swamp kind of beach here in Melaka, which makes it a good place for port. Because they have quite a deeper edge around the beach. So here he is, the front of the peloton. Obviously, the breakaway attempt have been caught, so we're expecting another counter-attack to form a new breakaway group. Peloton is still very active, it's still very fast, it's strung out. Rider in front here looks like Zulkifli in front there from Malaysia Pro Cycling, just peeling off. Just trying to see what's about to happen. A little bit of communication between XDS Astana and also two-door Pro Cycling rider Iman Rossi just in front there. Maybe he's also looking for an opportunity to bring the breakaway. Wind looks like is being in the favor of rider. Looks like it's a tailwind, judging from the look of the Malaysian flag on the roadside. A little bit of a looking back at the moment just to see what's about to happen, who's going to start another breakaway. Looks like Akipo Confama from the right side of the road initiated another attempt. Immediately latched on is Yusri Shari from Malaysia national team behind Akipo Confama rider. 7-Eleven click just behind there, followed by a rider from XDS Astana.
And Malaysian national team, 7-Eleven, and Astana. Astana sort of just like sitting in the wheels. They're not doing the turns. So they just meanwhile Thailand Continental team rider together with the 7-Eleven and Malaysian national team not done yet. They are just immediately launching a counter attack of 3 riders.
Yep. Looks like a 7-Eleven click rider. Is that Joseph Javinia? Looks like they've got a bit of a daylight between themselves. Yusri Shah Ali, Joseph Javinia, and also another rider from Thailand, Continental Cycling Team. Let's see what they're going to do. Are they going to be away? Looks like these 3 riders, but not a potential threat to the general classification. Maybe the general classification teams, the likes of Uno X and XDS Astana, are just letting that slip away. Iman Rosli showing a bit of an interest to bridge across.
Yeah, he's been super active throughout the beginning of the race, and now he's again involved in the breakaway attempt.
Yep, this Thai rider from Thailand Continental Cycling Team is ramping up the pace, making sure they have a good gap between themselves and also the main peloton. Looks like Picnic Post NL riders, and also Burgos Borpele BH.
Okey, ketika ini Lily berada di depan Sekolah Kebangsaan Teluk Mas bersama-sama dengan guru besar. Siapa nama guru besar ni?
Sabri Abu Sama. Nama saya Sabri Abu Sama.
Okey, cikgu nampak sangat bersemangat murid-murid cikgu melakukan persembahan. Mungkin boleh kongsikan juga bagaimana persiapan dilakukan?
Pertama saya ucapkan terima kasih kerana diberi peluang untuk menjadi kumpulan sekolah ini. Dan beberapa minggu kita bersedia untuk menghadap di Tour dan Langkawi ini, dan saya harap dengan kerjasama yang diberi oleh semua guru dan murid, saya rasa inilah persembahan yang terbaik yang kita dah buat. Terima kasih kepada pihak Petronas.
Alright, cikgu mungkin nak ajak orang ramai untuk datang ke Melaka untuk bercuti.
Okey, saya rasa Melaka ni ada sebab destinasi untuk pelancongan. Jadi tidak heran dah kalau pelancong yang begitu ramai datang ke Melaka. Mana lagi Melaka lah.
Alright, thank you cikgu.
Letting this group to go just yet. They are on the front, drilling it and pulling the peloton cross back to the breakaway attempt.
All right, here is 210.4 kilometers. They're just passing a few small towns. Here it is, some spectators. It's Saturday, so you have more viewers at the side of the road. It's weekend for sure. We have spectators just enjoying this year's edition of Tour Langkawi. Sunny day, which makes for a perfect viewing. Here he is, another counter attack from Akipo Confama. They have been very, very active today's stage, Danny.
Yeah, they have been. So they have not. They came here with obviously an ambition to trying to get the GC position. I don't think they have a top sprinter to contest for the sprint victory, so they must be active, trying to break away. That's their probably their best chance of winning a stage. Although I think tomorrow suits them. It's possible there's a couple climbs at the closer to their finishing. Last 10K, 10-15K from the finish, there is a couple climb. So that may suit them better, but however, you can't just wait to the last day, because on the last day, everybody wants to win. Everybody, I'm sure the sprinters wants to win in front of the iconic KLCC Twin Tower.
Yeah.
And certainly that would be a massive honor. But so today, it is an all-out attempt by the teams who have not profited from this year's Tour de Langkawi.
Again, a Kipo Kunfama rider just in front here, driving the pace, attempting another breakaway, followed immediately by Malaysia Pro Cycling rider, another rider from Picnic Promotional just behind him. Looks like Simon Darby from Uno X just behind him. 4 riders. Let's see if there's going to be a successful breakaway. Total Energies obviously being present there, considering there are Uno X strangers in front there. They want to be represented in this attempt for a breakaway. Tudo Pro Cycling team rider is also there, but then again, the peloton seems to be very reactive. Ayman Rosti is there just looking back. And then these attempt for breakaway have let off the gas. Obviously, a lot of these big teams, Uno X and Tudo Pro Cycling and also Total Energies, are not interested for the breakaway to go. Let's see. Another counter-attack potentially is going to happen. Ayman Rosti is just looking around. Let's see if he's going to initiate another attack. Looks like 7-Eleven rider. Ayman Rosti just looking around. Let's see what's going to happen. Peloton is still very super active. It's good to see there's after many crashes yesterday, some riders are actually pointing out hazard on the road just now.
Yeah, it's 7-Eleven riders. 7-Eleven team also being very active in the previous few days attempt, although it was unsuccessful, but it certainly doesn't stop them from trying. But Tudor Pro team are obviously very confident in their sprinter. And here we see a rider from Chengdu.
Yep,
on
looks like Sabal.
Sabal,
yep,
again. Okay. There you go. He's obviously very active, very throughout the whole race.
Yep.
He hasn't got too many of the bonus seconds or the points or stage podium, so he certainly, well, he could be the most competitive rider.
Oh yes,
today,
for sure.
If he managed to escape.
Yeah. So obviously, he's that kind of rider, a little bit like Ayman Rosti. When you look at his statistics of the kind of race that he's won, he's definitely prefer those time trial racing. So yeah. So Kizi just at the back there. Trying to bridge across to Johan Sobal. He was definitely a fighter. Looking at yesterday's stage, he fought till the end, didn't even look back from when the peloton about to come. But Kizi is committed to join Johan Sobal in this breakaway. Let's see if there's another rider going to join. Ayman Rosti on the right side of the road, off saddle, getting as much power as possible to bridge across, but looks like been shut down by Tudo Pro Cycling. Looks like they're trying to bridge across. They're trying to close down any breakaway attempt from these 2 riders, Johan Sobal and also Kizi Yi. Sobal from Chengdu, DYC, and Kizi Yi from Malaysia National Cycling Team. The breakaway is trying to be caught by the Tudo Pro Cycling and also Picnic Promotional rider. The bunch has been super active so far with 206.5 kilometers to go.
And the fans and family out there enjoy the race. Just they are flying past their home, literally in front of their house.
Exactly, yeah, literally in front of their house. So this is basically the outskirts, I guess the Malay word for is kampung, a little countryside. Yeah, there it is. Nusantara rider, just in front there. But I guess Johan Sobal quickly realized that that attempt has been wasted, has been caught by the peloton. One rider
from Nusantara.
Yeah, Nusantara with just a tad bit of a gap between himself, but looks like, judging from the look of it, it's really hard to run away from, I guess, from a a very strong rider from the likes of Pro Team or even UCI World Tour teams, you need to have a lot of watts just to create the initial gap. You're looking at upwards of 600-700 watts just to run away, you know, and then after that you have to ride tempo pretty much. Yeah, that takes a lot of, I guess, for people that are watching who have power meters, which I think is easily accessible nowadays. Many riders have access to power meter. You have to be able to initiate like a 1 minute of maybe 600-700 watts, you know, and you know, getting that heart rate quite high, 170 beat per minute or something, right? Just to hold on probably to 1, 2, 3 minutes, just to create a significant gap before they go back to riding tempo. And in tempo is just, it's for a lot of riders to be able to ride tempo for like, you know, 2-3 hours. It's a tough work. It's a tough work.
Absolutely. So there's no coasting. When you're in the breakaway, there's very little coasting. So you need to push that gear and stay on top of the gear throughout the race. And now we see the two riders are staying top of their gear from MPC and the Malaysian national team. And that looks like Zawawi.
Yeah, it looks like Zawawi.
From the MPC, Malaysia Pro Cycling Team.
And also Malaysia national cycling team. Let's see who this particular rider is.
It could be no, it's not a Cervelo.
Not a Cervelo.
So we know Sharu Medami.
He's riding the Visma edition.
Oh, the Visma.
The Visma edition, Cervelo. Yeah, the previous edition.
You want to get some inspiration and motivation.
Maybe if you look at the Visma Elizabeth garage and missing one bike. No, I'm just not saying.
No, I don't think that's the case.
Nah, for sure. It's obviously that sort of bike, team edition bike are definitely up there for sale.
I don't think they have a rider of his size, you know. he would be
I don't
riding.
know, maybe Vingegaard is his size.
That's true. It's true. Yeah, that's true.
Driving, there you go. We were talking about how fast the race is. So average speed so far is 50.6 km/h. Not something you'd see on your weekend Saturday morning ride.
No, not unless you're going downhill at the 50k an hour. But I think look like Tudor is adamant about trying to control the breakaway and wanting to get to the first intermediate sprint, because obviously I don't think they're doing it for Alvid. I think they're doing it for Giannis, who yesterday took the first intermediate sprint and proven that he is the best sprinter among the GC rider. So obviously he's just 1 second behind the podium, just 1 second off the podium. He wants to get his opportunity to get on the podium. So just 1 second battle with Johannesson and as well as Adrian Mayer of Unibet Rocket Team.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like Yannis Vossois has only got a few seconds, 4 seconds to Adrian Mayer. And Adrian Mayer is only 6 seconds. Obviously, Adrian Mayer and also Anders Johannesson having the same time difference, which is 6 seconds. Yeah, it's a matter of finishing spot and also one intermediate sprint. Could have turned his luck around for Team Unibet Rockets.
Yeah, and the two riders swooping out terms fairly nicely. So, you know, you only have two in the breakaway. Consider a very small breakaway. You definitely want to share that work, especially at the beginning of part of this. You know, it's going to be so difficult because everyone's leg are, you know, they're tired from 6 days of racing, but they're still fresh for today. They rested well yesterday, and then obviously today is a brand new day. Then they want to they need to pull a little bit longer. So, you know, like if you have a big group of 7, 8 riders and each one doing a 15-second turn, but obviously they're doing something like a 30-second to 40-second turn before they swap out and letting the next rider to take over. And then they literally only got 30 seconds of rest before they get to go to the front again.
Yeah, so obviously these professional riders have learned the art of resting for 30 seconds. They will take a deep breath, you know. Normally, they would just do a couple of clicks of harder gears just to let the cardiovascular system rest down a little bit, to take a little bit of breath, and then just like, you know, just to grind away, keeping the momentum. And then when they go back again, you know, they click, they normally opt for slightly higher cadence to put the power down. And make sure they're driving the pace well. So here it is. It looks like it is Zawawi from Malaysia Pro Cycling, and we are yet to see who is this particular rider from Malaysia National Cycling Team.
He's on a Padu bike, I think.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah.
So Yeah, it's the gap is no more than 10-15 seconds. They're obviously in sight. The peloton is not panicking by any means. They just want to keep them inside. There's still quite a bit of way to go. There's still over 12 kilometer to the first intermediate sprint. So there's quite a bit gap, quite a bit distance to the first intermediate sprint. So they just want to keep them inside and in mind. And when they get closer to the first intermediate sprint at 26 kilometer, they can shut that gap fairly easily and then sprint out for the bonus second. And that's that seems to be the plan for Tudor Pro team.
That is, let me just quickly mention, that is Iqmal Zahrawi, his debut, Tour of Langkawi.
Okay.
From Malaysia National Cycling Team, yeah.
Nicely done. So he's on the dare bike, I'm
There
sorry.
it is, yeah.
Not a
dare bike, yes. Iqmal Zahrawi, his debut of Tour of Langkawi this year at the age of 21.
Okay, fairly young chap, and it's good to see younger riders that debut. They're getting themselves experience and expose them to the big races like Tour of Langkawi.
Yep.
Certainly, he has done a great job to get in the break. You know, it's
not easy in the first place to be in the break in the first
just
place.
To get in the break, give you a context. Just to get in the break, it is so hard because I know I talked to several riders and they already expressed interest before the race. They want to get in the break, or wanting to get into the break.
Yep.
And get into the break is different between day and night, right?
Oh, yes.
and there's a lot of riders. Everybody want to get in the break. There's probably at least a quarter of the rider want to get in the break, but only a few succeed, and just to stay in the front for a couple, couple kilometers, or it's already a monumental task.
Oh yes, for sure.
So
I mean, we can see just now like how hard it is. Like you have to attack, and then you have to time it well. You have to understand the other team's motivation. There's a lot of I guess for most people, when they do bike racing, it's about getting them from the start line to the finish line. But to them, the start and finish line is where they battle out whatever ambitions they have. It's not necessarily to finish, right? Obviously, yes, to finish is one thing, but are they finishing the race? I guess this is like we said, it's a moving chess game. The arena is at kilometer 0 and at kilometer 200, right? So, and then you got to play out, right? Like whether are you going to get in the breakaway? Are you going to get this particular point? Are you going to win the general classification? That's the ambition. It's not necessarily just to finish the stage, right? Yeah. So it's just completely different mindset, and in order for them to be able to do that, they need to have the fitness, but also they need to be able to think and strategize and be rational while their heart rate is that 170, 180 beats per minute. Whereas for us, it's like for us weekend warriors, we just want to finish, right? That's all is on our head. Like we got no time to be tactical. We got no time to be like, okay, I gotta be here, I gotta be here, right? But yeah, it's a hard job to be a professional cyclist. Just to put things in context.
Well, I think a lot of the top level professional sports, if you ever watch Formula 1.
Oh yes, that's one as well.
They're driving a car, I know. They're not pedaling a bike, but their heart rate is in excess of 170, 180 beats per minute. And then they turn on the radio, talk to the race headquarters, and you would think like, will they get a puncture? You would think they get a screaming like, I have a puncture. They just say, oh, I have a puncture on the left-hand side, and I need to come into the pits. Okay, ready for the pit. Okay, come in. They talk super calm. It's like it's just like it's like nothing. It's a very very calm manner. So they be able to think critically, because when you're calm and you're able to think critically, and that's super important in any kind of sports. Because we know that's and they even did some testing. They were trying to find genetic testing to see where are they call the fighter genes, people who are fighter genes. They are the two type of gene. They're like people who are more fight or flight, and then they were testing out these MMA fighters, So obviously you think these people are some really tough people and really aggressive people, and they just cannot wait to get into the rain and punch each other out. Now, actually, they find them, they are the most calm people.
Right.
And that's, they find them because when they're, these are bike racing are hard. When you're F1 driving is hard. But imagine you're in the rain and trying to knock each other out. And in that critical moment, you still got to think logically how to beat the opponent. But obviously, MMA fighting is much shorter.
Yes.
Much shorter endurance, shorter sports.
Yes.
You still need endurance, need a fitness. But today, you definitely need long stamina, long ride. And these guys going to be in saddle for, I would say, close to 5 hours.
Yep.
And judging from the speed they're going, they're probably going to be less than 5 hours for sure, 4.5 probably. But nevertheless, they need to be in the saddle for a very long time, and then they need to grind it out. Even for the guys on the back, look like they're just chit-chatting and riding easy. But believe me, they're going at these guys on the back. They're going at excess of 45, probably close to 48 k an hour.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
So the gap is just kept at 10 seconds as we expected. It just was in the visual, and the neutral car cannot get in. That's a really smart move. So once you go into the feeding starts 20k, but the gap is too small for even neutral car to get in. So they're just basically leaving these two riders on the front and hang out and dry because they can't get a bottle from the neutral car. The neutral car can't get in. Their team car definitely cannot get in. You only can move your team car in like when it's the gap is like over a minute plus, close to 2 minutes, and then the commissar will allow you to move the team car in. So they are hanging out on the front and dry and just keep pushing. That's psychologically that's hurting themselves.
Oh yes, for sure, absolutely right. But these two riders, have been riding well together. Taking about 30 seconds roughly each rider, swapping turns. So Iqmal Zarawi from Malaysian national team. It's been a good day for national team yesterday with Ki Ziyi. Today they sent another young rider up in the break, Iqmal Zarawi. Debut at 21 years of age at these quite a high ranking race from a worldwide standpoint, and definitely one of the most prestigious race in Asia, Tour Langkawi, and then followed by I guess a more senior of Malaysian cycling, Zawawi Azman from Malaysia Pro Cycling team, riding off together. I think Iqmal Zarawi is good to have him in the breakaway. Just saw a little bit of a glimpse as well. Zawawi was sort of like instructing where Iqmal Zarawi should be, or how to take the line and how to swap turns. So a real life lesson for Iqmal Zarawi, trying to race at one of the biggest stage of bike racing. 194.9 kilometers. Still a long way to go. They're yet to get out of Melaka, still in the state of Melaka. So for those of you that have joined us in the live commentary today, this stage 7 of this year's of Tour Langkawi, the longest stage of this year's edition, 200 over kilometers. Before this, they did have a long stage from Greek to Pasir Putih in Kelantan, from Perak to Kelantan. But yeah, this is another long stage from a distance standpoint. So 10 seconds gap between these two, not a big one. Let's see what the peloton is going to do to these two riders, Zawawi Azman and also Iqmal Zarawi. Here's a sight of the first intermediate sprint for today's stage, which is in Sungai Rambai, which is by the PETRONAS station of Sungai Rambai. There it is.
Yeah, just a quick look at Zawawi. He's 31 years old. Not an old chap by any means, but not a spring chicken either. So he's 31 years old, and his first and GC victory, and the first he has won Tour de Selangor overall back in 2017, and he has finished the podium. He had won a couple stages in Tour de Selangor, Singarak in Indonesia, Lombard also I believe Indonesia, and Jelajah Malaysia as well, and back in the 2016, and multiple second places as well for the Malaysian rider Zawawi. I believe his wife is from Terengganu.
Yeah, okay,
so
yeah. We gotta
I'm
ask
not
if
sure.
anyone knows. If
Yeah.
anyone knows if his wife actually Terengganu.
I had a chat with him. I remember riding out in Bukit Hantu tomorrow, which is going to be tomorrow's finishing climbs. Yeah, he said that I think he mentioned to me his wife is from Terengganu. They were going to go after the training. They were going to go to Terengganu for I think a relative's wedding.
All right, okay.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
That was many years ago. A few years ago.
A few years ago.
I'm not that old.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
not that old. So,
all right.
But it was a nice chat. Really nice rider. Very.
Yeah.
But however, unfortunately, the breakaway, as we expected, it's been brought back.
Yep.
Because by Tudor, and they're fully intended to sprint it out for. Trying to lead out their, in this case, Yaris.
Sprinter, the climber sprinter.
The climber sprinter.
Yeah. So speaking of being aero, so that's probably the big thing. When the speed goes high, the aerodynamic drag becomes exponential, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So that's why I think, for example, we talked a little bit about Aziz Hasni. We saw him on the billboard yesterday.
Yeah.
Of air condition. So yeah, for him, like he did mention, he's from a power standpoint, he's at a disadvantage compared to these like other big riders who can produce easily 2,500 watts or 2,600 watts. Ridiculous number. For him is just barely 2,000 watts on a fresh legs, right? So yeah, but because of his size, you know, riding at that 70 km/h in the velodrome, being a smaller chap, being as aero as possible, gave him the advantage to outsprint every other people. And that seems to be the case for Sir Mark Cavendish as well. You know, obviously he never had a massive amount sprint number like Alexander Kristoff or maybe Marcel Kittel back then, or maybe Andre Greipel. But just him just doing it. He wasn't even thinking about it. People were asking if it was how do I say, he did it on purpose, like being small and narrow, but it was just how he used to sprint, obviously from a track background. So just keeping low. Obviously we know another sprinter that just recently retired from professional racing, Caleb Ewan from Australia. He actually did a wind tunnel testing to see which sprint position is the most powerful.
And throughout the modern cycling era, I mean, it doesn't mean the larger size. Obviously, larger riders generate more power, just physiologically. But however, Robbie McEwen as well. He's not a big rider. I remember he came over to Malaysia OCBC cycling event team launch, and I took a photo with him, and he was actually surprisingly he was
not as big as you thought
he was about your height. It was a little bit over. Not to say you're vertically challenged.
I am, no, everyone,
but he's super aero. I mean, he's a small guy. I mean, that was retired. After retirement, he's still fairly small. So there's multiple riders, sprinters, world-class sprinters. They're not big size. But then there are likes of Andre Greipel is comparatively taller.
Or maybe like Jonathan Milan.
Jonathan Milan,
it's huge.
He's a time trialist, but he's super tall. But Van Aert, Walt Van Aert is very tall. But sometimes like the visual. When they're standing next to a 50 kg climber, they look huge. But when you're actually taking photo with them, they're actually normal. So yeah, we're getting 1K to the intermediate sprint as we expected. The GC rider are launching themselves to the front and trying to position themselves for some time bonuses.
Oh yeah, this is almost like a sprint finish. We got a train for Total Energies. We got Joris Delbove as well being in the mix. Obviously, he wants to secure his position as the leader. Uno X is in the middle here. Obviously leading out for Anders Harland Johannesson. Yannis Strain from Tudor Pro Cycling is there as well. XDS is getting busy as well. Not far from the sprint position now. A few hundred meters to go. We can see Nikola Vinokurov is just the back there. This is almost an all-out sprint, just like it's the finishing sprint. It got pretty aggressive. Tudor Pro Cycling is there. Erlen Brickley is just over there. Lorenzo Manzin is there. 100 meters to go. Danny, this is almost like a sprint finish. Let's see who's going to get the maximum points. Lorenzo Manzin, Erlen Brickley. It is Erlen Brickley. Looks like from our visual here, Erlen Brickley got the maximum points.
So he's but he's out there, I think, to protect his points classification, trying to fight protect his points for classification, extend his lead by couple points ahead of Alpha Decline. And we also see Total Energy. He's involved in that sprint.
Oh yeah, for sure. Maybe I think for Lorenzo Manzin's case, looks like everyone's got back together. But is Lorenzo Manzin's looking at that situation? It looks like there's a counter attack already. One rider in front trying to join. Looks like another rider is interested to join, considering the next intermediate sprint point. Well, still quite a far away. But yes, it is another rider from Terengganu.
Yeah,
Terengganu cycling team. Let's see what he's got there, what he's got to show in today's stage.
Yeah, and look like Peloton. There's a couple riders trying to come across. And that's a really good move. Just going on a counter attack.
Oh yes.
When everybody just sits in, just sit up. That's what happened yesterday in the intermediate sprints. The rider just sit up for a brief second after the first intermediate sprint. There was immediately a counter attack by the XDS Astana teams. Three riders, Karen Vinokurov and Aaron Gate, did a team time trial to the second point, and then immediately they got the time bonus they set up.
All right, so we are yet to get the final results, the official results for the first intermediate sprint. So we're going to have a visual of it in a bit. But yeah, so you're absolutely right, Danny. So when the pace is high, you can use that as a bit of a launch pad, carrying the momentum without easing off as the riders finish the first intermediate sprint attempt. So yeah, looks like a fair bit of a gap in front there. Looks like two riders is trying to chase the breakaway. Peloton is getting organized after the chaotic first intermediate sprint, which looks like almost they're battling it out for a final sprint of the stage. Yeah, definitely have been interesting, considering a lot of those teams that are getting organized in the Peloton just now was trying to catch as much time for the general classification category. Looking very aero, this rider in the breakaway. Special aero cuff, yeah, for today.
Yeah, here it goes. Here's a replay of the intermediate sprint, and Alan Brickler just launching the sprint on the right-hand side, and yeah, he took the intermediate sprint.
It is
top
definitely.
honor, and extend his lead of the points by 3. He got the 3 points, but XDS is XDS is charging. Look like
Vinokurov, Mariba Manzin, maybe Lorenzo Manzin. Oh, Yanis, maybe Yanis. Or Lorenzo.
Wow. Lorenzo got second.
Yep.
And look like a rider from Tudor. Maybe Yanis getting the third. Well, he's a pretty good sprinter.
Oh yeah, not bad. Yeah,
for a climber.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah. So this is this particular rider, Terengganu cycling team, number 115, is just riding away here. So that's the official result. Alan Brikra, Lorenzo Manzin, and yes, it's Yanis Vosa from Tudor Pro Cycling, scoring 1 point, but mainly another extra second bonus for him, moving up a little bit, getting closer to being in the podium of there. There it is, Mua River Cruise. Obviously in Mua, Johor. There's also a river cruise where we started earlier in Melaka. There's a river cruise.
Very nice
normally,
river. Quite wide.
Yeah. There it is. This is where the bridge, the rider is gonna ride past across. So they are officially in the state of Johor now. Johor is the southernmost state in Malaysia, in Peninsular Malaysia, which is also the current king of Malaysia. Obviously, the King Council of the Sultan Council of Malaysia, the King Council, I suppose, the more accurate translation. Yes, they have a 5-year rotation. So which lasts.
So that's a very unique system, right?
That's right.
Unlike the British, the monarchies, it only stays within the king's family, the king or the queen, Queen Elizabeth. But in Malaysia, it's actually very harmonious, and they actually share. So each, some of the major states, they all have a sultan. Like Terengganu has sultan, Johor has sultan, Selangor have their sultan. They rotate every 5 years. So it's almost like a presidency. Like every 5 years, there's going to be a new prime minister or president. So they actually rotate that, and they share that crown and share that duty of being the top with the king.
The king of Malaysia.
So the current the King of Malaysia is from the it's rotated to him. The
That's
Sultan of the Johor.
Exactly.
And it's he's actually was been pretty outspoken and active initially in the normally they're not supposed to involve so much in the political, but yeah, I think overall and he has done general public. I mean without getting into the different side of it, he's been a pretty positive force voice for Malaysia.
Oh yes, for sure, and also the Johor state government, as we are going into the Johor state at the moment. Yeah, they're very, I guess, invested in the sporting development as well. So there is just some visual at the back here. Looks like a rider from Burgos, Port BH, and also Malaysian nationals team is interested in joining this rider and the breakaway at the moment.
And that's a really good move. If Matthias can be joined by the two riders, so there's certainly three rider would make a much better opportunity for the breakaway attempt, and because it's still a long way to go, 182k, and meanwhile it's about 40k to the second intermediate sprint. But they need to get together and get organized, and then possibly push up the pace and. There's a possibility that there's a bit of hesitation in the main peloton, but look like they're still pretty organized and trying to bridge across. In the meantime, yeah, maybe if the two rider can get across quickly, then there's a better chance for Matthias to get to the next intermediate sprint.
Yeah, so I'm sure he's been thinking about today's stage. Yeah, so he's speaking to that being in a breakaway for today's stage. Looking at he got some special aero cuff to cover his shoe, just to be a little bit more aero. Obviously, the kind of speeds that they're going, you're looking at upwards of 2 to 3 watt savings, considering they're driving it at 45, 48 kilometer.
Oh yeah.
Always makes Mama smile, and he can do magic. That's why I love my Papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mr. Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Ha? Buat apa tu?
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go! Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di PAM atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna Settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
Okey, ketika ini Lily berada di starting line di Melaka dan bersama Lily ialah DCP Muhammad Rozi Benjidin iaitu Timbalan Pengarah Jabatan Siasatan Penguatkuasaan Trafik Bukit Aman. Apa khabar tuan?
Alhamdulillah sihat.
Okey, Lily nak bertanyakan sedikitlah mengenai kekuatan berapa ramai anggota polis yang terlibat untuk edisi saingan Petronas LTdL Langkawi musim ini.
Untuk makluman semua, yang untuk siri yang ke-29 ini kita melibatkan seramai lebih kurang 164 pegawai dan anggota yang mana mempunyai tugas dan peranan masing-masing bagi memastikan kelinciran perlumbaan kali ini dan juga keselamatan pelumba-pelumba serta pengunjung-pengunjung yang menyaksikan perlumbaan yang begitu meriah yang kita saksikan pada kali ini.
Okay. Tuan, bukan tugas yang mudah, cabaran mesti ada untuk pasukan anda untuk memastikan kita ada pergerakan yang sangat smooth untuk saingan kali ini. Jadi bagaimana cabaran itu diatasi tuan?
Ya Lily, seperti mana yang telah kita lihat beberapa hari ini, cuaca memainkan peranan yang begitu mencabar kepada kita ya. Hujan, panas dan juga keadaan jalan yang begitu licin menyebabkan kita semua terpaksa berhati-hati, khususnya bagi memastikan pelumba-pelumba yang menyertai siri Litua di Langkawi pada kali ini dapat dijayakan dengan selamat dan juga semua petugas-petugas, khususnya petugas-petugas trafik dapat memastikan keselamatan diri mereka sendiri dan juga peserta-peserta kejohanan. Okey
tuan, last sekali mungkin dalam banyak-banyak perjalanan ada favourite route tuan sendirilah, perjalanan dari mana ke mana mungkin yang menjadi paling gembira ke meriah sekali untuk tuan?
Semuanya mencabar saya tengok, tapi ke Fraser Hill daripada Kemaman itu hari, daripada Kemaman ke Fraser, daripada Temerloh ke Fraser Hill itu hari agak mencabar sedikit dan juga saya lihat alhamdulillah tidak ada sebarang kejadian yang tidak diingini berlaku dan kita juga mengharapkan supaya stage-stage terusnya juga dalam keadaan selamat dan juga dapat menjayakan kejohanan ini dengan jayanya.
Terima kasih tuan. Thank you.
So that's certainly it's one of the major attractions.
Yeah.
In the Johor, Legoland.
Obviously, again, you know, if you're a seafood lover, yeah, Johor, there's a lot of food by the ocean. There's a lot of seafood restaurants by the ocean, fresh caught fish and other types of seafoods. Yeah, I guess Malaysia is well known for that. Here it is, the breakaway attempt by none other than Iman Rosli from Terengganu cycling team, the Langkawi breakaway man.
Yeah, he certainly, if you have to give the most competitive rider of the entire Tour de Langkawi, he certainly should be up there for the contention.
Yeah. Looks like a bit of communication from Sobal. Maybe he's not in, he doesn't like the keeper Confama rider to be in the breakaway.
Yeah,
I'm not sure, yeah.
Here we go, the Bogos rider just waving, telling the Thai rider to come through. There's no free ride sitting in the wheel.
Yeah.
I think they just want to send a couple rider up the road so they can stop the frenetic chase by the peloton.
Yeah, again, Johan Sobal in the breakaway.
Okay, here we go. He also contesting, so he's obviously very aggressive also throughout the race. Certainly should be up there for the contention for the most aggressive riders. Yeah, he has not been on the podium, so for the most combative. So maybe that's what his intention is. It is always good to see you know, riders who may not be able to contest for the sprint finish and may not be able to contest for the overall, but then at least going out and get into the break and trying to make their team sponsor proud by getting on the podium.
There it is, Iman Rosli. He just dropped the bottle to the spectators, gently.
Yeah,
Gently dropped the bottle.
Great to do that. And,
I mean, he's Johorian.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but he's excellent role model and very nice chap and very friendly and just funny person. So always smiling. So I'm sure he's happy that this year's edition comes into his hometown of Johor, home state of Johor.
That's right.
So it is good to see that he's, I'm sure he's super motivated to get in front of the crowd and display his time trial capability.
Oh yeah, for sure. But speaking of time trial capabilities, it's like the really putting on the effort to chase here. Iman Rosli obviously have been caught. Johan Sobal is still dangling in front there, not making any significant gap just yet. Let's see if anyone's interested to join him. But Johan Sobal is definitely not letting the gas off. It looks like maybe Ben Carmen just in front there, St. George, potentially showing some interest to join him. But on the left side of the screen, on the left side of the road, Bogos Borpele BH is counter-attacking the peloton, immediately latched on by a rider from XDS Astana. Malaysian national team is there as well.
Vinokurov, look like Alexander Vinokurov immediately jump across, trying to keep the Bogos rider in check, and Malaysian rider again trying to get a visual on the Malaysian rider.
Yeah, so there's there upwards of 55 kilometers per hour. That's it, yeah. Amir from Malaysian national team.
Doesn't he have a twin brother too?
Yes, yeah, he does have a twin brother. Yeah.
Okay, I remember he has a twin brother in the previous edition of Tour de Langkawi.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely right.
But in this particular case,
I can't remember what his twin names. His twin brother names. Is it Amin? I think so.
We're gonna look it up.
Yeah.
But yeah, he has a twin brother, and but not in this year's edition. But he has a twin brother who is a cyclist as well.
Okay, yeah. A little bit of that as well in cycling, doesn't it? Like we have obviously the Yates brothers.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Simon
the most famous
Yates.
twins, the Yates brother. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's they have done really well, and you know, in terms of brothers, there are obviously many brothers. Right, the Schleck brothers.
The Schleck brothers.
Was very
Sagan has
a brother. Yes,
and
correct.
Peter Sagan. Yeah.
Peter Sagan has a brother in the peloton. Racing.
Let's see, Tom Pidcock and his brother.
Oh yeah, Tom Pidcock and his brother.
His brother's name.
Gourmet. Benny Gourmet, and also his brother, also riding for the development team of Wanty.
Okay.
So yeah, he's in fact they even sent the application to for joining TSG. Cycling team. That's what I remember. And the agent informed me that he is a brother of Benny Gourmet.
Okay. Interesting.
So I had the fortune of watching Benny Gourmet winning, won a stage in the Tour de France. It was,
I think
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago, and it was a fantastic experience. and watching him. And so the back of the peloton and it's still super active. It is again Trigano cycling team.
And then on the left side of the screen, we do have Malaysia Pro Cycling, Zulfikri Zulkifli. There it is. Also Bardiani, CSF rider. Getting it organized. We have Solution Tech, Vini Fantini just at the back there, maybe fourth wheel, looks like fourth wheel, just behind Etne. Bogus Bupele BH rider also being present in these another attempt. I've lost count how many attempts of Breakaway have happened, but it's definitely been an aggressive race so far with about just over 30 kilometers of racing have done.
Yeah, and that's the Vini Fantini rider. It's Gonzalez, the Panamanian champion, national champion in his national champion kit, Roberto Gonzalez.
Oh yes, that's it. Yeah, Roberto Gonzalez. Yeah, definitely the one of the stronger climbers or GC rider for Solution Tech, Vini Fantini.
But they're not working in the group. They're just keeping the attack in check. Meanwhile, Bogus rider again launching the attack. They're not satisfied by just sitting in the group, and they certainly want to break away. And it's going to take multiple attempts, but they are on the front again, trying to push the pace. Joined by 7-Eleven rider with Confama following behind.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in the back of the peloton, look like they just, there's some rider calling for a drink. There's no easing of the pace at all since the kilometer zero. Like most of the days, it's been super active, and that's today is no exception.
Yeah, they just passed through the state council or the city council for Moa on the left side of the peloton. Yeah, obviously, looks a bit. Judging from the lamppost, it's signifying a royalty town. Is it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. For sure.
Here's the glimpse of Patrick Eddy. So he has been the KOM jersey holder. He has been very non-active so far, right? Because today and yesterday and today is just no need. There's no KOM points. Meanwhile, the front of the peloton, the action is with the breakaway attempt, another one by a Malaysian national team.
Yeah, that's Yusri Syari just in front here. So Malaysian national team have been pretty active the last today's stage and yesterday. We have Kizi yesterday. We did have Ikmal Zarawi just now earlier in this stage. Now we have Yusri Syari. Ayman Rossi is there, still interested to be in the break. It looks like he is bridging across to his compatriot, Yusri Syari. Another rider from 7-Eleven Click is trying to join these other two riders to form another breakaway. A little peek at the back by Ayman Rossi, a signal from Ayman Rossi to Yusri Syari to keep riding.
Yeah, I think the peloton just see the riders on the front of the peloton just signal each other saying that's enough. This is fine. They're happy with the composition.
Yep.
The three rider, Ayman Rossi, just waved to the 7-Eleven rider, tell him just keep going.
Yeah.
Don't look back. And I think this is the breakaway attempt that succeeded.
Yep, there it is, 155. I believe that is Joseph Javinia. Let's see if that's, no, yes it is, Joseph Javinia. Yeah, he was in the break as well yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, so three riders.
Trio. It's now
trio.
This is a good composition for the breakaway attempt because anything bigger, the peloton is not going to be happy with the large number. So the only way is to let a small group go, so to ease the frantic chase and a counter attack. And look like the peloton on the back is sitting up, and this is it. This is after we basically did close to 40 kilometer of the racing. So after 40 kilometer, a break finally let clear of today's stage 7 of the 2025 PETRONAS Le Tour de Langkawi.
There it is. The peloton somehow have set up. We can see that normally when the peloton bunches up, it's a signal that it have allowed the breakaway to go, and also a perfect timing for some of these riders to get some feed from their team car. You know, you don't want to probably the worst timing that any rider could do for those of you that are budding racers is to not call your team car in the midst of chasing. When the peloton is chasing for a breakaway, it's strung out. That's the worst time ever to call for the team car, because it's going to take some serious amount of effort to get back in the peloton.
Yeah, and you're not going to be able to bring 5, 10 bottles, you know, with you in a feeding bag or in your jersey and be able to ride at the top pace just to catch back up.
So just imagine, like the peloton is strung out. not. You go to the team car, take 7 bottles, and then you try to feed your teammates, and then you know the bottles. And the bottles had to go back to the car.
So at that time, I think majority rider just focus on. It's so super important. Just focus on the rider, so focus on the race in front of you, and try not to let the gap go, because at a high pace, it's really hard to close even just a small gap of 10 meters. So yeah, now they're on the back. They are able to relax and they're getting fed. And meanwhile, 3 rider on the front now. It is finally succeeded. We just want to see how many minutes or how many seconds they will be allowed to stay away. So right now the screen shows 20-second gap, but I think judging my opinion, they would be feel comfortable. The peloton should have let the breakaway take as much as 3 to even 5 minutes gap. I don't think it will be a major threat, because there's still a long way, 166.8 kilometer to the finish. Still close to 4 hours of racing. So it'll be interesting to see which team also take control, whether Tudor, Side Pro team, or Uno X wants to put their rider on the front and do some work in controlling the breakaway.
Yeah. So Joseph Javinia just now pointed out a hole for Yusri Sha'ari, just in case, just to signal the rider behind, so that they're not riding into the hole and causing some crashes.
So we saw yesterday a very unfortunate case. The rider in front didn't point out there was a bit of a obstacle on the road. There was a bad surface on the road. But it's open road. It's not a closed circuit. It's not a closed circuit. It's not a track. Velodrome track. It's going to be pancake smooth. There's always going to be obstacles. So sometimes it's really bad timing, bad luck. The rider gone patch, and the rider in the front didn't point out either. So they just went through the patch. The rider went through the patch and lost control, and it caused a major crash for in the peloton.
I don't know how to say it, probably it's the nature of bike racing, because they're doing on an open road, a road like that everyday people use. They just close it off for a few hours or so to let the riders pass. And we even see some of the racing in the World Tour level. Trains have to pass through the circuit. They have to cross through the railway, and when the train passes, they just have to wait.
And it's super slippery, and especially in the rain. We've seen the guys on the crossing the railroad track on the wet, and that's become super dangerous as well. So that's the risk of these bike riders are taking. It certainly is dangerous, and unfortunately there are riders who have a very serious injury every year. But it is a professional advocacy to always signal out. Just even on a group ride, you always want to signal out. There's a pothole, there's some patch of bad road. But I think generally this is pretty good, and I think I have written in places. There are places in Belgium that's with worse road. Than here. But so certainly it's just impossible. You're covering well over 1,000 kilometers. It's not possible for every patch of the road, especially with heavy rain. This is pretty close to the rainy season, that really break up the road. I remember when I was riding with my brother in Detroit, Michigan. You talk about
good road surface?
The superpower of the world, right? And you would expect the road surface to be well maintained. I guess I can tell you, riding Detroit, there were some roads are literally like Paris-Roubaix. It was just broken concrete. So it was a spring season, so obviously they salted the road, and they had plenty of snow, and they didn't have time to patch up the road just yet. And I wish I had a cyclocross bike or gravel bike riding on those roads. It was challenging. So everywhere you go, even the superpower of the world have some bad roads.
Look at the roads here, it's pretty smooth. It looks like probably newly paved a couple of months back. But speaking of newly road, we can see a bit of a mirage on the road as well. Just shows you how hot it is, the weather here. Although it has, yeah, quite shaded a little bit by the clouds. You know, it doesn't look as glary. But yeah, as we are expecting this, the gap have somehow closed down a little bit now. It was over 30 seconds just now, and it's dropped down to 18 seconds.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, we've seen it a little bit. We can see there on the top right of the screen in the live feed, we can see Ayman Rossi, Joseph Javinia, and also Yusri Shari. Now it's 5 seconds, so it's officially they've brought back the breakaway, and we are going to expect another counterattack.
Yeah, so yeah, I think it's they certainly brought it back a little too early. I'm pretty sure now rider just got fed, and then they are ready to. Oh, here we go.
Looks like
it looked like 3 riders. Yeah, two rider joined the trio on the front. Oh no, 3 rider joined the trio. So Hong Kong, Nusantara, and I think that is that's Chengdu again.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. Here's the pad on the back. And telling Ayman, so I think Ayman Rossi just telling them to wait for these 3 riders. So
maybe,
you know, to have 6 rider in the breakaway on a long stage is a lot more beneficial than just 3 rider.
Yeah.
So you're getting a little bit more rest. So assuming each of them pull about 15 to 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So now you have 6 riders, so you'll be able to rest up to 2 minutes.
That's right.
Instead of 1 minute.
Yeah, more. I guess like more people to do turns and to do the work to keep the pace high.
Yeah.
So now if the gap have extended 20 seconds back.
Seconds,
yeah. So we're expecting for the gap to grow a little bit more. So let's get a visual. So let's we've got 1 rider from Chengdu and also 1 rider from HKSI. Looks like Ching Yin Mo. He was in the breakaway as well, and Adi Mesa from Nusantara cycling team, and also again Johan Sobal is back in the breakaway again. So 6 riders are working well together, Asian teams all together.
Yeah, and you can see I just saw a moment ago Ayman Rossi just signaled to the rider next to him just to keep the pace steady, and because you know it's to the best interest of the peloton not to catch them just now. It's best to let it go a gap of a couple minutes, because that discourage any counter attack and discourage any other rider trying to get across. So that way it becomes much more manageable, and they keep the pace steady, controllable, and it's still an awful long way. And if these any of these 6 riders trying to make it to the finish line, they will obviously need some preserve some energy. But just as speaking, they look like a post-NL rider just fly across the solo across the breakaway of 6 riders. So trying to make it 7.
Wow. So yes,
interesting.
It's been very aggressive so far. Here it is, Yukio Arashiro, the rider number 101.
Yeah, he's just waiting for his team bar. Look like getting a feed. So now, it's post NL number 16.
Yeah, Matthew Dinham.
Yeah, you talk about him, and so obviously his rider likes to be on attack, and now we are joined by. So the Asian team, 6 Asian team now
joined
by
Asia Pacific now.
And now gets so Australian rider. It's Asia Pacific.
Yeah, Asian Pacific riders here.
But the time gap is only 15 seconds. So
let's see if they could extend the gap. So that is rider 132. That's Ching Yin Mo, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep, that is yes, that's 132. Ching Yin Mo.
And average speed after 1 hour racing is 50.3 kilometer.
That is fast.
Just talk about a fast and furious race. So these guys are averaging 50k an hour. I'm glad I'm sitting in the studio watching this bike race instead of on my bike in the middle of the day in the heat. So they got a pretty big, pretty good.
Still, they're trying to extend the gap here. They're trying to extend the gap here, riding super smoothly with everyone else. But XDS Astana just in front of the group there. Let's see what's going on. It looks like some frustration.
Counter-attack again.
Yeah.
Wow.
Chases Bardiani from Solution Tech as well. Gonzalez. Let's see. 10 seconds. Looks like they're potentially going to bring back the breakaway. It's been an aggressive racing so far. They're not letting the breakaway go.
So seems like they may want to just push on another 25 it's another 25 kilometer, 20 kilometer to the next intermediate sprint. So maybe, just maybe, I think the GC teams are still not happy, not able to get in maximum, get any time gap, so they still want to fight off for that. That may be the case, and look like the time gap is just etching around 10-12 seconds. So they're definitely not out of sight, out of mind of the peloton. They certainly want to catch them before the next intermediate sprint at kilometer 74 with 141 kilometers to the finish. So we're 20k to go.
20k to go until the second intermediate sprint in Semera. There it is. Semera shot off the 7 riders in the breakaway. We did see a few riders chasing, forming a chaser group, trying to ride away from the peloton, potentially trying to join these group of riders. So 7 people rotating together. We have 1 rider at the moment, 16, Matthew Denham, just recently joined the breakaway group. So Matthew Denham had a 2-year hiatus from professional racing. He did super well in Grand Tour. He was top 10 finisher for the young rider category in Tour de France. He was 5th in the under 23 Glasgow World Championship. You know that's one tough course. And after that, he had suffered some injury, and also the recent one, he had a tarsal tunnel syndrome, so in his ankle, so that's not allowing him to stand for more than a few minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, so he had to gamble, go on a surgery. So this is basically his first race back, and I had a chat with him 2 days ago while they were starting at Concord, you know, where the riders stayed on yesterday's stage. Yeah, so he was, so far the road to recovery has been super good. He was impressed by how his body coped up with Langkawi. It was better than he expected. So hopefully this is like I guess a new start for him.
Yep. Judging from the way he's pedaling, his ankle is pretty much healed and looking good, looking smooth on his Lapierre bike, and so he's looking super comfortable, and it's amazing that these elite athletes are able to recover even from some of the serious injuries that normal person from a doctor perspective will probably tell them that you either never race again or never do a competitive sports. But then these elite athlete tends to bounce back, and that's what shows the mental strength as well as physical ability. And many of them, we all know, they have very high VO2 max. That there are studies showing like people with a higher VO2, they're obviously taking more oxygen. That's crucial for recovery. So they're able to recover faster than the average people.
Yeah. So speaking of high VO2 max, there was I guess an episode. I can't remember what was the podcast name, but it was from Dr. Peter Attia. I think everyone's familiar with Dr. Peter Attia. So he did talk about VO2 max. So there is basically a high correlation between the ability for one's body, for a high VO2 max, and one's body to fight chronic illnesses. Yeah. So sometimes being fit is not so much about winning bike races, but also being fit is your ability. I guess you have high VO2 max. Your body is more efficient at transporting blood. I guess because of that, there is a high correlation between when you have you're cardiovascularly fit, your body are able to fight chronic illnesses. So we're talking about I guess basically longevity. That's his area of study, longevity study. So so let's say I guess his way of thinking. Okay, I want to be able to do certain things when I'm at the age of 80 years old, right? So so then you backtrack, like, so what do I got to do now? What do I have to do now to make sure that I'm able to do whatever I wanted to do at 80 years old? For example, probably you want to be fit, you want to be healthy. You got to put time when you're a little bit younger at the moment. Build that fitness, build that cardiovascular ability, be a little bit more strong as well. You don't have to be ripped, you have to be strong. This It's two different things, right? Yeah, you don't have to be like, you don't have to be like, bodybuilder Rick. You have to be strong. So for example, at the 80 years old, I want to be able to carry my grandchildren, quote unquote, for whatever reason. I want to be able to ride my bike, or I want to be able to enjoy, holidays or whatever. So you do that.
Yeah, it's meanwhile, talk about longevity. They certainly increase the time gap to a bit of over a minute now.
So, that's good.
Well done. Now seems like the peloton finally eased off the chase. We got a glimpse of the peloton that sort of lined spread across the two-lane road. So that kind of signal that they have sort of give up the chase, so to speak. Right.
Finally.
It was not an easy battle. First 1 hour covering 50k an hour. It took them 50 kilometer or so to really establish the breakaway, and that seems like the moment it gets over a minute, that seems to be a signal showing to the viewers here that the peloton is finally able to establish themselves.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, considering how tight the general classification time is, and also the points classification, there is no doubt that we do have the possibility that the peloton wants to bring this breakaway back. We have it just under 20 kilometers, probably 15 kilometers to go until the second intermediate sprint.
15,
so we'll see what's going to happen. It's been an interesting stage so far. His aerial shots, we are at 155.4 kilometer to go. We are basically still, there's this road. We're trying to see on the race manual at the moment. They are at, let's see, what is this? Jalan Mahmud and Jalan Jabar. So so this just they're riding straight on.
Yeah, it's we got aerial shots, and it was pancake flat, and the road is dead on straight. So right now we're getting the neutral service again, servicing the rider, because the gap is just only a minute or so. So the team cars still not able to come in and feed the rider, but I'm sure all these 7 riders are very happy to see at least a neutral car by Jaime Bike Center is here, and give them a bit of water. They're not able to get gels or any isotonic drink. Although a cold Coke, Coca-Cola probably be the top of the menu.
Mata ganjaran tanpa kad di Petronas. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Sofia kan suka tolong orang. Dia suka buat Mama senyum. Lepas tu, pandai buat magic. Sebab tu Sofia sayang Papa.
Lah, guna masa reward siang. Isi senang, tebus macam-macam, senang. Beli jiwa pun senang. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
Baik, Lily berada di finishing line Port Dickson dan bersama Lily ialah salah seorang pegawai bomber, Encik Faiz. Apa khabar?
Ya, khabar baik.
Alhamdulillah. Okey, kita nak tanyakanlah kepada Encik Faiz mungkin macam mana rasanya bertugas menjaga keselamatan semasa acara saingan Petronas LTdL ni berlangsung?
Pengalamannya cukup mengujakan. Kita sentiasa standby untuk buat pancuran air untuk bila player tu sampai di garisan penamat, dia akan datang ke tempat kita dan kita akan bagi semburan air lah.
Mungkin boleh sharekan jugalah apa sebenarnya persediaan khas bomber lah sebelum, semasa ataupun selepas perlombaan.
Kita standby backup untuk air. Jikalau player perlukan air ataupun logistik ke untuk tim-tim logistik yang memerlukan air, kita akan supply. Biasanya kadang-kadang air itu terputus ke apa semua, kita akan backup lah. Itu saja.
Mungkin dari segi cabaran pula bagi pihak-pihak bomber ni, apa cabarannya untuk Encik Faiz dan rakan-rakan setugas?
Cabarannya biasanya dari segi teknikal lah. Kadang-kadang itu terputus waktu hujan, lepas tu kesesakan lalu lintas. Tapi itu biasalah. In the meantime biasanya kita akan boleh counter lah benda tu.
Okay, Encik Faiz boleh nampak ada ramai pelumba-pelumba antarabangsa tempatan. Mungkin boleh kongsikan jugalah apa perasaannya, apa orang kata pengalamannya bila dapat bertugas dalam acara berprestij seperti ini.
Saya cukup berbangga lah. Cukup berbangga kerana dapat menjadi sebahagian daripada tim-tim keselamatan logistik untuk LTdL dan diharap seterusnya pihak LTdL tidak jemu untuk menjemput agensi-agensi kerajaan untuk bersama membantu dan memberi sokongan lah.
Baik, terima kasih Encik Faiz. Selamat bertugas. Okey, Lily bersama dengan YB Datuk Haji Kalsum Nordin, iaitu Exco Pembangunan Wanita Keluarga dan Komuniti Negeri Melaka /Adun Pangkalan Batu. YB, apa khabar?
Alhamdulillah, sihat seadanya.
Alhamdulillah. Okey, YB hari ini turut sama-sama hadir untuk program PLTDL untuk memberikan sumbangan kepada orang-orang yang memerlukan. Mungkin YB boleh kongsikan sedikit kerjasama yang dilakukan dengan tim Cover Kit untuk hari ini.
Okey, Alhamdulillah, saya sekali lagi mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Cover Kit yang telah memilih Dun Pangkalan Batu untuk program yang saya kira cukup murni ini dan cukup baik ini di hari Jumaat yang mulia ini. So insyaAllah kami di Dun Pangkalan Batu menyokong penuhlah program yang mulia ini. Alhamdulillah. Okay. InsyaAllah kita juga akan bersama-sama lah kalau boleh menyokong dan akan bersama-sama berkumpul di mana laluan Cover Kit ini akan diadakan esok pagi. Okay. InsyaAllah malam ni juga saat lagi juga kita akan beritahu kepada semua warga Pangkalan Batu untuk turun bersama-sama menyokong program ini dan melambaikan.
Okay. So YB boleh panggil orang ramai untuk sama-sama hadir ke lokasi untuk permulaan esok?
Ya, boleh. InsyaAllah. Kenapa dipilih Pangkalan Batu? Sebab Pangkalan Batu sentiasa bersedia insyaAllah. Dan laluan tu pun dekat dengan tempat kita lah, Dun Pekalan Batu ni situated lah. Right.
Okay, YB kalau boleh kongsikan sikit lagi lah. Mungkin YB nak tarik orang ramai yang menonton untuk datang bercuti di Melaka. Sebab apa yang best kat Melaka ni YB?
Okey. Wah, cerita pasal Melaka tadi kita dah bincang tentang kehebatannya asam pedas. Asam pedas kita memang sekali makan 3 bulan tak apa? Tak boleh lupa lah. Banyak tempat-tempat yang menarik. Kalau dari segi makanannya pun memang sedap-sedap juga. Tapi dari tempat menarik banyak yang kita berdapat, seperti pelancongan kita yang terbaik, macam scenery kita, apa tu, rumah Hantuan Center dan beaches kita pun bagus, pantai kita yang cantik dan menarik, dan juga tempat-tempat bersejarah. Itu tak boleh nafikan. Jonker Street tak boleh cakap lah, memang yang terbaik. Semua orang cerita pasal Jonker Street. Kita orang Melaka pun kadang-kadang tak terpergi ke sana sebab dibanjiri oleh orang luar, turis datang ke Melaka. Itulah hebatnya. Dan jangan lupa kuih keria kita.
Alright, terima kasih YB. YB nak belanja kita semua makan asam pedas ni. Okay, kita gerak dulu. Bye.
Terima kasih pasal kita dapat kit makanan dan juga duit RM300. Alhamdulillah. Terima kasih kepada Calva Kit yang sudi memilih dan memberi sumbangan yang begitu baik sekali pada kita. InsyaAllah.
Mana lagi?
Points or time bonus, we will see. We do know Ayman Rossi never let anything to last few stages. He will try to get as many points as he could possibly get. Probably not so much for his own results in the classification. Rather, it's just it's just good motivation, good I guess good look and good boost for the for the fans on the side of the road. Yeah. Obviously, considering he's in his own state. There it is. Another bottle.
Nice handout.
Yeah.
Nice handout. He just dropped the bottles nicely and then quickly pick up a feedback. Certainly very professional, very classy rider.
Yeah. I think it's a little bit more. Some riders just like throw the bottle. But this time Ayman Rossi made it. It was intended. There you go.
There you go again.
He intended the bag to give to the spectators.
Show the respect to the spectator. Because I have seen. Personally, I'm going to speak out. I mean, I'm sure some World Tour rider, you would think that they should have so much world experience and such a class, and they have behaved. I would say actually quite poorly. I think two of the rider yesterday was fined from the World Tour team and was fined for littering. And it's really sad to see, we have a top team, world-class team coming into a local race here and still getting the penalty, and certainly set a bad example for the rider from the lesser team, from the Continental team. And they would say, oh yeah, well, how come the World Tour rider also doing this? And
true.
So if you're DS, you're in the World Tour team, just to say you're in Pro Tour team, you're not above the regulation. Just tell your rider, stop throwing the bottles and trash into the beautiful Malaysia environment. We don't appreciate that, and we would appreciate you telling your riders to behave properly.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so that's it. No one's above the law. Thanks for pointing it out, Denny. Yes, for sure. It's a bit of a reminder as well. It's we are on screen. Riders are setting a good example. I mean, it's also good for the riders, I guess. Perception, how the public is going to perceive of the rider, and also being a rider, for example, like Ayman Rossi, very, very accommodating to fans. Is definitely a plus points for sponsors to be on board.
Exactly. And also just the fact that it's not only happening in Malaysia. We've seen across the world there is a massive amount of tension between drivers and the cyclists and the people, the general public and the cyclists.
That's true.
So there is already frictions there. And then you show on TV, then some of the World Tour big name riders, big time team riders are throwing trashes into the public and was shouting profanity onto the public, and that's not going to get much fan support from the public. So I certainly hope the riders and the DS are listening, and they can talk that in the team meetings. So
absolutely agree.
That's not just for Malaysia, just for cycling in general.
Yeah,
So
definitely. I mean, you are racing here. You are representing the sport.
You're representing the sport. So I know it's not only Malaysian watching the race, and there are people all over the world watching this race. And if they say, "Oh, look, the cyclists just throwing trashes all over the public roads," and certainly you're not going to gain any fans. And if the cyclists, and then also there will be innocent cyclists who probably cycling had nothing to do with this, and then a driver passed by or a public somebody who dislikes cycling and purposely hit a cyclist, innocent cyclist who had nothing to do with this particular incident. You certainly bring a bad image, and I can't speak enough about the risk already these cyclists are facing, and some cyclists just tends to adding on to that fuel to the fire. So. We certainly don't need that type of misbehavior, and we hope we don't see any of that. So 500 meters.
Yep, let's hope no one misbehavior.
I think these guys will know. They will just want to contest a clean sprint because it's still a long way to the finish. 140K, 140K to the finish.
There
and look at
Iman Rosley on the right side row. We did say Matt Denham stretching out his legs. 7-11, click rider. Joseph Javinia is there. Looks like Iman Rosley is taking the lead. 100 meters to go. Let's see who scores the maximum point. Yusri Shari is in the mix as well. Let's see if Joseph Javinia and Matt Denham. It's a time one. Let's see who got it. Oof,
we
that's
need
a tight one.
Photo finish.
I need a photo finish for an intermediate sprint. Looks like all four kind of crossed the line at the same time.
Nothing is given, nothing is, handed over.
Yeah.
They were certainly battling out, and I think Iman Rosley lead it out a little too early. I mean, he started the sprint 150 meters to the intermediate sprint. So we need to get a replay in order to tell who actually win the intermediate sprint.
All right.
And look like Matthew Damon was trying to just launch the final bike launch into the intermediate sprint. So good to see that he's certainly contesting. He's not just a passenger, he's contributing to the breakaway. And really happy to see that he's recovered from his injury and he's sprinting out for intermediate sprint points.
Yeah, I think probably the first 6 stages he was just trying to see if he's feeling good enough. Obviously, 6 stage in, 7th stage, still feeling good, so he's going for it.
Yeah, well done. Excellent job, and happy to see that a rider, who has some serious injury and then back to the racing. And so I'm sure everybody in the peloton, most of these riders has some broken bones and accident before. And that's part of cycling. Is like I mentioned, it's a dangerous sport. It's not by no means. I think. I was always joking that there was I don't have to quote names, but there was a rider that has said if the riders don't want to take risks and are afraid of crashing, they should go and play ping pong. So that would be you'll be away from the element, away from the sun, the wind, the rain, and definitely there won't be any risk of crashing. Maybe only crashing to the barrier trying to catch a ball. But it's I don't think anybody will ever broke any bone by playing ping pong.
Yeah, look at that, the peloton. Although they look like they're just cruising, but the peloton is moving at close to 50 kilometers per hour. They're just about to pass the 100 meter to go for the second intermediate sprint. Although they're not contesting it, the 7 riders already got all the points. It's definitely a fast stage. We see it's a tailwind just now. See, it is tailwind. You can see the Malaysian flag waving towards the direction of where the riders are traveling. So it definitely have contributed to the fast stage. Look there, Alexander Kristoff just hanging out the back, obviously. Let's just hope he's feeling a lot better today to go for a 99th career pro stage wins.
Though I think he has a tall task. It does suit him, it is long stage. So that probably suits him because we talk about Alva Klein who crashed out in the UAE race in February. So he hasn't raced much, just only started back out racing in August. So if Alexander Kristoff wants to take that 99th victory today and tomorrow, probably suits him as well. But today certainly should suit him to take that victory because we certainly hope a legend like Alexander Kristoff gets his opportunity, and because he comes so close.
Oh yes.
So close, and he wasn't feeling great a couple days ago, and hopefully he's feeling much better now. And we certainly like to see in a exciting finish. We're gonna get a replay of the second intermediate sprint. Finally, we can see who actually take the intermediate sprint, because it was a close one.
Let's see. We're just going to have a quick replay. Here is the visual of the 7 riders working well together. Here it is. Ayman Rossi initiated the first one, followed quickly by Joseph Javinia. Although he had a little bit of a gap, Matthew Denham just using Joseph Javinia as a little bit of a launch pad. Here it is. Matthew Denham coming to the left side. Yusri Shari on the right side. However, it is Ayman Rossi.
There you go. Okay.
Got the maximum point.
Got a maximum point. And Soba doesn't get involved in any of the intermediate sprint like he's done in the past. He's like, you guys go ahead. You guys go ahead, knock each other out. Have some fun, knock each other out. I am just keeping my steady pace.
Yeah,
and,
maybe,
there we go.
Yeah, there it is. Ayman maximum points. Probably Joseph Javinia second. Yep, and Yusri Sha'ari from Malaysia National Cycling Team. 1 point for him.
Well done.
Well done, Malaysian rider, contesting it out in second sprint in the town of Samirah, right by the side of Samirah Petronas.
And that actually, well, so he gained a couple more points. It's 18 points on that sprint classification, although it's still too far away. But he's getting close to the 4th and the 5th place. And but the orange jersey holder, KBS orange jersey, is still led by Alan Brickler. And
that's absolutely right.
But I think Alvin Decline certainly would like that, take that orange jersey out back today. That's a possibility. So Uno X has a task of trying to win the stage, and also what do they want to keep the orange jersey, because if they sprint it out for Kristoff, they may not, Brickler may not get enough points to keep the orange jersey. So wondering that who do they sacrifice?
Oh yeah, true.
So which is more important?
Yeah, to the team for sure. But looking at how the stage have played out so far, you know, obviously Alexander Kristoff is in the hunt for stage wins. You know, he ideally wanted another 2 stage wins to round it up to 100 career pro stage wins.
Yep.
But then again, you know, in achieving that, he looks like he still puts the team's ambitions in front. You know, we saw that he's been leading out for Erlen Blickra for multiple stages, except for the 3rd stage, where I guess the sprint finish suits more to him after tough terrain. But yeah, for most of the time, he's been leading out for Erlen Blickra. I guess
the first day they were leading on for Kristoff.
Yeah, the first day, absolutely. But then for the past few stages, it was Kristoff leading out for Erlen Blickra. But yeah, so yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the team of Uno X is gonna sort of like segregate or I guess plan out how it's gonna be for Uno X. But yeah, let's see if today's stage is gonna be a stage for Alexander Kristoff. You know, 99 is not a bad number as well for a career win.
Well, for most of professional rider, even just getting that first career professional win is a big task. You know, and it's so many times that the rider have come close, but so many times, you know, just for getting that one victory is a monumental task. So for Kristoff, who is obviously a legend of cycling representing Norway in having won 98 races, it will be, you know, it's just an amazing accomplishment.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. Speaking of Norway, he's just been appointed as the ambassador for Tour of Norway yesterday.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Just saw on Instagram.
Okay.
Yeah, and then they did a little bit of a video and a replay of all of his iconic wins.
Right? And
for
he has won GC as well. I think he won the Tour of Norway GC, Arctic North win. I had to look it up.
Milano San Remo was definitely one of his top wins in his pro career. Obviously, it's not an easy classic race. Upwards of almost 300 kilometers of racing. You know, had to go up a climb just before the finishing straight, the infamous podium, and he managed to pull it off. So he's definitely one of those sprinters that favors a hard and tough race before finishing it off in a sprint. So it's been a tough race so far of let's say almost 70 kilometers of racing. Let's see if he's feeling good. You know, the main thing, if he's feeling good, and then yeah, I think the team would be more than happy to get him to sprint and finishing it off at Medini today.
Yeah, that's a sight that a lot of the riders are looking forward to after a long stage. You know, it's 214 kilometer, 200, almost 215 kilometer, plus a neutral. That's gonna add up to 222k for today's longest stage of the 2025 PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi.
Yep.
And here we go, just the side of the peloton are happy and strolling through. Then luckily there's some shades, some trees on site, and getting a brief retreat. Even just that brief moment, I'm sure is well welcomed by the riders. Just getting a little bit. And meanwhile, Daniel Whitehouse, you can see here with the black helmet. And when he's super, his stacking is very low, and it's still a negative, I think, degree. And I had a chat with him. I said, you know, hey, buddy, and you should, like, you know, modern days they are raising up the stack highs and raising up the hoods. And he said in his typical Daniel Whitehouse fashion, he goes, I don't believe in him for that. So, I guess if you're turning enough power on the pedal, that may counter off some of the aerodynamic disadvantages. But however, I urge you to try out, just to test it out in off season, to see if, you know, whether or not, if you don't, even if you don't believe the aero gains, just test it out. Keep an open mind and compare it, and you know, it may be more comfortable. And certainly interesting character, and good to see him back in racing, because he took a couple years off, just like you know, not due to injury, not like Matthew, but he did take a couple years off from racing, and is happy to see him back. And meanwhile, another legend,
Yuki Arashiro. That was interesting saddle height. It looks like he does have his saddle quite high, and is tiptoeing through the pedal stroke.
Yeah, it's
maybe he's just used to it, I suppose.
Yeah, but generally, I mean, I know his mentor, Shinichi Fukushima, that they ride pretty low on the saddle. I mean, so it's I remember he told me when he went to France, when Koji Fukushima, who was you know, stage winner and also yellow jersey wearer of the Tour de Langkawi, and who inspired Harif Saleh. But they typically when they get to France, and then their French coach tell them to lower the saddle height by another couple centimeters. So yeah, interesting. Maybe for, you know, maybe he has changed a little bit over the years, but. Yeah, here's a overall general classification. There's no doubt. We know it's a close fight. Joris De Bois of the Total Energy staying ahead, just 6 seconds ahead of Johannesson, and at the same time with Adrian Mayer. Of French. Here's a Panamanian national champion. There was a Panamanian rider riding for Trengano cycling team a couple years ago too.
Right, okay.
Christopher. A very good rider from Panama. It's not you know, South America certainly is very rich in cycling tradition. So we know the Colombians, the Venezuelan. You have the like of EF education leader. So they know it's Ecuador and Colombia, Carapaz, and they're very well known. And now Mexico, well, Mexican is not a South America. It's part of North America.
It's part of North America. It's been impressive. The stature of riders that have come out from Mexico.
The Hispanic, so the Hispanic population of the North and South America certainly have been very expressive. Impressive. So, but Panama is, you know, relatively flatter Central American part of the American continent. And so it's not known for, but it's good to see. You know, he's certainly represented in the pro team, so second division team, and he's riding very well. And representing Panama by riding for the Solution Tech Vini Fantini, the Italian team.
Italian team, yeah. Quite a mix of culture.
Yeah.
And from TD we have Japanese rider. We do have Serbian rider.
Yeah.
We have Panama, New Zealand. Quite a mix.
Yeah.
Quite a mix of culture
Yeah.
in there. And the meanwhile, the peloton is still living a comfortable gap of 2 minutes and 25 seconds. 130 kilometers to go. Rolling turns well together. Ayman Rosli just finishing off his turn, coming to the front. Yusri Sha'ari from Malaysia National Cycling Team. Joseph Javinier, 711 Click. Matthew Dinham from Picnic Post NL, Johan Sobal from Chengdu DYC, and just coming up there is Ade Mesa from Nusantara BYC, Indonesian rider riding for an Indonesian team. 7 riders have been riding very well together, rolling turns, although they had a bit of a competition earlier in the second intermediate sprints, but that's all done. Now they're riding together. Here it is, another shot of Matthew Dinham from Sydney, Australia. Some let's see, some nutritions there exposed from Johan Sobal. Full pocket there from Johan Sobal. So these riders are really consuming, making sure they have enough carbohydrates. So if you're trying to have a quality workout, for those of you that are listening, make sure you have enough carbohydrates. If you got nothing to burn, you can't do your workout. Right. If you got nothing in your tank, you got nothing to burn. All right. So so that's some tips for those of you that are riding at home. Obviously, to consume enough carbohydrates, and also for me personally, you know, consuming enough carbohydrates, feeding yourself well throughout the ride, is so that you don't. How do I say, rummage through your fridge and grabbing whatever you can, and you make sure that you're not going home hunger flat, so that you don't eat whatever you can grab just from that being hangry, I suppose. Here it is, Joseph Javinier is taking some feed from the car, is getting some drinks from the car, some water from the car. Looks like some Bubbles O2, just to hydrate himself, or maybe just to wash himself, making sure he's stayed cool throughout the race. Here it is, 2 minutes and 25 seconds. That's it. Matthew Dinham just sipping from the bottle, keeping himself hydrated. Racing for the Picnic Post NL World Tour team. A Dutch team for sure, but he's no Dutch. He's an Australian, living in from Sydney.
Sydney.
Yeah,
nice place. What do you stay back in Australia?
I stayed in Brisbane, so north of Sydney.
Okay.
So we always go to Sydney by driving.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously you can go by flight, just over an hour flight.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can drive also. Just over 10 hours of drive.
Right, 10-hour drive. Wow. Okay.
But it's good, you know. It's just riding in the coastal roads. Obviously, yeah. So for those of you that prefer to drive, obviously, you know, a bit of a road trip. You can rent. They do some kind of relocation service over there in Australia. You pay like something super ridiculously cheap, like a $1 Australian or something per day to relocate like an RV.
Oh wow!
Yeah. To help the car rental company to relocate the car.
Okay.
Yeah, so they do have that thing, you know. We just just get.
So somebody rented one way from Sydney to Brisbane,
for example.
Then they need to get that car back to Sydney. Then you go in and pay $1.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Wow.
Back then, I don't know what it is today, but that was the case. You know, you pay something cheap, like ridiculously cheap. You know, I think no more than $10 or something. For example.
Good idea.
Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much. much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points. Redeem all kinds of rewards. And easy to win hearts too. Senangnya. Ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Ha? Buat apa tu? Wah.
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go! Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di PAM atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
Alright. Alright, Lily dah selamat tiba di Pasir Putih, Kelantan dan kini berada di depan booth PACE. Kalau dah ada dekat depan booth PACE ni, of course kita bersama dengan Executive Director of PACE sendiri, Mr. Teo Chia Chun. How are you? Jumpa lagi tahun ni.
Ya, jumpa lagi Lily. Last year masih ingat kami jumpa dekat Cameron Highland.
Okay.
14 tahun.
Ya, okay. Mr. Teo, mungkin boleh kongsikan lah for this year kan, sekali lagi apa yang mendorong PACE untuk sponsor PETRONAS LTdL Langkawi 2025?
Okey. Ini merupakan tahun yang ketiga kami bersama dengan pihak organizer, dan thank you kepada pihak organizer, iaitu MSN yang bagi peluang dan kepercayaan kepada company kami local brand for the sport. So itu yang salah satu reason mendorong kami, sebab ini pun kami LTdL merupakan edisi ke-29. So merupakan international event yang begitu berprestige. Itu yang peluang kami. Ya.
Okay. Alright, Mr. Teo, mungkin boleh kongsikan jugalah daripada, kan dah 3 tahun macam you mention tadi, apa perbezaan dia sehingga tahun ini?
Perbezaan semakin hangat. Cuaca pun hangat, suasana pun hangat, sama dengan peminat-peminat tempatan juga. Itu yang nampak ini event semakin dapat sambutan daripada local dan international tourist maybe.
Okay. Selari dengan hashtag Beat the Hate. Okay, untuk tahun ini mungkin Mr. Teo boleh kongsikan juga apa jenis produk yang dikeluarkan, apa kelainan, mungkin inspirasi design tu dapat daripada manakah?
Okay, so tahun ini kami punya official merchandise. So semua wujud daripada proudly by all the Malaysian. Termasuk thank you kepada tim I, designer team, R&D team yang begitu bertungku lumus untuk menghasilkan produk dan design yang sesuai dengan LTdL ini. Ya.
Okay, so Lily pun dah tak sabar nak check it out apa yang terbaru dekat booth PACE, sebab Mr. Teo kata dia nak belanja. So let's go.
Together at least until the finishing kilometer of today's longest stage of the Tour de Langkawi, stage 7, into Medini.
Yeah. A fair way to go until the third intermediate sprint, which is about, well, many kilometers still. So we are looking at, we are at the moment 120 kilometer to the finish of the race. The third intermediate sprint is going to be 48 kilometer. So yeah, they've got many kilometers to go before they reach the third intermediate sprint. So yeah, these riders are just working well together. 2 minutes and 10 seconds gap with 119.9 kilometers to go. So here's a look at the peloton. Just in front there, driving the pace, is a rider from Tudor Pro Cycling, which is Roland Tallman.
Roland Tallman.
Yeah, Roland Tallman. Yeah.
Swiss rider. Yeah, Swiss rider. Here we go.
Yeah. Where Tudor Tudor is basically is. Yeah. So Tudor is
Swiss watch.
Swiss watch. I think it's partly owned by Rolex, if I'm not mistaken.
It is.
Yep.
It is supposed to be the sportier version
right.
of the Rolex watch.
Okay.
So for those, I'm not a watch expert, but most of the top watches, best watches in the world, are all made from Switzerland.
Yeah, Swiss precision they call it.
Swiss precision, right? So there's always a joke like, we need to meet at at a mama shop for Teh Tarik. So it's gonna meet at 8 o'clock or whatever, 8 p.m. It's always good to tell people, like, if you want to meet a sharp, you say Swiss time. That's 8 p.m. Swiss time, not 8 p.m. Malaysia time.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the different cultures have different perception of time, I suppose. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, I do know, like, back then in Australia as well. So Australia has a little bit of time, at university as well. So normally you're considered on time if you're 10 minutes early.
Okay.
Yeah. I do know Italian have a different perception of time normally, or Spanish, I should say. I've speaking with someone from Americans in Spain. Americans in Spain. You say, like, you gotta give them some spare 10-15 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I think Malaysia are a little bit more chill.
Yeah.
You gotta give them a spare plus and minus 30 minutes.
30 minutes, right? Really.
The common argument is how bad the traffic is.
Yes, exactly. They always blame the traffic. But however, in South America.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Gee, I have a lot of friends. I mean, I lived in Miami, Florida for a short while, and then for some time, and then I have a lot of South American friends, right? In view, and they're 7 o'clock. It would be pretty much 8 o'clock.
All right.
If you tell you that we have a gathering or party at 10 o'clock, at 8 o'clock. There will be nobody shows up until probably 9:30 to 10. I mean, that's 1.5 hour to 2 hour later. It's a different country, different culture has a perception of time. And I also remember a friend of mine telling me, like, there's no way you cannot tell yourself you're on time. You're either before or after, because there's no way you're gonna arrive at 8 o'clock. And 0 seconds. Right? There's no way you arrive exactly at 8 o'clock dot, 8 a.m. dot or 8 p.m.
100%, I agree.
So there you go, Swiss time. So again, we talked many times already. So if you are there in the market to shop for a Swiss watch, Tudor. It's certainly a nice one. I do like their simplicity and the sporting heritage. I'm not so much a Rolex fan, too much gold and bling for me. And I'm more of a sports watch kind of person.
All right, there it is. 7 riders working well together. The gap have definitely closed down a little bit. 10 seconds reduced from previously, so now it's 2 minutes and 5 seconds gap between them. With 117 kilometers to go, 7 riders are working very, very well together. Here he is. We look at the peloton. So it looks like a HKSI racing teams at the back there. Isan is there as well.
And then Haris Saleh.
Oh yeah, Haris Saleh, 111 jersey. It's just like just prefers to be at the back out of trouble. If he doesn't need to be in the trouble, if he doesn't need to be fight for position, he just just preferred to sit at the back. Tailgating is what the term is. Yeah, it's tailgating.
He does tailgating. He doesn't like get into the shoulder bumping. Until the last 10 kilometers, then he gets on the front, and he certainly likes to fight for his position. But in the meantime, he's saving his energy and waiting for the finishing. And we are, despite there's still 116. I was looking at when we're going to reach the halfway mark. We're still 10 kilometers away from the halfway mark. The halfway mark would be 107. 107 or 107.5. So we are still approximately 9K from the halfway mark. So that's certainly a long stage for today.
There it is. A few Tudor riders as well, getting some feed from the team. That is, we've got 116 kilometers to go. They just reached a town called Bandar Penggaram.
Bandar Penggaram.
Yeah, Bandar Penggaram. Oh, looks like what happens? There's like a mechanical there, maybe.
Nature call.
Nature call. Right. Nature call. You got to do what you got to do. All right. There it is, some spectators. We did see a little bit of Malaysia Pro Cycling fans on the roadside just now.
Oh,
Yes.
wow. What is that?
Yeah, another looks like quite a majestic temple there.
Yeah.
For those of you that don't know, Malaysia is very multicultural.
Yeah. Multi-religion.
Multi-religion as well.
Yeah.
I guess the main religions that are here living peacefully together are, obviously Islam becoming these are the majority. Obviously, there's Buddhism.
Yeah.
There's Hinduism. There's Christianity as well. Christianity is pretty big here in Malaysia.
Christmas is I remember a friend of mine asked me, "Do you celebrate Christmas in Malaysia?" I just burst into laugh and tears. I mean, I just go. I mean, we celebrate Chinese New Year. We celebrate Malay New Year. We celebrate Indian holidays. We celebrate Christmas. It's a major holiday. So it's definitely a multicultural, multi-ethnic, and religious as well, and it's well tolerated, and it is well supported and promoted by the Malaysian government. Absolutely. So it's there are churches. I have plenty of Christian friends. I have plenty of Muslim friends, and as well as Chinese friends go to temple. It is very nicely harmonious coexistence.
That's right, for sure. That's the beauty of Malaysia, and then you get the mix of that culture in the form of food.
Yes, absolutely. So you can have your you can have your Western breakfast, and you can have your chicken rice, and then you can have your nasi kandar in the evening. I mean, certainly there's no shortage of food, and talk about harmony. So the peloton is working very harmoniously, and no one is launching any attack, any kind of interruption. Two riders just working very well. Just the swapping turns on the front, and here we see a Confama rider, very nice, just toss a bottle, I think, to a spectator.
Yeah, there is a spectator over there, throwing it high so that it doesn't endanger any other rider.
Yes. So that's at the front of the race, just setting the pace and keeping it very steady. Meanwhile, Vini Fantini, Aroshiro, just went back to the team cars and getting bottles, and you can see like he is holding at least 5 to 6 bottles in his jersey. He's passing out to his Panamanian Gonzalez, and representing the champion of Panama.
All right, 2 minutes. Looks like the peloton. Either the peloton have ramped up the speed, or the breakaway have lost some speed. So definitely the gap have reduced now. Spot on 2 minutes gap between themselves with 113.5 kilometer. We see total energies. Speaking of total energies, we did say about how the rider from Total Energies wearing Petronas jersey. Yeah. So they are energy company. I did a little bit of research. They are an energy company from France. French multinational, integrated and petroleum company since 1924. So they've been around for almost 100 years now.
Wow.
Oh, just over 100 years, I suppose.
Years.
Yeah.
Gee. Okay.
Yeah, so 1924, 2025. Yeah, it is just over. Now they're very active here in Malaysia as well. Total Energies. They do have some exploration, production, and distribution of petroleum products. And in 2023, they did sign an agreement. They signed with Petronas and also another company called Mitsui.
Okay.
For a carbon dioxide storage project here in Southeast Asia.
Oh wow. Yeah. Excellent.
Nice. So it's no stranger for Petronas.
Right. So
Total Energy is definitely no stranger.
So like they are definitely they're leader in their different market. And so they are both. They are all in the oil and gas industry. So that's a huge and it's Petronas, and certainly probably actually very very nice to have Total Energy and the Petronas Total Energy riders and teams in the Petronas to race sponsored by oil and gas industry.
It's really, there's a lot of like oil and gas company that actually sponsors cycling team, right? Back then, obviously Malaysia Pro Cycling was sponsored by Sapura. But also there's another energy company, biofuel company, which is Burgos Burpeli.
Okay.
Yeah, the company Burpeli is actually I just did a little bit of research as well earlier this morning. They are specializing in producing 100% natural wood pellets.
Oh wow.
Yeah, made from their own sawdust and pine chips.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so wood pellets. If you look at it, it looks a little bit like food pellets, you know, that you feed your pets with.
Okay.
Like your for example, you feed your rabbits or whatever. It kind of looks
Okay.
like that pellets.
Okay.
Right. But it's wood pellets from their own sawmill. It's basically a form of sustainable low carbon source of energy.
Okay.
Yeah, basically a form of biofuel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
All
this Burpelli company is very into, I guess, focusing in sustainability, reusing the sawdust from their own sawmill to produce another form of energy.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah, interesting.
Good, good insight. I appreciate that research done by our co-host Iza.
Yeah. And then so that's interesting, you know. I guess cycling is definitely a good representative of sustainability. Yeah, you know, I guess probably being a part of Burgos Burpelli BH seems to align their goals. You know, cycling obviously a more carbon, I guess carbon friendly, you know, zero emission.
Absolutely.
You know, encourage people to burn their fat, not oil. Not gas.
Yes, your own fat oil, right? So absolutely.
And yes, definitely cycling is the way forward, you know, for countries that are chasing a sustainable development goal or SDG ranking from United Nations. So I think so it makes sense for them to support whatever Burgos is trying to achieve, whether you know on the field racing or off the bike, you know, cycling in general.
So definitely, you know, it was, I was talking to an energy expert doing the MotoGP, Malaysian MotoGP, and this gentleman, he's like a consultant in energy field. You know, so we talk about obviously, you know, as a world going to electricity and so forth. And he explained to me, yes, there's certainly definitely a shift in the last 5-10 years, more into electric engine energy, but there's no way to walk away completely with fossil fuel. And the current fossil fuel company like Petronas and Total Energy are much more aware and focused on clean energy. So they are, you know, you cannot. There's just no way you run a modern country, a modern city without energy. And so the best way that they're turning out to natural gas to run a power plant. And they also looking at much like solar panels and windmills to generate that clean energy. So you know, you see countries like UAE and Saudi Arabia, and they all focusing on, you know, supporting the cycling industry, cycling teams as well. And it's to getting more and more aware and collaborate with a clean and healthy environment. So focus on that. So it is really good to see, and that's why it's such important for cyclists not to throw trash and into the environment and onto the road, and to certainly keep the environment and keep this world, not just the country, but this world clean and healthy, because for the next, not for your current generation, but for your, you know, for your kids and grandkids and many generations to come. And meanwhile, the 7 riders in the Breakaway are still working well together, but the gap has shrunk down just slightly as we approaching the halfway mark of today's long, arduous, long stage. So getting close to the feeding station. You see the riders. Here's Awang. Awang Saleh. He's a brother. He's the older brother of Hari Saleh.
All right.
So he's here always. Feeding here is perfectly done by Ayman Rosley. And that's Sharon.
Sharon just now.
Always documenting and videoing. Certainly being an important part of the Malaysian of the Terengganu cycling team.
All right, here's a look at the back of the in the peloton. They're about to reach the feed zone as well, getting some lunch, considering it's 12:30 at the moment. Perfect time for lunch for the riders. Definitely not for us here in the commentary.
No, there's no break there. Break here. So, but it's always a nervous moment, right? There's always there was a little bit of fear when it comes to feeding zones, and there's always rider. We have seen accident happen before. Rider grabbing a feedback, and especially luckily the pace is been pretty steady, but we have seen frantic races that their riders getting caught, their feeding bag getting caught. So personally, I much prefer feeding the rider from team car, especially when the pace is manageable. But it's really up to individuals. See, here's all the riders there. Don't worry, they're not dumping trash in the public. This is a designated trash zone. Yeah. So there will be a cars comes in behind the convoy to clean up all the rubbish and the bottle. That's no.
Speaking of crash, looks like is that Alan Blickler?
Look like
Is that Alan Blickler?
Oh
no.
Uno has the two rider crashing each other.
Oh no.
And this is not even approaching the
Alan Blickler looks like there's a problem with his bike.
That's Alexander Kristoff. I think that's Alexander Kristoff.
Okay, let's see.
Holding his hand.
Yeah, that definitely. Yeah, we got some information. Alexander Kristoff got involved in the crash, unfortunately. Let's see if he's okay. Obviously, the pace of the peloton is not going super fast at the moment. Yeah, that's Alan Blickler on the live feed at the moment. But the other rider is Alexander Kristoff. He didn't look like he was okay. He was holding some, I think it was his arms or something.
His hand, his left hand.
His left hand.
Looked like he must have landed on that awkwardly.
Yeah, must have landed awkwardly. I don't know, twisted or something. Well, let's see.
Yeah, hopefully it's not broken because, you know, if you...
it
looks like blood.
He's in pain.
Yeah, blood is...
looks like he's in pain.
Left and right. And that's not good. We certainly did not want to see that. A legend like Alexander Kristoff crashing out in his last race of his career. Certainly, it's not something that we want to see. We hope he can get back to the peloton. Now, a lot of these riders are no stranger to pain.
Yep.
And sometimes they can just
they can just ride through.
Normally,
but let's see if that's let's see what's the situation with Uno X. Hopefully we all can get an update and share with you guys in the live feed. But here he is, a look at the front of the peloton. Everyone's still getting organized after getting the feedback from their team staff, from their Swannier. With a gap to the breakaway, 1 minute and 50 seconds, 107.3 kilometers. We just passed the halfway point. Let's see if we can have another visual of the crash just now that involved two race favorites, Alan Blickler and also Alexander Kristoff. In just a moment right now. 107 kilometers to go with the gap of 1 minute and 50 seconds to the breakaway. 7 riders on the front, still working well together.
Yeah, it's hope to get I mean, it's the second crash by Blickler. Here is a preview.
Shot from the back as they're entering the waist. Oh, look at that. We can't see a visual what have actually happened. You know, we would expect obviously touch of wheels. No one yet moves around, so just the two of them. Two riders from Uno X.
Wow.
It's been a tough day for Uno X from yesterday and also today. Suffering crashes. Yeah, Alexander Kristoff don't look so good. He was holding his hand. Blickler looked like he's okay. But yeah, it looks like he's hurting. Kristoff looks like he's definitely hurting. Yeah, bike scramble on the ground.
And he's looking at a hand. It's looking pretty bloody, Kristoff.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, his left hand doesn't look very good. Oh yes, yeah. Oh, it's just some blood from his elbow.
Yeah, that's painful to watch right now.
Let's see how he's doing.
He's limping. He's certainly his left leg doesn't look good either. Let's as soon as we get an update on Alexander Kristoff, we'll let you know. But it looked like Total Energy's rider just come up to the front, kind of signaling like to slow down just a bit. We hope the peloton is slowing down a little bit just to wait up to give the opportunity for Kristoff to get back into the group, because we certainly don't want to see him DNF today.
Yeah, there it is. The breakaway, 7 riders still riding smoothly together. 105.8 kilometer. There it is.
Well, we just crossed the halfway mark already for today's stage. Which is 5K. Everybody's looking toward double-digit distance to go. So we're still in triple digit of 105.6. And meanwhile, the sixth rider now. Here's a Berkla. Berkla just get back to the team car.
Yeah, he's also having a bit of bloodied right elbow as well. Moving up into the peloton.
But no issue for him. He's getting back very quickly. I mean, a quick talk with the Unibet team.
Oh yes,
it's
a fellow UCI Pro team. So he's got some bruise on his shoulders, quite bloodied right.
Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes Mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points. Redeem all kinds of rewards. And easy to win hearts too. Senangnya. Ini baru Mr. Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Hah? Buat apa tu? Wah.
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go! Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di PAM atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
Okey, sementara kita nak menunggu perjalanan bermula, saya bersama dengan Abang Muza, iaitu Head of Pilot untuk Cavalcade. How are you, Abang Muza?
Alhamdulillah, sihat seadanya.
Okey. Mungkin ramai yang tertanya-tanya jugalah bila tengok kereta Cavalcade pergi ke kampung-kampung, sekolah. Macam mana sebenarnya nak terlibat dalam pasukan Cavalcade ni, Abang Muza?
Okey, untuk terlibat dengan Cavalcade ni memang kita ada open permohonan melalui website ataupun melalui kita punya official Cavalcade punya Facebook. Jadi boleh tengok ataupun rujuk dekat sana untuk mohon join dengan tim Cavalcade.
Okey, so untuk Abang Muza sendiri, salah seorang daripada pilot, cabarannya agak sukarlah sebab hampir 1,500 km membawa kereta. So macam mana nak elakkan dari mengantuk, maybe hilang fokus? Cabaran yang sukar sebenarnya untuk Abang Muza dan kawan-kawan.
Ya betul. Memang untuk makluman setiap masa kita ambil contoh pada hari ini dia melibatkan 230 punya kilometer punya perjalanan. Jadi untuk mengekalkan momentum tu yang pertama sekali memang kita mengharapkan pilot-pilot untuk cukup tidur. Okey, dari segi makan mereka, kesihatan mereka. Sebab kalau kata 3 elemen perkara ni kalau kita tidak fulfill ataupun tidak kita pastikan dia mencukupi, jadi takut akan beri efek kepada perjalanan kita nanti.
Okey, Abang Muza, mungkin dari segi macam Abang Muza nak cakapkan terima kasih kepada pilot-pilot Abang Muza sendiri, boleh shout out kepada driver-driver ataupun pilot Abang Muza sendiri.
Okey, kepada semua pilot tim Cavalcade, yang pertama sekali saya bersyukur sangat kerana you all semua sekali telah join Cavalcade dan juga menjadi sebahagian daripada ahli keluarga Cavalcade. Sebenarnya bukan senang, daripada ramai yang mohon, tapi kalian adalah antara yang terpilih untuk join tim Cavalcade. Tapi kerjasama, komitmen yang telah diberikan saya sangat-sangat hargai untuk semua tim Cavalcade.
Alright, thank you Abang Muza.
Alright,
thank you.
That is Yusri Syari from Malaysia National Cycling Team. We do have Joseph Javinia from 7-Eleven Click, Cheng Yin Mo from HKSI, Adi Mesa from Nusantara BYC. Rolling turns together, keeping the pace consistent with 98.9 kilometers. We don't know what's the ambition of the team. Obviously, we do know Ayman Rosli have had some close call of finishing it off in a breakaway. Another good gesture from Ayman Rosli, sending and dropping his bottle off to another spectators. What a lad! What a good role model he is to the spectators here in Johor. He's getting some bottles from the team car, to replace his finished drinks there. He did some his own strategy in the stage 4 from Kuala Terengganu to Kemaman, where he ensures that he get enough ice every hour or 45 minutes to 1 hour to make sure he's cooling himself down.
Yeah, it's super important on such a hot day. Not only hydration, but also cooling. He's getting must be a bit of washing There must be a lot of sweat on the sunglasses, and he's gonna shower. He got a bottle of water and just be able to cool himself and shower. And nicely putting the empty bottle back to the team car. Yeah. So well done. He's certainly a rider that's been very active and well respected. And in this year's Tour de Langkawi, always in the breakaway. And I think if you were to calculate how many kilometers he rode in the breakaway, he's certainly the most aggressive, along with Soba, and who's also been very aggressive in the breakaway, although not contesting the intermediate sprint, but he's always there and thereabout to keep himself in a good position and getting the break and showing his team sponsors, Chengdu, from the city of Chengdu. DYC cycling team.
That's it, very smooth turns. You know, those surges, you know, it's
Alan, much longer stage today. How different is it if it comes down to a sprint compared to the previous stages?
We hope maybe some of the riders will be a bit more tired today in the end. So we have the old man Alex, he really likes the long stages. So we believe he can be a good option today.
And what about the time bonus? Yesterday it had an impact on the race scenario. Do you think it would be the same again today?
Yes, we think so. Yesterday we were unlucky. Anders lost his chain during the first sprint, and then Astana came for a counter-attack. So I think today will be much the same, at least for the first sprint. It will be quite exciting to see what happens.
So that was Erlen Blickler. Some interview with him. Obviously, whatever he wanted to happen for today's stage isn't going to happen after Alexander Kristoff had to abandon the race due to some injury. But we had some glimpses now. Looks like Erlen Blickler does have some problem with his shoes as well. The boa have come off. Hopefully he could fix it on the fly, or maybe they got some spare shoes. Sometimes teams do bring spare shoes in the team car. But yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. They need to work something out to fix the situation. Here is the front of the peloton still again. Total Energies and also Judo Pro Cycling, just controlling the pace, keeping the gap manageable with 95.6 kilometer, 1 minute and 50 seconds a gap between themselves and also the Breakaway group. A few riders are being organized here. Obviously the pace isn't super high, but just riding in a single file. The average speed have been upwards of 48 km per hour. Definitely one of the things that have contributed to the average speed was the nature of tailwind today. They're already in the state of Johor. They started in the state of Melaka. They're heading south as we are speaking. The races basically have taken us from the border of Thailand from the north and to the border of Singapore in the south of Peninsular Malaysia. 94.9 kilometers. So for those of you that have joined us in the live commentary, feel free. If you have any questions, feel free to drop by. And you know, it's a long stage. We can talk about things. We can talk about things. If you have any question, either about racing, about bikes, yes, please do. We are 94.6 kilometers to go with 1 minute and 50 seconds gap, consistent gap so far. Another look at Erlen Blickler. He just called for the team car. Maybe need some technical assistance from the team.
Yeah, he looks like he's taking off his glove. I'm trying to get his glove off, and maybe he needs to change a pair of shoes. And I hope the team brought in a pair of spare shoes. A lot of them do, especially sprinters. They tend to have a spare, either for the rainy days or for the for potential crashes. And in this particular case, yeah, I look like he does need to change a pair of shoes. under the current situation. Otherwise, it will be really hard to contest for the sprint if you don't have you're not able to tighten the dials, or that's where the shoelaces would be better. So you know, I don't think you have that risk of damaging the shoelaces as much as dial. Here we have we're gonna pause briefly for another interview. And in the meantime, Breakaway just talk about today's long stage actually suited Alexander. And then we're gonna pause for another interview.
Joris, a second stage starting with the green leader jersey. Does it look like coming closer to the end, closer to the achievement? La deuxième journée à prendre le départ de l'étape avec le maillot vert de leader. Est-ce que on sent la fin qui se rapproche?
Bah ouais, il reste plus que 2 étapes, les deux plus dures, je pense. C'est aujourd'hui la plus longue, donc on va essayer de gérer au mieux jusqu'à la première bonif et puis essayer de gratter quelques secondes pour demain. Donc on va essayer de faire le maximum et puis bah on verra ça tout à l'heure comment ça se passe.
Last 2 stages, but they are the hardest. Today is the longest, and tomorrow there will be some hills. The first target will be the time bonus today. Let's try to get some more time before tackling tomorrow's race.
That was an interview with Joris Delbove, the current leader of the PETRONAS General Classification jersey. Obviously, for him in this particular stage, just to make sure that he's safe and maintain a good gap and close down any potential breakaway that might want to steal some extra bonus time, especially those in the second and third placing. But obviously he's interested to put on a bit of a show in tomorrow's stage, considering there are two quite a I would say steep to cause any damage to the peloton. We have the obviously Bukit Apang and also Bukit Hantu tomorrow, just before the finish in Kuala Lumpur city centre, the iconic twin tower of Petronas.
Yeah, that's you know, I'm just wondering if Alvin Klein will have any issues getting over the climb. The Bukit Ampang and Bukit Hantu, those are not super hard climb, but definitely not easy by any means. If the race leader from Total Energy, or if the Poti Visit Malta, Peneve's team decide to put up a pace, and certainly can split up the peloton, trying to drop the sprinter, and also the GC rider may looking for opportunity to escape and trying to take some additional bonuses.
Yeah.
So that will certainly be an exciting finish for today, for tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure.
And then also this year's overall race. So. But right now, in the meantime, it seems to be pretty calm.
Yeah, I remember seeing in last year's Max Pulse, he had an average for that Bukit Ampang climb. He had an average for the whole climb. He was an average at 470 watts to get up there. Obviously, he was chasing. He was part of trying to establish a breakaway. But yeah, so that's you can see. So that's about, I think he was total about 8-9 minutes going up that climb. You know, that's fast. You know, I mean, both me and you are familiar. It's not a long climb, but it's quite a painful climb.
Yeah.
Like if you're trying to go fast, it's quite a painful climb. You know, either Bukit Hantu. Obviously, considering the Bukit Hantu, they're gonna climb it on the reverse, which is a little bit a steep one. The first, I guess, kilometer. It's quite steep. You don't get a bit of a run in. It's pretty much you take the left hander and straight up.
Yeah.
You don't have any build up speed, so that can get that can blow the peloton to pieces.
Yeah. Certainly we'll expect some teams who are trying to drive the pace up the climb on the steepest section, and trying to blow up and trying to drop some of the sprinters. So we did see that Alvin Klein had a little bit of trouble during the climb on stage 3, but that was a much longer climb. So and he did have a stomach problem. So now he seems to be happier and recovered. I'm sure he would be very much intended to win and to win in front of the Petronas, and it would be nice, like to finish the race with a stage win. for sure.
Oh yes, for sure. He definitely already 2 stages in his belt this year. He'll be definitely interested to put another stage. At least 3 stage wins. Obviously, I mean, there's tomorrow there's another potential sprint stage if he could manage to stay with the group across the 2 climbs. But yeah, so. Yeah, the fight for the orange jersey is still on for Arvid Klein. He won it 2 years ago. He's definitely keen to win it again this year. Definitely a good. It will definitely be a good ending to his career for the 2025 season, considering he have missed out almost the whole season due to injury.
Right.
Yeah, in February.
Yeah, but I'm sure Blikar's not gonna hand over the jersey, the orange jersey, without a fight. So it will be exciting, and I think Peneve also from the Poti Visit Malta has been knocking on the door and being on the podium multiple times. So I'm sure he will want to have a chance to fight out for a stage win today. So we're talking about long stages, and sometimes the riders after 200 kilometers, even though the best sprinters, their legs may be fatigued. And also today we saw Brickler hit the deck during the race and still have some cuts and some issues with his shoes, and then need to repair. So that certainly increased his chances of winning today's stage, or at least getting another putting in the best shot and the contest for victory for Penave. So that's and also I think tomorrow also suits him potentially, and I think he can get over the climb fairly well. Just being racing in Spain. I know in Spain there's there's not many flat roads in Spain. It's a lot of climbs. So even you're racing amateur level to become to win enough races to get noticed, you need to get over the climb.
For sure.
Just like we've seen Oscar. I mean, that's why not many sprinter coming out of Spain.
Right.
But Oscar. Who is a decorated legend, a sprinter, Oscar Ferreira. So let me double check the name. Apologize to our viewers. Yeah, I mean there are a few, nothing like Australia,
nothing we've never heard.
Or Italy. There's a lot of great sprinter like of Mario Cipollini.
Elia Viviani.
Elia Viviani.
Obviously Manucelli is a good sprinter as well. Andrea Guardini, of course. So you're absolutely right. Yeah, we barely hear any sprinters Spanish. All right. So for those of you that are viewing now, we have unfortunately lost Alexander Kristoff. He have been DNF from the race. Yeah, due to the crash earlier, just before the 3rd feeding zone. Here's another look at the crash that involves Alexander Kristoff and also Erlen Blikra. We don't see quite a clear visual. That happens like a twist of front wheel, must have a touch wheel, so just the 2 of them went down, unfortunately, from the Uno X team. But Kristoff was definitely having some issues with his hands. That does not allow him to carry on. Yeah, he looks like he's hurting. Obviously, he's been in the sport for many times and for many years. He have involved in many crashes, but there. So yes, just a bit unfortunate for Alexander Kristoff. Obviously, devastated for us. To all the sport lovers of Toro Langkawi, of Petronas Toro Langkawi, the viewers of Petronas Langkawi, who definitely wanted Alexander Kristoff to be in the race and see him in his glory to finish his race off in the in Kuala Lumpur in front of KLCC. But unfortunately, fate have turned for him for the better, I suppose. But yes, it was just sad to see that Alexander Kristoff leaving the race, leaving Petronas Toro Langkawi today. All right, so we do have like Oscar Ferreira. Yeah, you were talking about Oscar Ferreira. Yeah, Oscar Ferreira Gomez, sprinter from Spain.
Yep. And he has won 3-time World Championship.
Oh wow!
And 3-time Milan San Remo.
3 times Milan San Remo.
7 stages in the Vuelta de España.
Yeah.
And 4 stages in Tour de France.
Oh wow.
And 10 time in Torino and Adriatico.
Okay, those are big races.
Yeah, those are definitely.
Races,
So he's certainly a rider with big, large Palomares and victories. So someone that, yes, that's probably the for me. That's a well-known sprinter coming out of Spain.
All right, so it looks like we've from 7 riders, we have dropped down to 6 riders now. So we have lost Joseph Javinia from 7-Eleven Click into the back to the peloton, I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah, so just 6 riders now, rolling turns together. So less amount of, I guess, working power in this breakaway now, from 7 to 6. So less amount of rest for each rider now.
Well, he did. Joseph did contribute for the first 100 kilometer of the breakaway.
Oh yeah, thinking about it, yeah, first 100 kilometer.
100 kilometer already.
Yes.
So he certainly felt, okay, 100 kilometer, he done his job. Since the gap is only 1 minute and 30 seconds, the chances of surviving to the end is shrinking as the kilometer to the finish is also shrinking. So that now 7 becomes 6, which is still a good number of working group. Everyone is still taking their turns. No one is skipping. No game has been played, and so everyone is working together as a unit. And 6 riders still have a chance, although the chance is slim. But they are working at least contested out and representing their sponsors and presenting themselves at the front of the race. And it's possible that some of them may have a fresher leg, decide to go, and then I'm sure there will be a fight for the most competitive rider of today. That seems to be the likely scenario of the final today. But however, we've seen, this is bike racing. We've seen LTdL now certainly become, again, the favorite. So earlier, Kristoff will certainly be the main favorite because the long, hot stage. But now, since Kristoff has exited the race, then his teammate, Melaka, and as well as LTdL and Paneve, and also is the rider from Bariani, VF Group Bariani, Van Zanen, Zanocello. I think he also have been on the podium, so certainly he would like to contest as well. And I think also he will have a chance tomorrow. And I see, here we go, number 7. He did not drop off. He just went on to the team car.
Yeah. Maybe it's just a bit of a going back to the team car, just probably getting some stuff, maybe some drinks, some nutrition or whatever. But Zap has been away for a bit, freshen up. So yes, so the peloton just passed the town of Ringit, another small town in Johor. They just passed a town called Senggarang. And now they're heading towards, they just passed Ringit as well, a small town in Johor. They're about to head to the 4th feeding zone at kilometer 141.3 or 73.6 kilometer to the end of the race. Obviously the gap have closed down a little bit, 1 minute and 25 seconds. Despite the peloton, despite the breakaway group is rolling turns still. Smooth turns, no surges, but potentially maybe the peloton have increased the pace a little bit more.
Yeah. Talk about biofuel. We see a lot of palm oil just passing through palm oil plantation.
Oh yes, true.
Just there. Palm oil also used for biofuel.
That's exactly correct.
That's one of the applications, and but I think it's also widely used for cooking and as well as cosmetic and so forth. So it's a very you mentioned the 2nd largest exporter of the palm oil plant. In the meantime, the peloton, it's not. It's just strung out, pretty strung out. But they're not. Today. It's not only the earlier pace we saw the first kilometer, first 1 hour covered 50 kilometer an hour. as they are approaching, you can see left and right the massive amount of oil palm plantation, which is very prominent when you're driving through this part of Johor. So it's very popular and it's a major part of the Malaysia industry.
Palm tree and also pineapple tree.
Pineapple, yes, you're right. You're right. Pineapple is a major thing, one of the plantation. Pineapple, very nice and
very
sweet.
Very sweet.
There's no durian tree. I don't think there's.
No, it's not famous here.
Not many durian farm here. So we talk about durian during the stages raw in the Baha. So, but here we're in Johor, it's not so many durian farms, so it's more of palm oils and pineapple.
Pineapple, absolutely. So for those of you that are viewing who are local to Johor, please let us know in the live comments what's Johor famous for? The kind of fruits or tourist spots, or delicacies, fruits. Just let us know. Obviously, this live commentary is being viewed worldwide. Let us know. Let the world know what Johor is famous for. Speed. Someone was asking about the speed. So the speed, they were, I think, upwards of 48 kilometer per hour average so far.
I think, all this throughout the multiple days. The speed has been extremely, most of the days there are 48 kilometer, 46 kilometer. Today, even though they look like they're just pedaling around, but I think they're still averaging about 45k an hour right now. And we're in the state of Johor. My wife is from Johor.
All right, okay.
Kluang, I do know they're
Kluang, okay.
Kluang, there's a famous, they're famous for Kluang coffee. And also very nice curry mee. Curry mee, there's a really nice curry noodle. The very time I go through, that's kind of like a combination of food between the Chinese and the Malay or Indian. Because in the traditionally Chinese, we really don't have curry. It's not part of our. I don't think I live in China. I've never seen a coconut tree in northern China. So there was no curry, coconut milk curry. That's curry noodle. That's something that's definitely a Malaysian Chinese, or it's not just Chinese, but it's popular dishes among all Malaysians.
So one of the famous one is called Johor Laksa.
Johor Laksa is another one. Yes, absolutely.
They don't use like a normal. I know for those of you that are familiar, laksa is like some kind of like a rice noodle, I believe.
Right, rice noodle with a fish paste. Right?
Rice noodle with a fish paste. But Johor Laksa, instead of using the conventional or the laksa made of rice noodle, they actually use spaghetti.
Oh wow!
They actually use spaghetti. Their gravy or broth is a little bit thicker compared to normal laksa. Still made of fish. But you normally eat it with that, some cucumbers, some white radish, and if you want to add a little bit spice to it, you add with the like a chili paste or sambal.
Right. Okay.
And then local traditional Johor people will eat it using their hands.
Oh wow!
Not with with
spaghetti,
fork and spoon.
Okay.
Because the nature of the broth or gravy is quite thick. It's not so watery.
Wow, I didn't know that. What's with spaghetti? That's a combination of Italian, and Malaysia. There you go.
So speaking of the Kluang coffee, right? It's not like your conventional, I guess, coffee. You go to the coffee shop, like espresso or anything, right? You don't need like a specific machine to brew the coffee. So normally they come in like a bag, a little bit like a tea bag, right?
Like a tea bag,
and then you sort of like just pour hot water into it. I brought the same Kluang coffee to the UK, get them to taste. Obviously, it was their coffee shop owner. It was the service course actually.
Oh wow!
So we went there. So they had a taste to it. They find it interesting. It's tasty in a different way. Because they kind of have like when you really drink like Kluang coffee, that are Kluang coffee, it's not It's not bitter. There's a particular taste to it.
Okay.
Yeah, like there's a little some bitterness. There's a kind of sweetness to the coffee. You can feel the roasted, I guess, feeling to it in your mouth, but not like particularly bitter.
Okay.
So yeah, they kind of appreciate. They're different to like your espresso or whatever. Yeah. Maybe any what do you call like Italians here? You know? They're coffee connoisseurs.
Yes.
Maybe you know Malucelli. If you're listening to the live, you're not doing anything after this. You can probably go and find a Kluang coffee and have a bit of a taste.
Have a taste, right? It has a different aroma. And it's very, I would say it's not a bitter. I mean, personally, I like bitter coffee.
Okay.
But I think the Kluang coffee has a different kind of aroma. Yeah, it's a good point. How would I describe that? It's definitely not. You know, some people like their coffee very sourish.
Yep.
I don't like sour coffee.
Okay.
So bitter coffee over sour anytime.
Yeah.
But Kluang coffee, it definitely has a bitter. I mean, it's if you take it black without any kind of sugar. But it has a very bold. I would say probably the word bold.
Yeah, bold.
It's like a punching, like a punch, and it's not a distinctive in one particular essence, but it's a punch of flavors. So, Marcelli, if you are around and follow this car and just stop by to grab a cup of Kluang coffee and then come back and join the race.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Speaking of coffee as well, Kedah, obviously, experienced Kedah Tourism is part of the main sponsor. Kedah is actually a very good coffee farm as well over there. Yeah, they are actually. I can't remember specifically how it tastes like, but obviously, you know, if you're ever in Kedah, there are some special coffee farm over there in Kedah as well. So Ben Khalid said lunchtime. Yeah, start talking about food. Exactly. Yeah. So if you're enjoying your food, have a good lunch. Obviously here we end the live commentary. Please eat on our behalf because we don't have lunch break here. We got to keep on with the live commentary. Obviously we love doing what we do here, talking about bike racing and giving you some insights about the place that these bike riders are visiting at the moment. Obviously in Johor.
Well, we're kind of like the riders. You know, they gotta ride their bike and doing their job of riding bike, and then eat the lunch while riding the bike.
Yeah, exactly.
We're having some nips and some snacks while we are talking.
Yeah. So if you hear myself not talking for a little bit, that's probably me having something to bite, and vice versa. If suddenly just me doing the commentary, then he's probably have something to eat at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, I hope you are the viewer at home. You probably done your Saturday morning ride, and you're probably at home to catch up, get some lunch, and enjoy really the finale of today's stage. So that's it would be nice for you to come and watch the finishing of the race. And it's certainly going to heat up. And now we're only looking at about an hour, probably an hour and a half, less than an hour and a half of racing. Roughly about an hour and a half racing. And meanwhile, the front is still well controlled by Total Energy and Tudor cycling team, pro cycling team. And on the front, two rider working with KSPO.
Yes, that's right.
And Nusantara rider, Malaysia Pro Cycling. And Chengdu is also present at the front of the race, and along with 7-Eleven, 4 rider from 7-Eleven here. They have 1 rider in the breakaway. Chengdu has a rider in the breakaway, and also all these teams has a rider in the breakaway.
Yeah. So someone recommended Senggarang coffee powder is one of the best.
Wow.
Andy Go from the live commentary.
Okay.
Yeah. So you got Senggarang. Senggarang coffee powder is one of the best. Yeah, you got to find one of those. So obviously Kluang coffee is the more famous one.
Right.
But yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Looks like we have let's see. Filipino friend joining, Filipino fans joining in the live commentary. Support Joseph Javinier. Javinier, 7-Eleven Philippines. Yes, he's doing well at the breakaway at the moment, rolling turns super well with the other 6 riders in the breakaway. Yeah, they've been in the breakaway for over 100 kilometers now.
Yeah. It is. It has been a long day. But there's only 76K to the finish.
Yeah.
So I'm sure all the riders here are counting down, looking at their Garmin's or Wahoo's. Just counting down how many kilometers to the finish right now.
Another someone commented, Zuhid Rosnawi said, what do you call it? A snail? Not snail. A seafood. Seafood. No, it's like in Malay we call it mi siput.
Okay.
Mi siput. So I'm not sure how do you translate that, but it's a type of seafood noodles. So what do you call that? I gotta figure out. Let's do a quick Google translation while we're doing the live
while
commentary.
at the head of the race, just say Matthew Denham from the Picnic Post NL, Australian rider, riding for the Dodge team, and he's on the front of the race and just driving the pace. And he's a rider that we talked about earlier. Had a pretty serious injury with his ankle, couldn't walk, couldn't stand more than a couple minutes, and now after surgery and after rehab, he's back at the front of the race.
Mata ganjaran tanpa kad di Petronas. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Guna Mercer Rewards siang. Isi senang, tebus macam-macam, senang. Beli jiwa pun senang. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
Okey, tim Cavalcade dah pun sampai ke starting line iaitu di Temerloh dan Lily bersama dengan dua orang rakan lah. Sebenarnya kami baru berkenalan actually last year. Dah bekerja dengan Anas tapi pagi tak nampak. Tapi kita nak kenal dengan lebih mendalam. Ini adalah tim-tim Cavalcade sebenarnya. Nama siapa terlebih dahulu?
Nama saya Anas.
Okey, di sebelah kanan Lily?
Baik.
Okey. So Anas, boleh tak share dengan penonton sebenarnya apa tugas Anas dekat tim Cavalcade ni?
Saya sebagai assistant HOD, saya buat macam-macam lah. Saya tolong HOD saya. Daripada segi hotel, pengangkutan apa semua, saya lah.
Logistik wise lah. Okey, untuk Paik pula?
Okay, saya lebih kepada media. Kita akan cover segala pergerakan yang Cavalcade buat sepanjang perhentian sekolah tu kan. Sorak-sorakan semua kita sorak. Kita sorak sekali dengan media semua sorak. Itu tugasan saya.
Okey, kalau Lily nampaklah sepanjang perjalanan ni Anas dengan Paik ni dua-dua memang very busy man. So untuk Anas, bila nak kena control, nak kena manage with macam banyak orang, macam mana Anas atasilah cabaran tu sebenarnya?
Atasi sebab atasi ni kita refer HOD sendirilah. HOD banyak membantu kita orang lah sepanjang stage ni. So terima kasih kepada Uncle Mike.
Siap. Okey, baik. Mungkin boleh share pula lah dari segi media. Kita nampak Paik selalu dengan kamera baik, phone, ambil video, maybe editing and some posting. So macam mana pengalaman Paik so far? Katanya dah 3 tahun dengan LTdL.
Alhamdulillah. Sepanjang 3 tahun, Alhamdulillah semuanya berjalan dengan baik. Setiap tahun benda yang sama dan juga setiap tahun makin bertambah ahli-ahli media sendiri dan benda ni bukan seorang. Kita buat bekerjasama. So itulah Cavalcade. Kita bekerja as a group, as a team. So sebab itulah kejayaannya muncul dalam tim Cavalcade ni.
Okey, mungkin ada orang yang tak tahu Cavalcade ni apa. Sebenarnya Cavalcade ni ialah pergerakan kereta yang mempamerkan jenama-jenama ataupun sponsor-sponsor. So kita akan singgah dekat sekolah, dekat kampung-kampung. So mungkin nak cakap apa-apa lah dekat orang yang tengah tengok. Kita ada beberapa stage lagi. Boleh panggil orang untuk ramai-ramai memeriahkan lagi LTdL ni.
Okey, kepada sekolah-sekolah dan kampung-kampung yang berada di setiap laluan kita, so get ready untuk dapatkan goodies dan boleh bersorak untuk aktiviti negara kita.
Okay, sebelum tu kita ada satu aktiviti Baik, mungkin boleh jelaskan hari ni di starting line di Temerloh apa yang akan tim Cavalcade sampaikan.
Okay, untuk starting stage 5 ini di Temerloh kita ada program CSR, which is kita panggil 5 keluarga untuk membantu, yang mana yang susah kita bantu. InsyaAllah itu akan memenuhi keperluan mereka lah.
Alright. Okay, thank you Baik. Thank you Anas. Bye.
For a hard finish, a hard and fast finish into the town of Medini, just across the border of Singapore.
So speaking of that, obviously Yeah, we've got a 68.7 kilometer to go. 1 minute and 50 seconds. Yeah, I was talking to Alexander Kristoff. Not Alexander Kristoff. Sorry, I got confused with Alexander Vinokurov.
Okay.
So I was talking to Alexander Vinokurov after stage, the Fraser stage. You know, he said, I remember on stage, stage 4, where they had to be in front with Anton Kuzmin. He and Anton Kuzmin was swapping turns. Yeah, it's he was struggling on that stage, you know. Yeah, obviously, it was like it was a hard day for him. It was he didn't mention it was a headwind the whole day. Yeah, and we were just swapping turns. Obviously, Anton Kuzmin looks comfortable, but yeah, whenever he had to go to front and sort of keep up with Anton's pace, he was like, oh, it's a long day. It's a long day for him.
Yes, it is. But yeah, Anton certainly was doing a lion's share of the work, and I'm wondering if he's still in the race. Well, he was on the starting list of the European Road Championship, which is coming up this weekend. So if he's doing Tour Langkawi, obviously he probably wouldn't be on the starting line of the European Championship road race. So
interesting to see.
To see if he's still here, but in the meantime, at the back of the peloton, we know that's the Hong Kong cycling team. Just 4 riders here rolling us through. We also see Aisan. Today's average speed for after 3 hours of racing is 47.1 kilometer an hour.
That's fast.
That's 3 hours.
Yeah, 3 hours.
Averaging just under 150k.
Yeah, that is very fast.
That is crazy fast. So that means basically they're gonna do a century, which is 160 kilometer. Here we see the Kazakhstan rider, Astana XDS rider is just bringing up. I think he's bringing up like
a
4 feedback.
That's like a whole luggage.
He's bringing a whole luggage. I mean, he's bringing the whole buffet to his team right now. And that's the skill of this rider, taking up, I think, a four feeding bag, just one for each, right? One for each rider.
Pretty much.
In the race. So that's a big, that's a lot of heavy weights that he has to carry. Luggage, heavy luggages. So maybe he heard about our talk about food and feeding, so he's getting hungry. So he gone out, decided go to the feedback and get lunch for everybody.
Yeah, for sure.
Because you know, they needed to eat now, because they certainly will need the energy with 66k to go. You want to be fully digested, right? You wouldn't want to be sprinting at 1,500 watts at a maximum pace. Meanwhile, still trying to digest your lunch. So
no, definitely.
That is good time to eat right now. And this is whatever you eat now will probably be a fueling for the next 1 hour, which is for sure. The pace is going to pick up. We're going to getting closer to the sharper end of today's race.
I think,
and 66k, and that would, based on judging on an average speed of 47k an hour. So that would take about an hour and 20 minutes at max, maybe 15 minutes. And I'm sure the pace is going to heat up even more. So we're talking about covering a century, which is 160 kilometer in approximately 3 hours, 3 hour plus.
They were flying.
That's just give you an idea how fast they are going. And they make it look so easy. They make it look so easy. And Matthew, and just sitting in the back and just make it look like it's just out there for a Saturday weekend ride. With the mates.
Yeah, that's right. Let's just finish a 220k rides. Before noon. Not even starting at early morning, so that's impressive. That is very impressive. Obviously, they are professional riders. They do this thing for a living. We just saw Matthew Dinham just at the back there, just getting some stuff from the team car. Probably some nutrition and everything. They gotta keep up. They gotta keep up with their glycogen stores. I don't know how many of these team riders here, how many carbs per hour they're consuming.
Well, I think they're somewhere between 3 to 4 gel for every 1 hour. But on such a long day, you know, certainly a lot of riders prefer some solid food. Because it's especially end of the race, 7 days of racing, you wouldn't want to keep eating gel, and then that will
For sure.
They call it break your stomach.
Yeah,
I mean, technically they don't break your stomach, but it is called break your stomach. So ideally you would want to make some sandwiches. Then you can put in the feed bag.
Yep.
And I remember as a DS, and I had to go down to the breakfast table and trying to take some bread and buy, whatever you bought, the cheese and some type of solid food. For them to digest, and that's something that you should only eat, of course, in the midway through the race, through long stages. You wouldn't want to try to chuck down a sandwich that's like 10K to the finish line for sure. So they need to eat it now. They need to eat some solid food mixed with gel as well. But certainly the modern technology, the bar and gel, come a long way from the old days of a power bar.
Oh yeah, power bar. Yeah, I remember those.
That was the first generation of the so-called sports nutrition.
That's right.
It is, especially on a cold day, it is pretty much like chewing a brick of the power bar. I mean,
yes, for sure. Yeah.
It's I think that's something that I wouldn't feed to my dog.
So I remember recently I just had the experience of trying Precision Fuels.
Okay.
Yeah, Precision Fuels, one of the sports nutrition company. They had these particular special solid ones. There's obviously they have the gels, and then they have the chews.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
the chews.
Yes.
But it's interesting because it's not like a gummy or textures, like a gummy kind of textures. It's the texture of a Turkish delight.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's easy to digest, right? Because Turkish delight is not particularly chewy.
It's chewy, correct.
It's not like gummy, kind of sticking to your mouth kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah. So that was, I tried that one. This is mind blowing. This is it's a game changer.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah.
And obviously, gels are quite easy to consume. Gels is like obviously, it's just another gel.
Right.
But obviously, gels these days, as we talked about earlier, they do have this cluster dextrin technology.
Right.
Just very slow release so that it doesn't upset your stomach.
Yeah.
Give you a more stable release of, glycogens.
Yeah.
Into your bloodstream. But yeah, that particular one's blue and white. It's 30 grams of carbs.
Okay.
There's 2 chews.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just very easy to digest. So I guess sports nutrition have come a long way.
Certainly. Yeah. I take some kind of the goo gel. Chewy. Kind of like gummy beer. I love gummy beer.
Oh, you like
so yeah,
me too.
I like that chewing process. So it's I like the goo chews.
Yeah.
Which is I feel like I'm eating something instead of just drink. Just swallowing the gel. Although some riders don't like eating the bars and they find it too dry. But I had a high five. That was pretty good.
High five was okay.
High five was a little moist. But then again, there's so many great brands out there, and with technology certainly have come a long way from the original power bar. And by all means, even the modern power bar, they are much improved.
Yeah, for sure.
They're much improved. So I'm talking about the old power bars. The old ones, they were definitely very difficult to chew, very dry, and especially just in the cold condition, they kind of freeze up.
And then also when you're riding, because you're not salivating enough. To soften the food that you're consuming. Right. So it becomes it ends up just choking you instead.
Yes, correct. Yeah. So here we go again. Look at Danny Whitehouse, his extreme low handlebars with
look at that, pointing down almost.
Pointing down with his hood, basically pointing downward. Boy.
Yeah. Speaking of nutrition, I remember Adam Hansen.
Okay.
He's just gels all the way.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because you always use this particular flask.
Okay.
Yeah, particular flask, and then you would just shove down that flask. People that goes trail running.
Yeah.
That flask. So we just shove down. I think depending on brand.
Right,
so I think it's at 250 ml.
Yeah.
So I think you can put in 16 gels or something.
Okay.
In there.
Okay.
Yeah, and then just putting it at the back.
Putting it in the back. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just so that not allowing him to litter.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very good thinking.
Yeah, so,
absolutely.
Yeah, he did mention about that. A lot of riders litter. Once they consume the gel, they just throw it away.
Yeah.
So that when he does that, he doesn't litter.
Yep. very nice.
And less tendency to litter, you know, because sometimes you have this packaging in the back pocket, it becomes sticky, gets very uncomfortable. You know, you get your hands in there, you want to reach for something out, and suddenly all that, you know, gels that are still left over in the packaging, it ends up being sticky. It's just, so that was how he did it.
Yeah, here's look at Ayman. He's calling for his team car. He got the ice socks in his back of his neck.
That's right.
He's certainly looking, number 113. He's calling for his team car. Right now it's 1:50, so I think the team car is still allowed to be in between. But he's definitely needs some nutrition.
Maybe another ice.
He does. The ice pack still looking pretty bulk and full. So it is. It's interesting to see if the team car is still here, because that also gives us an indication of whether or not the gap has shut down. The team car is still here, so we're still looking at over 1:50 in between. So he is taking out the trash. I think he's putting the trash back.
There it is,
absolutely. There you go.
Yeah.
We talk about a good rider, conscious about the image of cycling, and so he is certainly doing his team and doing his state, doing his country proud by disposing it properly.
Yeah. So it's been loving seeing Ayman Rossi. Just like although he never got on the stage for like top 3 position or whatever. Obviously, he did some most combative. He did wear the Asian jersey, but so sometimes what puts you on the board, potentially not even results, but it's just how you carry yourself on the bike and the kind of demeanor and attitude and behavior you put on while you're on live feed.
Yes, absolutely. So not everybody get on the podium. I mean, it's cycling. It's a loser sport.
Oh yes,
right?
For sure. You lose 90% of the time, or even 99% of the time.
99% of the time, because you have over 100 riders in the race. There's only one. There only can be one winner. So 99% time you don't win. Unlike football, you get 50-50, right? You get one team versus another, so you win. You can win or lose. But here you don't win most of the time. So just the opportunity to get on the podium. We saw earlier, so he has gone on the podium for the white jersey for a few days, and then most combative, and he's out there in front of the camera in the breakaway, and then be able to show his team representing his sponsors.
All right, 59.3 kilometers to go. Under 2 hours of racing left. We've covered just a century.
Under an hour and a half. I think it's going to be less than an hour. It's going to be an hour and 20 minutes. So
there you go.
We are definitely getting into the sharper end of today's long stage.
Yeah, but definitely not a slow one. It has been quite fast. The first hour, 2 hours was upwards of 48 kilometers. In fact, the first hour was over 50 kilometers per hour average. That was insanely fast.
Yep. Yeah, you're absolutely right. There is no slow races. You know, it's just there's no easy races anymore. Period. You know. So, and here's the.
Yeah, we're gonna have a shot. We're approaching the final intermediate sprint in about 10 kilometers away. Yeah, so this just shot a glimpse of what the third intermediate sprint would look like in Pontian.
Where's the PETRONAS station?
Maybe not this time. Yeah, it's just under a pedestrian crossing.
Okay.
Literally sprinting for a town sign. There it is.
Yeah, there you go.
Welcome to Pontian.
Yeah, welcome to Pontian. Yeah, here we go. Okay, that's what a lot of weekend warriors do. Let's go sprint over that for that sign.
Yeah.
And that's what they're sprinting for overhead bridge.
Yeah. So there's a little there's some beach here. Obviously the water is receding a little bit. Yeah, so Pontian definitely by the roadside, by the ocean side, I should say.
And we're gonna pause momentarily, and for interview, I suppose.
welcome to stage 7, the second last stage of this year's 29th edition.
Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes Mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points. Redeem all kinds of rewards. And easy to win hearts too. Senangnya. Ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Hah? Buat apa tu?
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go! Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di PAM atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Belanja di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mercery Rewards.
Absolutely.
Okay, very interesting.
And it's the rider on the front from Hong Kong, and as well as Chengdu just taking a turn. This is getting quicker, you know, it seems like they just go to the front. They're not even pulling for 15 seconds. They just rotate onto the front, then immediately go to the side of the right side. They come out from the left side and give away, and then moving to the left side. So just keeping the pace as steady as possible, because for sure there will be a hard chase come in. As Ayman Rosli just stretching out his back for spending. Yeah, he's definitely a character. That we have grown to love and to watch and to cheer on during this year's Tour de Langkawi.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Like sitting in that position for a long time can be very tiring, especially considering it's a longer stage today. There's no stopping. Obviously, yes, we do 200 kilometer, but we do like on our weekend rides, but we get to stop at least 2 to 3 times, you know, to stretch our backs and stuff. But yeah.
You do 200 kilometer on your weekend ride?
Yeah, no, I don't know. Back then, obviously, I'm not talking I do it. I only do it 200 kilometer once a year.
Yeah, my visa kind of expires at 12 o'clock noontime.
Oh,
so
okay,
I
just gotta ride faster.
Yeah, like these guys. If I'm right like these guys, 47k an hour for the first 3 hours.
That's
right.
right.
I could do 200 kilometer pretty much in 4 hours.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at 7. I'll be back at 11.
Yeah.
7 and 11.
Happy days.
7 and 11. That goes team 7 and 11. That's probably what they they call the team. No, just I think it's the 7 and 11. I start off 7 and come back 11.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And 200 at 200 kilometers.
That's 200 kilometers.
At 50k an hour.
But yeah, I was talking about stretching. Yeah, you're sitting in that position. You put a lot of stress on your hip flexors, on your quads, right? Just doing a little bit of stretching goes a long way, you know.
Yeah.
I guess yes, these riders they just need a little bit of relax or a little bit of stretch. That's all you need. For example, right, they're doing their pull. Let's say in their threshold, probably you're talking about 5 minutes or so. Then all they need is probably just like 30 seconds of just a quick breather.
Yeah.
1 minute of quick breather, and then they can just go again.
Yeah. Obviously the two rider only working on the front of the peloton, so they have to do a little bit longer turns.
Oh yeah.
Probably close to a minute or so. And then just a minute or minute and a half, and then they rotate it through again. You know, the quickly they rotate through, then they can get a bit of a rest break. But look like they're on the front doing at least a couple minutes pull. And so they have obviously just have a discussion. They have a mutual understanding. Okay, we keep it this pace.
Yeah.
We do this kind of rotation. These are all professional riders. They know exactly what they need to do. And meanwhile, they even decide like, let's just pull at this time. We keep the gap. There's discussion like we keep the gap to how many minutes until what kilometer to the finish. So this is all planned and discussed and agreed. Now, meanwhile, we see another rider from XDS Astana going through with the feedback. Although he didn't carry 4 feedback this time, it's just getting we're getting closer to the finish of the race, so you certainly don't need to eat too much. It's more for hydration and gel right now. And you know, also good time to like maybe the caffeine gel. We talk about gels. There are gels without caffeine. There's certain riders do not like the caffeine, and the certain rider prefer the caffeine. Caffeine is a known, you know, it's a legal substance for performance enhancement.
Oh yes, for sure.
Then you know, there is a rider have taken caffeine pills or caffeine gels.
Yeah.
Personally, I like them. I mean, I don't have any issues. Some riders say that with too much caffeine certainly hurt their stomach.
Yeah.
But like the Trengganu cycling team, the gel they're using is from Win Sports.
Yeah.
WIN, and then they have like double caffeine, double espresso.
Wow.
Some rider don't like that, but I've taken it. I like it. I didn't have any stomach issue. The only problem is that you know, like 5 hours after the event, and your eyes are still wide open, and and you're supposed to feel tired and need a rest, but you're still super alert, and from the adrenaline of the races, and then also from the caffeine, double caffeine.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean for sure. Like if for me, like I think it's it's a huge performance enhancer, right? Because like caffeine obviously gives you enhancement, performance enhancement, but it gives you more alert, especially when you're out to battling it out at a sprint finish. You know, where you have to be very alert, very aware of the I guess potential gaps that you could slip through, or potential threat that might come in your way that might chop your front wheel off. So yeah, you need that a little bit of and also it numbs the pain a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, it does have that effect as well. You know, I do know. Like I remember a conversation I saw online with one of the pursuit guys, track pursuit guys.
Rider,
Obviously they don't compete in a 4-hour, 5-hour ride, but for them to like have that really, I guess, high level of energy they would consume. And obviously don't do this on a daily basis. You know, they only do it before an event.
Right.
So they would consume some kind of energy drink, something like your Red Bull or Monster Energy, just to get them revved up. And they be chewing something like an M&M's, but not M&M's, but the way they consume it like M&M's, like a few
caffeine pill.
No, not caffeine. They call it bicarbonate tablet.
Oh, okay.
Sodium bicarb tablets.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah, just to so sodium bicarbs have known to act like a lactate buffer.
And neutralize the lactic acid.
Yeah. I've never consumed it. I've used the lotion from Human.
Okay.
Yeah. So it works.
Okay.
It really does work. But then obviously after the race you crash.
Okay. Right.
And then like tomorrow it feels like your whole body is sore.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but yeah, if you really need to, if you have an agenda, if you have a goal, that works. Yeah.
Okay.
That works. It feels like the way it works is that it feels when the cram is about to attack your legs, it feels like the sodium bicarb is like sort of like cutting it off straight away.
Buffering it. Buffering the lactic acid buildup. That certainly makes sense. You know, I think that's what's used for antacid for stomach problems.
Yep.
So
obviously lactate buildup is from donation of hydrogen ions, which is a bit more acidic in nature. Yeah.
But please don't go out to the local pharmacy and start loading up on the
before a weekend ride or something.
For your stomach. For the antacid for your stomach, and then load up those before you ride. I mean, we're talking about like precise science. I mean, these are teams with doctors, with nutritionists, and they're taking a proper amount and at the right time. So it's not meant to be just simply used and abused by the weekend warrior.
Yes, for sure.
And you certainly don't need that for sure. Just get out there and do some more riding. And please don't ride into the middle of the. As you see, one rider was almost pulling to the middle of the light pole. We certainly don't need another accident. Meanwhile, it's 48 kilometers to the finish, and we're coming to the 1K to the intermediate sprint. And it looked like they're just doing a track stand. Nobody's sort of. Iman Rosley just goes soft pedaling out to the intermediate sprint.
Let's see. We're interested to see Iman Rosley signaling people to just go. I'm not sure if that's true though, but because he's been contesting pretty much everything, or maybe he's just signaling everyone. Let's just ride together. I don't know.
Let's just share that. Let's just share the prize money from the intermediate sprint.
What's going on here? I'm just Johan Sabal is trying to go, but obviously no. 500 meters to go, not far off. Are they just going to ride together on a straight line?
And holding the hands and going across this line together. That's interesting. It just they obviously want to fight out for the intermediate sprint. They probably not so. Here we go. Iman Rosley driving the intermediate sprint. Everybody knows he's fast, so they're sitting waiting for him to launch the initial sprint, and that's what happened when you are the fastest guy in the small group. And there you go. He didn't contest. He just lead them out, and he just told them to keep going, but nobody want to go.
Oh wow! Maximum point by Matthew Dinham. What a comeback!
Okay.
Sprinting at least maximum points in the third intermediate sprint by Matthew Dinham.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe that was the conversation that he had with Matthew Dinham a while back. You know?
So I'll lead out, and you take the sprint.
Yeah.
But certainly other riders were very worried of Iman Rosley. and of his speed, and so they didn't want to work. Meanwhile, we had a road deviation.
Yep.
So I hope the DS is watching right now. Please tell your rider
that
there's going to be a narrow road deviation to a narrow, wow, geez, a really narrow one lane. So please tell your rider now at a kilometer 47.9, there is going to be 47K. Please watch out for the narrow road section. I'm sure the commissar already informed the peloton. We certainly have seen enough crashes. We do not want to see another one at today's race. And meanwhile, at the front of the peloton, they're nicely keeping the pace relatively high and steady. So they're strung out. So should be able to cross this safely. Although we have seen stranger things, and we certainly don't. You know, it was even at a relatively slow pace, and Kristoff collided with Breakaway, and then caused the DNF for today's stage for Alexander Kristoff.
All right, there they are. I think just happening a little bit of communication, just having a chat between these two riders, Roland from Tudor Pro Cycling and also another rider from Total Energies. Yeah, about the plan probably in the last 47.3 kilometers. But yeah, for those of you that are listening, especially DS, there it is. They just into the narrow bridge. Hopefully, all the riders stay rubber side down. So there it is, just crossing a river. Some few constructions are going on at the moment. Yeah, they need redeveloping the old bridge in Pontian here.
Pontian.
There it is.
Pontian.
Welcome to Pontian. Selamat datang, which means welcome.
Yeah. What's famous from Pontian? Looks like some food on the side of the billboard.
There's always food, yeah.
There's always food.
There's always food.
Never shortage of food.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's some a little bit some beach action as well. Pontian, not far from beach. Yeah, for Pontian people, there it is. If anyone have any suggestion what to do in Pontian, let us know in the comment section of the live commentary.
And we're going to get a replay of the last intermediate sprint of today. Stage, here we go. Yeah, Matthew Denham.
Yeah, Matthew Denham, just sprinting, getting maximum points for the third intermediate sprint of the day. I think second,
Malaysia.
Yusri Shari, looks like Yusri Shari. Yeah. There it is, Yusri Shari, followed by Adi Mesa from Nusantara BYC cycling team. And yeah, I think after that third intermediate sprint, Matthew Denham have checked out from the breakaway.
Oh yeah, he did. He eased off on the bridge, and I think his job is done. Trying to collect a few intermediate points, intermediate bonus seconds.
Another one, Yusri Shari, dropping the used bottle into the car.
Yeah,
that's good. Good to see.
So 7 rider becomes 6 now.
Yep.
But they're still 1 minute and 25 seconds ahead of the race.
Yes.
46 kilometers to go. So that's 1 hour, just almost exactly 1 hour racing to go. Probably 58 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah.
That's my guess. So, just want to be precise.
Yeah. That sounds about right.
To be on the Tudor Swiss time.
Oh, okay. All right, someone commented, HHA, no beaches in Pontian. It's very swampy. Okay, yeah, for sure, yeah. Thanks for letting us know.
If you are for a mud bath, that would be good.
Yeah, for mud bath, yeah, for sure. Some fresh seafood. Daniel Law, he said it's his hometown.
Oh,
all right,
Daniel Law from Polygon.
Yeah, Daniel Law from Polygon.
Shout out to Daniel Law.
Thanks for joining us in the live commentary. Good for sunset viewing, of course.
Yeah.
It's by the beach. What else? There are some tomato wonton noodle.
Oh, wow. Tomato wonton noodle.
Obviously,
never tried that. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Thank you for those who've been helping us with some information about the local attractions.
Pontian.
All right. Okay. Pontian have the the most southerly point is in Pontian.
Oh wow! Yeah, of Malaysia, right? You're right. We're looking at all the way. If you look at the map,
that's like a tip.
There's a tip.
Yeah.
kind
it's
of
about
like
southerly point. I guess of the what do you call that? The Asian,
The Malaysia
peninsula.
Because I think Singapore still have further south, but I think for Malaysia, Pontian has the southernmost point, southernmost in Malaysia.
Southernmost point of Malaysia, and I think of the greater Asian continent as well, considering Malaysia Peninsula is combined with you know, Thailand, Myanmar, and all the way up to.
But don't you have Indonesia islands further down south?
Yeah, I think like the main Asia,
main peninsula.
Yeah, the main Asia continent. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. For those who are interested in geographics.
Yeah.
There you go. That's
there it is. Southern contrast, southernmost tip in Asia. If you look at the bigger Asia continent, where the land connected.
Okay.
Yeah, interesting.
Okay, there you go. Meanwhile, Ayman Rosli is just getting more feeding, more nutrition and gel. Ice pack. That's your ice pack you mentioned. Is go right back to the neck. That's been an area because of obviously your neuron spine and very close to your brain and cerebral cortex. Is that what they call it? Right. So that provides
your central nervous system.
Central nervous system.
That's right.
And then trying to provide that cold sensation. Here is a beautiful. Well, I'm sure a lot of this is a swamp they talk about. I guess the tide goes out, and here's a bit of the swampy area.
Yeah, it's a low tide at the moment. So there isn't. Whoever, thanks for relaying that information. Yes, there isn't much of a beach, but obviously there are some, I guess, promenade, I suppose, along the water. You know, for the afternoon, just to catch some afternoon breeze.
Yeah, maybe go like some crab catching the crabs,
maybe.
Like
maybe there's
fishes or maybe not shrimps or crab.
Maybe crab.
That's another delicacy. I love crab, like chili crab.
Yes.
It's a very in PJ there's a chili crab, and that's certainly very famous.
Not far from my workplace.
Very very nice place with some fried rice and chicken wing.
Yep.
Definitely a local favorite.
Yeah, there it is.
And
it's it's definitely a local favorite. Someone said it's a southernmost tip of mainland Asia. Yes, that's the word.
I didn't know that.
Okay. The northern tips is somewhere in Russia. Thank you, HHA.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a long way, Russia.
That's a long way.
Russia is a long way.
So right now we are approaching the southernmost tip.
Yeah, looks like the wind have gone in a slightly different directions now.
Earlier.
Let's see. Yes, it's definitely not tailwind anymore.
Yeah. Wow, it's there's this bit of we're along the coastline as you saw. So there's certainly be some changes in directions and wind, so forth. So, but the wind in this year's Tour de Langkawi has not played any major factor. Although on the earlier stages there was strong headwind that definitely caused a bit of a havoc for the breakaway trying to succeed, because when you're on the breakaway, you would prefer a tailwind. The chance of the breakaway succeed with a headwind is almost zero. And meanwhile, rider from KSPO just taking on some nutrition. Certainly a nice color. You have two different tone of blue jersey and the shorts, and with a very distinctive purple helmet of HJC, if that's correct. And it's the riders on the Korean KSPO has not been able to get in the breakaway successfully, but certainly there has been an attempt, and then certainly nice to show themselves. Meanwhile, at the front of the race of the breakaway, there are some attacks start happening, and it looks like the 7-Eleven rider. That's or 7-Eleven rider is driving the breakaway, and Ayman Rosli is following. And look like the cohesion which we saw earlier from the 7 breakaway rider, but then one drop off. Matthew from the Picnic Post NL decided to return to the peloton after the 3rd and the last intermediate sprint, but these riders start to play a bit of cat and mouse, and obviously some of them may feel like there's not the equal contribution And oh no, we see the Chengdu rider, Soba, just getting dropped from this attack. So there you go, the 6th rider quickly become down to 4, and look like the 4 rider also splitting. And just shows the speed and the level of these guys are riding, and so they are creating a gap. So obviously the 2 rider on the front, Ayman Rosli, and we're trying to see. That should be the Nosatara rider. Are believing they're having stronger legs, and there's be a better chance, and fighting off for the most competitive, and as well as trying to drop the weaker passenger of this breakaway, and in order to improve their chances to stay away from the charging peloton, which we know certainly they are preparing with just 40K to go. They are ready to reel them back, but the breakaway are putting up a brave fight. They're not certainly giving up just any time yet. And at the front of the peloton is Tudor, and suddenly we felt there's the Total Energy rider no longer contributing to the breakaway to the peloton. So they felt like their job is done. They did the 160K at the front of the race, and now it left it down to the sprinter. Now the most the favor for today's sprint finish, Alvin Decline, and his team, Tudor Pro Cycling team, to do the final work to catch the breakaway and to launch their sprinter. And meanwhile, at the front of the race are certainly lack of cohesion. There's no collaboration, and riders are on an all-out attack on each other, trying to stay away. And meanwhile, the Hong Kong rider being dislodged on the earlier attacks and trying to make his way, trying to pace his way back. Certainly not giving up just yet. In a nice, he's riding in a nice time trial position. And now 3, yeah. So 6 rider becomes 3. So if these 3 riders can get reorganized after dropping the other 3 companion, then they may be able to build up a gap, and then trying to keep this gap going, because it's still very far away if they were to want to get to the finish line together. But it looked like one solo rider trying to bridge across these 3 rider, which I believe that's Ayman Rosli, Nusatara, and also 7-Eleven. And here we go, Hong Kong rider did manage to get across. So now we have still Asia Pacific breakaway, but it's shrinking down a little bit. Yeah. 7 become 6, 6 become 4 right now.
Got pretty interesting towards the end of the stage, Denny. Obviously, with some gap with 1 minute 25 seconds. 38.2 kilometer, not long until the longest stage of this year's Sri Lankawi comes to an end.
And meanwhile, in the back, we saw some rider was just struggling after the left-hand turn. Yeah. Struggling, just trying to get back to the back of the peloton. And no, this is the front of the race, and with 4 rider. The Hong Kong rider did manage to get back onto the trail, and whether or not he can contribute it, he's skipping turns and not contributing to the breakaway. That's it's certainly, you know, this decrease their chances of the breakaway succeeding to the finish line. We know that the chance is pretty slim, and the chance had probably gone from 1% to 0.5%.
Oh yes, for sure. Definitely the big sprint teams would want to make it down, come down to a bunch sprint. You know, Uno X obviously still have Erlen Blikra in the mix. Want to finally get him the victory. Obviously, they did want to go for Alexander Kristoff, but the responsibility now goes into the shoulder of Erlen Blikra. Well, let's see if he could pull it off. If he could pull it off, what a victory would be, you know, considering how he had crashed early in the race. he looked pretty, some skin off quite badly. And then obviously Tudor Pro Cycling's being present at the front here wanted to be a day for Arva Decline to score a hat-trick in this year's Tour of Langkawi. And then we do have Paul T visit Malta, lining it up for his sprinter Manuel Peñalve to finally do a historic stage win to give a Spaniard a first win in the history of Tour of Langkawi.
Yeah, here we go at the front of the peloton. It's Tudor cycling team. So they, this rider just again, I think they're reaching the waist zone.
Yes,
just clear out their pockets and getting some gel. And meanwhile, I see a rider from Malaysia Pro Cycling Team is moving up.
Yep, we can never, we don't discount them. Izzat Hilmi, 4th yesterday. Obviously, he has a good legs for the sprint, which favors him. Which favors him for today's finish. But we've got 36.3 kilometers to go. Let's have a look at how the finish is going to look like. They're going to finish it off, for those of you that are familiar, in a place called Sunway Big Box. So it's not a particular. It's quite a fast finish, right? So you're looking at a corner into the left, right? So 5 kilometer, you have a massive roundabout just under 4 kilometers. That's a wide road, and then you go on a highway, and then that last kilometer, you will have a left turn. So that turn is a crucial one. So we are looking at probably 200 meters to the finish.
Yeah, so that's you're gonna see after 4K there's a big roundabout. You're basically going from 12 o'clock to, 6 o'clock to 3 o'clock kind of turn.
Yeah.
Maybe even 4 o'clock turn. It's a strange structured roundabout, but probably a flyover.
Yes, it is. Yeah,
likely,
it's a flyover, roundabout on the flyover, and then they move down to a highway. And then from 3 kilometer to 1 kilometer is pretty much a very wide road.
And winding a little bit. I mean, it's a little bit turn, but nothing to be. There's no sharp turn.
It's a bit of a roller. It's a bit of a roller. The road. Yeah, it's like a very gradual roller off a road, and then you have a left turn. That's a tricky part of the corner as well.
And the last left turn is 600 meters from the finish.
Okay.
There's a sharp left turn.
Yeah.
And then it's gonna be a slow. It's gonna be a straight line, but it's not a perfectly straight. But it looks like the last 100 meter.
It's a bit of a left-hander.
100 meters, a bit of left-hander. So if you're a sprinter, where would you want to position yourself? And obviously, in this kind of situation, you want to I think you want to be in the inside of the turn, or you want to prefer the outside where you can carry a more straight forward
so
speed?
it really depends on how the train is now and everything is going to turn out. Obviously, you want to take a very aggressive sprint line, aggressive race line coming into the left-hand corner. So you hit the apex, take the race line, hit the apex, and then go as wide as you possibly can, and then stay on the right side so that you can have a more clear visual. So if you look at it like you're coming from the right side here, you'd be the first one to have the visual of the sprint line. So once you have the visual, you have a bit of you can have a bit of an idea of how you can attack and really aim to launch your sprints over there. So here it is. These 4 riders looks like a little bit of a game has been played by Joseph Javinia from 7-Eleven Click.
So the road, they had a divider in the middle of the road, and then 3 riders who've gone to the right, but Joseph just sort of launched a kind of surprising attack on the left-hand side. Still way too far from the finish with just a minute or so he needs to keep everybody work together if they would want to have a chance to get to the finish line ahead of the charging peloton. And meanwhile, Ayman is keep on taking a lot of fluid, so he's certainly been a breakaway for many times and many days, so he needs to refill, rehydrate, and trying to survive the last 33.8 kilometer. We're looking at like 40 minutes of racing or so to get to the finish line. So it's going to be a fast and furious if you're out there. And also looking at the profile, it's actually the last 500 meters is a slight uphill.
Yes, it is. Yeah, for
sprint.
sure.
So I think the teams want to probably hold off and probably launch your sprint with literally 150 meter, 100 meter to the finish. That's where you really can gain some speed, because the slight uphill, you start too early, then you're gonna end up fading and overtaken at the end. So it'll be interesting to see if Alpha Decline like the slight.
Tebus macam-macam dan tebus minyak di Petronas. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
Baik Lily, kita kini bersama dengan orang kuat, orang penting, sangat berprestij, Petronas LTdL 2025. Encik Ime, how are you?
Okay, setakat ni dah halfway. Saya rasa kita dah lalui semua lah. Transfer yang jauh, transfer keluar pulau, dan perjalanan race yang agak panjang, dan pagi ni ada berehat sikit lah. Hari berehat sikit. Okay,
Cik Ime, so macam Cik Ime cakap, kita dah halfway kan. Macam mana Cik Ime nampak penambahbaikan yang dialami saingan Petronas LTdL ni berbanding dengan musim-musim lalu lah?
Secara keseluruhan daripada pengurusan acara, memang kita setakat ni Presiden Komisar dia punya ni almost perfect, dia cakap lah. So daripada day one, daripada kita dilangkaui, dan the day 2 days before that pun sampai sekarang dia membawa kepada momentum yang sangat baik lah. Maksudnya tiada, saya sampai di tempat di hotel, memang tuju kepada Presiden Komisar dan tim pengurusan Komisar, dan semuanya setakat ini memang masih lagi kata tip-top event. Jadi kita pun tak ada masalah lah. Jadi for us memang dia adalah satu penjana semangat lah untuk kita meneruskan lagi halfway ni, dan kita harapkan tak ada apa-apa yang berlaku dan kita boleh tamatkan di KLCC nanti dengan saya rasa the best organised event yang kita mampu buat lah setakat ni.
Alright, Cik Mek, kalau kita tengok daripada peningkatan prestasi, especially untuk pelumba tempatan sendiri, sejak awal peringkat lagi kita nampak je nama-nama pelumba tempatan dalam kelompok 10 terbaik, best ASEAN rider dan sebagainya. Bagi pendapat Cik Mek sendiri bagaimana?
Memang ini memang kita jangkakan juga. Memang pelumba-pelumba macam di peringkat yang pertama kita create satu kategori khas lah untuk ASEAN tu, dan kita dah memang rider kita masih lagi atas daripada Filipina, Indonesia dan juga Thailand masih lagi, dan pelumba kita masih lagi kekal seperti dulu, best Asian rider JC Aiman Rosli, dan semalam pun walaupun kita terlepas Maksud dia ada jersey daripada Asia, tapi kita tengok San Rainbow ada di kumpulan pertama. Maksud dia bila San Rainbow ada di kumpulan pertama tu, cabaran untuk dia di peringkat yang seterusnya untuk kalau tak dapat ke overall GC, mungkin Asia tu masih lagi beyond reach lah. Maksud dia masih lagi boleh lagi dicapai lah. Itu yang saya rasa sangat-sangat kelegaan lah bagi kami penganjur. Kita berharap untuk jalan organize event yang hebat, tapi dalam masa yang sama kita mengharap juga capaian atlet kita bagaimana yang kita harapkan lah. Semua pun berdoa untuk itu kan. Itu yang paling penting lah.
Okay. Encik Meh, kalau kita nampak juga penampilan pelumba antarabangsa, antaranya Matthew Maluseli banyak kali juga menjuarai peringkat, selain legenda seperti Alexander Kristoff dan comeback Arvid Declan yang join orang kata last minute lah. Macam mana Encik Imran rasakan dengan mereka punya penampilan untuk LTdL tahun ini?
Ya, memang bila seorang legenda seperti Alex Kristoff nak mencapai milestone 100 di LTdL, memang kita jangkakan sukar sebab memang kita tahu sprint belongs to Cook kan. Malucelli ada, even rider Uno X Sprint Eden Bikra pun memang seorang auto sprinter yang memang dikagumi di Eropah kan. Jadi kita ada Malucelli lagi, kita ada ramai lagi, Zanoncello. Semua tu bukanlah nama-nama yang mudah untuk Kristoff orang kata beat kan. Sebab kita tahu umur dia, dia dah sampai ke penghujung kan. Tapi semalam bila kita sampai di Pasir Putih kita lihat dia betul-betul legend. Dia betul-betul legend kan. Dan in fact semua komentator di Eurosport, komentator di Esorena, komentator semua dah jerit Kristoff menang semalam tapi bila kita tengok urusan kan memang dia tewas dalam jarak yang sangat-sangat orang kata tipis lah Jadi inilah basikal, maksud dia kita tak boleh jangka satu keputusan tu memang kita tahu Kristoff datang cuba, tapi kita tahu kekurangan yang dia ada, tapi itulah legenda basikal. Dia boleh orang kata kalau dia nak buat something dia akan lakukan dan saya rasakan kita masih lagi lah menunggu yang peringkat separuh nanti bila kita ada Fraser Hill sebagai dia punya Queen Stage. Dan kita lihat yang kat situ baru kita tengok siapa yang benar-benar akan memberikan cabaran yang paling unggul untuk LTdL kali ini.
Ya, betul. Peringkat ketiga antara yang menarik. Kemenangan ditentukan menerusi photo finish sebenarnya Encik Meh. Okay. Last but not least, mungkin dah halfway ni juga Encik Meh nak shout out sikit kepada team management, kru, pelumba, fans dekat luar sana Encik Meh.
Kita memang kita mengharapkan memang saya rasa pun sepanjang laluan yang kita lalu halfway ni, penonton yang saya rasa sangat luar biasa penonton tu yang saya rasanya membakar semangat ke semua pada pelumba, khasnya pelumba negara. Saya rasa pun bila contoh di Pasir Putih kan, kita jangka jugalah mungkin pelumba Malaysia berada di kumpulan kedua, tapi ada sebenarnya Rainbow yang kita interview awal, dia pun dapat sorokkan semangat di setiap kita punya introduction team di pagi sebelum kita flag off. Nampaknya beliau betul-betul semangat dan sekarang ni beliau berada di kumpulan utama dan kita memang mengharapkan dia untuk orang kata genggam kita punya pride untuk Malaysian Rider. Dan saya rasa di peringkat-peringkat yang seterusnya pun mungkin kita kategori seperti Asia tu, kita punya sprinters rasanya masih lagi akan mengungguli daripada Thailand. Dan yang paling penting sekali di semua laluan daripada start, finish, tengah-tengah tu, dan sokongan-sokongan tu especially di peringkat penamat kan. Hasilnya penamat kita di Port Dickson nanti, kemudian seterusnya di KLCC di Johor juga, di Medini. Kita harapkan ramai-ramai semua kita turun because dia orang datang ni betul-betul ada purpose maksud dia pride of the nation tu pun purpose right.
Okay, so kepada anda semua jangan terlepas, ada berbaki beberapa peringkat sahaja lagi untuk anda sama-sama merasai kemeriahan saingan Petronas LTdL 2025. Jangan lupa juga tunjukkan sokongan anda dengan hashtag #BeatTheHeat.
Gap now, not a huge gap. Roland Tallman here absolutely gritting his teeth. Just shows that he is absolutely ramping up the speed of the peloton at the moment, setting it up for a fast pace sprint for Arvid de Klein, making sure that he got the best line possible with 24.6 kilometer. We can see just at the back of the peloton, it is absolutely strung out. Very exposed road. Nonetheless, at this hour, it's a very windy day to be here. But Ayman Rosli, can he ride the wind or can the wind kill his speed? So we don't know. 24 kilometers to go into the finish line.
Yeah, just about half hour of racing right now, and 30 minutes of racing to chase back the 30-second gap. That's led by Ayman Rosli, who has been so aggressive throughout the race and representing his team, Trengganu cycling team, very well in his home race, home country, and home state of Johor. And he's trying to get down to the southern part of the Malaysia, and as fast as possible, and in order to attempt trying to win today's stage. And we're getting fluctuating time differences. He's certainly not giving up, and now we're seeing the time gap jump to 1 minute.
Oh yeah, from 40 seconds.
It is, you can see the Tudor rider is not he's standing up. He's certainly putting a pace, injection of pace, trying to keep his momentum going. It's not an easy chase by any means. He has to put on his effort. We saw the gritting his teeth, and he is certainly riding and trying to stay as aero as possible. Time trial his way, trying to do his job by catching the solo survivor of today's brave attack, and give his sprinter, Arvid de Klein, a chance to win the stage number 3.
All right, so yes, obviously, Arvid de Klein is in contention with Erlen Blikra. If he wins the stage, the jersey will be on his shoulder. So that's a monumental task for Tudor Pro Cycling. Need to turn the luck around after an episode on the toilet where Arvid de Klein have lost a significant chance to sprint at stage 3, where they have climbed up the DT Wangsa, finishing it off in Pasir Putih. But today is the day for the team to turn your luck around and putting back the jersey on the shoulders of Arvid de Klein, a jersey that he dearly wants to win again after losing it to Matteo Malucelli in last year's edition.
And talk about turning luck around, can Uno X turning their bad luck of losing Alexander Kristoff earlier today? Can they turn that into a victory for their sprinter, Erlen Blikra?
All right.
And
so yes,
retain, if he can win today's stage, and that certainly help him retain the points, overall points classification leadership, and ahead of tomorrow's last day stage. So the battle for the orange jersey is it was basically the same outcome. It's going to be the same outcome for today's sprint result.
Yes,
Whoever wins today's sprint most likely will take the orange jersey as well. So there's a lot at stake here. But meanwhile, we're still looking at a minute gap. That Tudor, there's only one person working on the front of the peloton, is Tudor cycling team, and he's not doing an easy job, just trying to pull back this strong man, Ayman Rosli.
Oh yeah, so 21.8 kilometer, 1 minute gap between them and the main peloton. Here it is, they're about to come. One of the bridge, I believe it's called the Simpang Pulai Bridge. Let me just double check. Yeah, I believe can. Yeah, so there it is. There's the bridge. It's a Simpang Pulai Bridge.
All right. So he's going to get a little bit of elevation gain, although today there is no climb. But right now, after almost 200 kilometer in his leg, this little hump this little bridge will feel like a mountain.
Oh, it's Sungai Pulai. My apologies. It's Sungai Pulai Bridge.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's connecting Johor Bahru and also Pontian.
Pontian, okay.
Yeah, Pontian, which looks like it's yes, after almost 200 k's of riding, this bridge feels like a mountain for sure.
Yeah, he's look like Ayman is talking to the team radio, and I think he's probably giving up just yet. I'm not sure. We're trying to get a latest time gap. I'm sure you can see the raging peloton just hitting the bottom of the bridge, and Ayman Rosli is having a look back, and I think that's the gap is closed down, probably around 30 plus seconds now. But yeah, they're just starting the bottom of the bridge. So we saw Ayman Rosli cross over, yeah, probably still over a 40-second gap right now.
That's right. So it is, they just started the climb in the Sungai Pulai Bridge. So here it is, just climbing up here, very, very fast pace up here. There's no, yes, here it is, Polti visit Malta, probably getting the last few feed from the team before they close off at the 20 kilometer to the finish mark.
It is really a last minute feed just before the bar closes. And here we go, we'll get a view of the I think that's got to be the bay, the ocean bay, which we're crossing over. That's the Southern Ocean. If you're looking at further down, that's just pointing down south, and that's not the river. It's literally like the river mouth. River mouth to connect into the ocean.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah.
And
20.4 kilometers to go.
Oh, 55 seconds. That's what time gap shows. Ayman is really asking for some more water. He certainly put a massive effort launching an attack, and certainly he's going to be most combative. Whether or not he still have legs, he's looking back, and it just kind of means that he is giving up. He's happy that he's going to have to sit up and going to get absorbed by the charging peloton, but he's still a couple hundred, a little bit of bike legs, maybe 100 meter ahead of the peloton. And but it would be good. He just need to get over he wouldn't want to get caught at the bottom of the climb. Then he need to exert additional effort just to follow the climb. He just want to get over the crest of the climb of this bridge, and then just follow the peloton to the finish. He is okay. Well, he's keep pushing. He's getting a little bit of respite, and he's just it's gladiator. I think that's something that Koji will be very proud of. Koji Fukushima, the brother of Shinichi Fukushima, who actually helped started the team, Tringano cycling team, and Koji has been a major force in the Asia cycling team when he was racing, and he loved attacking. And he's always the attacking rider, and won the stage and take the yellow jersey by almost 5 minutes.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
okay.
so that was in the Kota Baru stage. I think that was from Greek to Kota Baru. He attacked and then built up a massive advantage. And here at the front, the massive advantage is no longer there. It's just looking at a 25-second Tudor. I mean, they really have to do a hard chase, and then they've literally been chasing for the last 10 kilometer, 10 plus kilometer. I mean, they've been chasing for since much earlier in the race, since after the second intermediate sprint.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think they've been chasing, and then but it's still not fully close yet. There's still 25-second gap, and it is unlikely Ayman can survive, but certainly Ayman is not gonna make it easy for them.
Oh yes.
By just sitting up, and well, if you want to catch me, and you're gonna have to work for it, right? So well done, and he is still keeping it very nice position. Time trial position, keeping the power down, stay on top of the gear. That's what I like to say. Stay on top of the gear. As you see his leg pedaling across, and he's putting that energy, putting that watts up the pedal, pushing it down, keeping it smooth. And meanwhile, he's still using a relatively small gear. I think probably close to 11, 12, or 13 type of gearing, just to keep the momentum going. He's still traveling probably at excess of 47, 48 km an hour. This shows you here we're coming to another waste zone. Thank you for all the riders. Observe the waste zone and dispose them properly.
Yeah, there it is.
And meanwhile, the fans are enjoying getting the bottle. There's the bottle ahead of you. Don't miss it. Come on. This is time to get your race bottle.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. So it's but we have some delivery.
Last minute delivery.
Yeah, from Ivaras, from Ivaras there to the Pro Cycling team. Yes, to Roland Thalmann just in front there, who's been pretty much working the whole day on the front here, pulling and managing the pace of the peloton. 30 seconds gap now with 18 kilometers to go. Obviously, you don't want to catch too soon. I think Roland here from Tudor Pro Cycling is really managing his effort. Oh, they got to be quite careful coming into the corner. It's quite a sandy apex. Yes, so they have to manage their pace so that they don't caught the Ayman Rosli too soon.
Right, that's going to launch an additional attack and create some chaos in the peloton. So right now it is well, it is still quite a big daylight. I'm sure I think it's more than 30 seconds.
Yep.
But Ayman is I wish the roads are twisting a little more and shady but Ayman is still keeping that pace at a very high level.
Yep. Quite a bumpy road here. Hopefully the information gets sent over to the rider in the main peloton at the moment. We don't want another crash. So for those of you DS actually listening to the live commentary here, so just make sure that you gave your riders a little bit of a heads up on the radio. Here it is. Some speed bump on the road, and obviously there are some construction going on in here, so we get one of the Royal Malaysia Police Force on the side of the road actually signaling with the a red flag to make sure that things are riders are being more cautious as they're coming through.
Yeah. But one rider is not throwing any cautions in the wind. He's just pushing as hard as he can. Ayman Rosli staying on the front of the race.
Yes.
And chased by Tudor Pro Cycling team. And the time just slow. I mean, we saw it was a pretty hard chase, and the time gap was 30 seconds a while back, and it's only come down 2 seconds. So Ayman Rosli is not giving up the fight just yet.
Yep.
And it's going to take every ounce of the effort by Tudor to bring back the flying Malaysian champion, national champion in both the road race and the time trial, double champion.
Yeah, he's in full time trial mode now, Danny. He's in full time trial mode. Yeah,
I'm sure he wishes he has his time trial bike with him, and then he can get in the really aero position. He can still maintain the 48k an hour with a little bit of maybe 10 watts less in that particular setup. But unfortunately, he is on a regular road bike. He can't get into the, in the old days, you could get into the what they call the puppy pal.
Oh yeah.
That's almost like a time trial position on your road bike, but that's already been outlawed by the UCI. So you cannot do that. There was some young riders certainly had some crashes, and because of that, we see Ednan just bring up some last-minute water feeding. He's probably gotten them, and now he just needs to deliver that to his sprinter and the team race leader Matthias. Just to give them a little bit of hydration.
Oh yes, for sure.
After a long, hard day in the saddle, we're averaging. I think the finish in today's race will be averaging an excess of 47.5 kilometer an hour, probably closer to 48, judging the pace they're going. And the gap is it's not coming down anytime soon. It's 34 seconds.
Yeah, we thought he was done up the Sungai Pulai bridge, but it looks like he carried on. I think he was just waiting for the neutral service car to come up to him. He needed a bottle, and he got the bottle, and it looks like probably he's planning his remaining of the race, and let's see if he could get away. We want him to stay away. Obviously, the local crowd wants him to stay away. We've got 14.5 kilometer. We've got a comfortable gap of 34 seconds, and if all plan comes to fail, we would definitely wanted to see some of local Malaysian sprinters battling it out for the sprint finish. Izzat Helmi got a good position yesterday. Obviously, he wanted to give his chance, give a good fight to get on the podium of Petronas Sri Lankawi. Harif Salih is here as well. Wan Abdul Rahman Hamdan is here. Elmi Jumari from Malaysia national team. Obviously, the local sprinters are here. But then again, we have these other big sprinters that wants a piece of the podium. Peñalver is there, Zanoncello is there. Obviously, the race favorite Arvid Decline is there as well, with 14 kilometers to go. 32 seconds gap between the peloton, Ayman Rosli.
32 seconds, but 32 seconds of very hard gap to close. There has been about 30 seconds for the last 10 kilometer or so, and it certainly has not been easy. There's another grimace from the Tudor rider, just mouth open and just pushing, and he needs to deliver Albert Decline. Now Albert Decline needs to repay his teammate hard work by winning the victory, but I'm sure Ellen Berkla has different ideas. Certainly want to spoil the party, and they have not been very lucky today with losing Kristoff, who was the original plan for today's finish. But now they have to go plan B, and for Berkla to do his own sprint. Now, who's going to lead out Berkla for the final sprint? It will be interesting to see. But in the meantime, we're still looking like the gap has closed down quite significantly, 14 seconds. Whether or not Ayman Rosli has decided to sit up, or the terrain has fun. Oh, here we go, another rider trying to launch the attack from Unibet Rocket, and I think that's Zep.
Looks like Zep.
Zep Griffin.
Zep Kiffin. Obviously, he got the information that Ayman Rossi is not far off, so he's trying his luck to go and bridge across to Ayman Rosli. But what a sight would have been for Roland Thalmann, who just saw that rider broke away. But then again, he needs to be careful not to ramp up the pace. So obviously, we've got 12.7 kilometer. You know, obviously, we were talking about it earlier. You know, if you brought the breakaway too soon, a counter attack would have happened. Here it is, obviously, as the rider from Rockets have saw the opportunity to bridge across. 14 seconds is not a big gap, so you've launched the attack and trying to see if he could catch up to Ayman Rosli, and maybe they could work together.
I think Ayman, if I'm in the team car, Trigano cycling team, I would have want Ayman to know that one rider from One Rocket is coming across.
Oh yes, for sure.
And then if you have two riders going to the last 10K, there's a much better chance of surviving. You get a fresh pair of legs. Zep would have rested across the last 4 hours of racing, so that would be a fresh legs, and I think Ayman would be a happy passenger to join him and trying to get to the finish line as fast as possible. If that information relates out to him, then he probably want to ease up just a fraction, a little bit, to let Zep catch up. But although there's no letdown, because the moment hesitation could just help the Tudor to ramp up the pace. So there's no easing off just yet. But it's good to see another rider going across and trying to launch it, trying to spoil the sprinters party.
Oh yes, for sure. But then again, we do know that Roland Thalmann in front here in the peloton has been doing work pretty much over 100 kilometers of controlling the pace. He looks like he is hurting. I don't know if Tudor Pro Cycling should have sent another guy just to help Roland Thalmann in front here. But yes, it's going to be a hard one. Obviously in favor for them to do the sprint, considering they would have a bigger lineup of rider, but then again, Uno X as well. Uno X unfortunately have lost one rider, Alexander Kristoff, to potentially lead out for the sprint. But we would just want to know. We do want to know if this could play out in favor of Tudor Pro Cycling or against Tudor Pro Cycling, considering Roland Thalmann looks like he's speaking to the radio. Maybe he needs some assistance. We don't know, but let's see. That's a 14 seconds gap between the peloton and the chasers, Zep Kiffin. And also 35 seconds now gap between Ayman Rossi and also the main peloton. Roland Thalmann in front there, he looks like he's hurting. He is absolutely in the pain house at the moment. He's in his own pain cave. I don't know if he can maintain the pace any longer to catch Ayman Rossi. Ayman Rossi is really drilling it out. Looks like the peloton is closing down to the chasers.
No, I think the peloton is 38 seconds, so that's 38 seconds to Ayman Rosli.
That's right.
And look like the Rocket, we assume it's Zap. We don't get a clear view. Zap is trying to go across, and he's only 12 seconds behind Ayman Rosli. So once the two joins, they could open up a gap of 1 minute plus, and And there it goes. Here we can see Zep, see the rocket rider is just catching up is in a visual. I hope the DS of here have a quick look on behind. Yeah, you would want to wait up just for a fraction of a second for Zep to join you, because we know he's a rider with a big engine, and the two riders certainly double their chances of winning of today's stage. A super surprise. And what would it be a nice surprise for Malaysia and for the home state of Johor, having their warrior, Johorian warrior, staying in the front of the race. Now let's see if that's Zep.
That is, yeah, it is. Number 36, that is Zep Kiffin. You know, they've worked together well in the Fraser stage. Obviously, they know each other's characteristic a little bit in terms of how they will ride together in the breakaway. So we've got 9.8 kilometers to go with 34 seconds. There it is. Zep Kiffin just arrived. Ayman Rosli is sitting in. Obviously, Zep Kiffin is not shy of just having Ayman Rosli just behind him, obviously. Either way, they're both hunting for stage wins. They're both hunting for the podium. Top 2 podium spots are definitely confirmed if they can bring it down into Medini today. 30 seconds gap. Let's see if they can bring these two riders could work together and finishing it off for today's longest stage with 9.4 kilometer. It comes down to how well and how much grit do these two riders have to finish it off at today's stage.
And I think Ayman Rosli just need to hang on right now. He doesn't need to do too much work. He has been in a breakaway for over 100 kilometers. He's allowed to rest and just soft pedaling behind Zep. And Zep has a fresh leg, and he's obviously going to need to contribute to the bulk of this chase, bulk of this breakaway work, and he wants to win the stage, and he's certainly a rider with a good engine. We talked to him earlier. He only started cycling 6 years ago, and he's already starting from a category 4 and already elevated to a pro status. He's obviously a rider with talent, and there's well-timed attack. And now can he drag on and pushes on? And roll it from the time gap is 40 seconds now.
Yep, it has grown. Yeah, it has grown 10 seconds. Let's see if they can pull it off. Oh my God, it is getting very, very nail-biting moment now. These two riders have definitely put us on the edge of our seats. 8.6 kilometer. Let's see if they can pull it off. It's been a long day for Ayman Rosli. Zep Kiffin, once he sees the gap 14 seconds, he decides to join Ayman Rosli. It's up to Zep Kiffin to sort of ramping up the pace here, keeping a smooth turn. Let's see if these two riders can work together. They need to work together. They must work together to go and finishing it off in front of Sunway Big Box here in Medini. 40 seconds gap with 8.1 kilometer.
And Zep is just putting up a really good massive amount of power, just driving the pace. And, there's a brief look back. I don't think you're going to expect Ayman to contribute too much. In fact, he goes to the front of the peloton. He may, front of the two-man breakaway, he may actually slow down the speed. So Zep, you just got to bear your head down, and if you want to win the race, you got to do the work right now. Ayman Rosli has done all the breakaway work earlier for the first 150 kilometer, and now it is your time. And now see the Tudor cycling team is trying to launch a solo rider, get to the front. Trying to break away. Meanwhile, XDS Astana also trying to get to the front and trying to bring back the breakaway. Now the time gap is 55 seconds.
It has grown. The time gap has definitely grown. There it is. Alexander Vinokurov. They had to ask for assistance from another team that might have interest to finishing it off in a bunch sprint. 55 seconds gap now with 7.1 kilometer. They definitely have left it too late. There were no assistance from Team Polti Visit Malta. Although they are interested in a bunch sprint, looks like they have no representative to bring back the breakaway. 6.9 kilometers to go with Zep Kiffin and Ayman Rosli in the breakaway. Come on, Ayman Rosli and Zep Kiffin. This could be a monumental task, but also a monumental result to be under your palmarès with 55 seconds gap. It is definitely doable, but it is up to them to pull as much and muster as much strength as possible to finish this race with 6.6 kilometer. Ayman Rosli just need a moment of breath. He just needs to lock onto the wheels of Zep Kiffin for him to make it to the finish here. The pace is definitely ramping it up. We see some Total Energies rider in front there, or maybe that's a Hong Kong HK Cyprus cycling in front there. We do have Alexander Vinokurov just behind. Looks like Roland, is it still there? Or maybe another rider. They have swapped turns with Tudor Pro Cycling. Polte Visit Malta's train is there as well to deliver Manuel Peñalver. Uno X is there, just moving up right there. We do see Badiani getting organized just behind there, setting it up for their rider, Enrico Zanoncello.
We're on the edge of our seat and we're seeing the time gap is still 55 seconds. We're trying to see if this is still accurate. 6K to go. Iman Rosley was fighting to get back to the wheel of Zeb Griffin, and it's going to be a fight to the finish line. And it's certainly Peloton has to call up XDS to help to do the chasing, because they left it all to Tudor and a one-man Tudor to do all the work. And that's now we see Uno X also getting to the front and finally start to contribute to the chase. Did they leave it too late? Now that's the big question. Of 5.7K to go, and we need to get a fresh look. And it's like Kristoff, Alexander Vinokurov just pull off. And we see a bit of look back and by Zeb, and I think that's I hope that's not giving in. Zeb, you need to do the work. If I don't think you're gonna get much help, because there's Iman Rosley certainly on his is burning the vapor in his tank right now, and Zeb it's got to push it on if you want to have a glory. Certainly it's going to favor the brave.
All right. Here he is, the mark with 5 kilometers to go. Not far off. Only a few minutes of racing left. Although the gap has extended from 55 seconds to 1 minute and 2 seconds. They're working well together. They are actually working well together with 4.8 kilometer. But obviously Uno X wants it come down to a sprint. They want to score maximum points for their sprinters. But we do obviously, as a local spectators, we want Iman Rosley, we want Malaysia to have another stage win. It is the home soil. It is the hometown, home state for Iman Rosley. He's mastering every strength he could get from the extrinsic value. Trying to see, there's a site of the local velodrome here on the left. They're not far off. 4.4 kilometers. Iman Rosley, Zap Kiffin just in front there. They're railing it in, putting in as much effort as they could be, getting as aero as he could possibly be. 1 minute and 2 seconds, 4.3 kilometers. Is this the day for Terengganu cycling team could finally score a stage win? Or is this a unprecedented result for Unibet Rockets as a first timer coming into Petronas Sri Lankawi? We don't know. We've still got 4.1 kilometer to go. We've got 4 kilometers to go. Looks like the peloton is really chasing them down. 35 seconds left. Here it is, the flyover roundabout that we were talking about earlier. 35 seconds gap between them, 3.9 kilometers to go.
And the two men are still having a sizable gap. Now we've seen this finish is a slightly downhill. There's going to be an undulating a bit, and so they're just coming down to the last 4 kilometer. And Iman is still not willing to contribute just yet. They still got a bit of daylight, so the 3.7K, there's a very good chance they can succeed. They need to work together until the last 1 kilometer, and to stay away, then it's just, even a second place finish is a very good result in this year's in the stage. Finally, 2 men can outsmart the chasing sprinter team, and I see Confama is contributing, and all the team have left it very late, and they weren't willing to help Tudor cycling team, and so now they are having to do their maximum chase. Tudor, the Lafayette riders, national champions of the Tudor, is doing the maximum chase, maximum effort, but 3K to go. Come on, Zeb. Come on, Iman.
There it is, 35 seconds gap. Iman Rosley and Zap Kiffin working well together. Iman Rosley making sure he's stuck on the wheel of Zap Kiffin to make sure there are some aerodynamic benefits between the two of them. 2.7 kilometer. We did have to see Ivaras from Tudor Pro Cycling had to come up in front. And looks like Tudor Pro Cycling had to use another of their rider to bridge these two breakaway. Roland Thalmann definitely have ran out of gas. Now he needs to seek the help of Ivaras to close the gap. Then now Uno X in front there. We see another rider. 32 seconds gap now with 2.4 kilometers to go. This is so close. We don't know. Is this the day for Zed Kiffin and Iman Rosley, or is this the game? Or is this the day for got another big sprinters winning the race. 32 seconds, obviously. The sprinters are getting on the edge. They don't know if they can come in time for the bunch sprint and get the big win.
I think it's possible. There's a very good chance. 32 second with a 2 kilometer. There's no one willing to contribute to the front of the peloton. And I think Zeb, Unibet Rocket team manager, got to tell the 2 riders on the front, just keep going. There's chances of getting the stage win has increased tremendously. Yep. Now I think it's almost for certain they are not going to be caught. We're going to see a fight out between Zeb and Ayman Rosli, who has now leading the race 22 seconds, 24 seconds, and 1.6 kilometers. There's no game just yet. You need wait for the last kilometer in order to bring back the glory.
Oh my God, this is absolutely nerve-wracking. My palms are getting cold just seeing the whole situation at the moment. I think we both are getting very, very nervous with this situation. Obviously, the viewers are getting very, very nervous. 1.2 kilometer, 24 seconds gap. It is definitely doable, but they need to keep pedaling. They need to keep going. They need to keep be aero as possible. Keep it low, save as much watts, and put as much pressure on the pedals as possible.
And 2 riders already crossed the final 1 kilometer, so it's just 900 meters to the finish. 24 seconds, still the gap.
Looks like they're definitely the sprinters team are on the loose here. Looks like Solution Tech, Vini Fantini had to muster every strength they got. But the team from Tudor Pro Cycling as well, they left it too late. 700 meters to go. Is this the day for a pro win? There it is. That's the corner. That's the left-hand corner. It's between Ayman Rosli and Zeb Giffen. 500 meters to go. It's a battle. Is it another stage win? Is it going to be a monumental result for Ayman Rosli from Terengganu cycling team, or also Zeb Giffen? Right there it is. We can see it. They can see the finishing line. 300 meters to go. Is it Ayman Rosli? Oh dear, we don't know if this is going to be a stage win for Ayman Rosli or Zeb Giffen. Oh no, let's see. Looks like Ayman Rosli have allowed Zeb Giffen to go for the stage win. Oh yeah, there it is. We can see 50 meters to go. Ayman Rosli is giving it to Zeb Giffen. There it is. What a sportsmanship. Here it is. Ayman Rosli. Looks like the battle for for third place. It goes to Arvid Decline.
Whoa.
Wow. Wow. What a stage.
What a finish.
What a finish. What a breakaway attempt by Zeb Giffen, and what a sportsmanship showed by Ayman Rosli.
And
oh my God. What a day.
What an amazing finish. And what an exciting finish. Well done by Zeb. Well timed, the breakaway, and Ayman Rosli just doing amazing job just to hang on back of his wheel.
Yeah.
We saw it momentarily. He was actually dropped from the Zeb, and we see the congratulations to Zeb and amazing victory by the young man from UK who just took up cycling 6 years ago.
What a win.
And now he's taking his first pro victory.
Yeah.
And I don't think he can believe it. I don't think he can believe it.
I mean, 6 years ago, he was still a Cat 4.
Yeah,
and then fast forward 6 years, he's winning one of the stages that every developing rider would have dreamed of.
And what amazing victory by the Unibet Rocket team. And we just expected, we thought it was going to be a bunch sprint finish. And one man spoiled the party. Well, 2 men spoiled the party.
2 men absolutely
2 men
spoiled the party. I mean, if it was left Ayman Rosli, they would have managed to caught it. But Zeb Giffen took the gamble. He saw that Ayman Rosli was not far from the peloton, so he bridged across to Ayman Rosli and did work together very, very well together.
Yeah, well done. Congratulated by Matthias of the Terengganu cycling team.
Yeah.
And that's just absolutely amazing. It was unbelievable and a fantastic job. Here's the interview.
Not really. I looked between my legs with like 100 meters to go, and I dropped him. I really thought he was going to put me away. He refused to pull, and I just committed to riding the front. I'm going to fall over. I really don't know what to say. This is by far the biggest thing I've achieved in cycling, and I'm very motivated at the moment. I don't have a contract for next year, and I think I've just proved what I'm capable of.
What came through your mind when you knew there was one rider away, very likely a bunch sprint, but you bridge across?
I said to my good friend Owen, do you reckon it's worth a try? And he's a really good road captain. And he said, yeah, we go. On the second kicker, full gas, everything you have to the line, 15 Ks. And it worked, so props to him.
So the lesson is, on a flat stage, you don't have to be a sprinter, you don't need a lead out, you can still win.
You don't need to sprint, you don't need to climb, you just need to push big numbers.
What does it mean for you?
Everything.
Thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done, Zeb. Boy.
Look, another replay. You know, obviously, as soon as Zeb Kiffin caught up to Ayman, Ayman never pulled. You know, Ayman never pulled, and I think Ayman
couldn't pull. I don't think he could contribute. He tried to stand up, tried to sprint. He knew he had nothing left in the leg, and he was 150K in the breakaway. You couldn't expect him to do any more. And they had enough gap. He set up, and Zeb take that victory. His biggest victory of his career.
Oh, yes,
and he mentioned briefly he doesn't have a contract yet. And I think he's going to get a contract very soon. And from this performance.
I mean, for those of you that are viewing, I think, you know, I think that is just a good display of sportsmanship by Ayman Rossi. He is cheering for his, I guess, his fellow breakaway mates from stage in Fraser as well. And then here he is. He hung up the phone. Hung up the phone, not taking in calls anymore. Here he is.
And Ayman Rossi just happy, so happy to be on the podium, stage podium in the home race, home stage.
That's it.
And just show the wave to the charging peloton, the sprinter teams, who would expect to be a bunch sprint. Nobody want to contribute.
Almost a win. Second in the stage, already a fantastic result.
So I try my best for today. So I just get second place. So I'm very, very happy. Thank you, everyone, support me. And this is Johor, my place to born. So I'm happy because every I go right, every say Ayman, I'm so happy, motivate to me. So I want to say thank you so much.
Is it the people saying Ayman that pushed you to go solo from the breakaway?
Yeah, almost, but I need to save energy to last 30 kilo to 20 kilo to push. And yeah, we did. I did.
What did you think when the British rider came across to you? It was a good help?
Yeah, I know British rider is very strong. That's why I don't want to work with him. I know if I work, they are push, they can attack me. So I just stay behind. Yeah, by the strong guys. Yeah, it's good.
How was the sprint?
Yeah, I'm not good. My legs kaput now. Very good to the first sprint because I go solo about 20 kilo or 30 kilo. So yeah.
Tomorrow, start of the last stage in your hometown, Tangkak. You can be proud.
Yeah, I'm glad to start at my hometown. So everyone, I hope, can come in for support me and my team. And see you tomorrow, my hometown.
Thank you.
Welcome.
There it is. Another replay. Here it is. Ayman Rossi is just happy for Zeb Kiffin. He knows like he just had no legs. He was just a passenger. If no more legs, it's just basically his leg was dead in the interview. He's happy. He's happy for Zeb Kiffin. He's happy for himself to get second place. And he's happy that sprinters are not having his day.
And Zeb just hang up the phone. And job done, and he's so happy. And it's amazing. It's amazing to see a rider break through in the big race. And this race happened to be Tour de Langkawi. And it shows that this rider is not only full of heart and not full of power as well. And I think he's gonna get himself a contract very soon.
Oh yes, for sure. Yes, obviously that's the life of professional riders or people trying to be in the professional pelotons. You know, it's their contract goes from year to year. You know, even riders like Zeb Kiffin. You know, obviously he needs to show what he's capable of at this stage.
And also Trengano cycling team. It went from yesterday a very bad fortune with Vadim Kramponski crashed out and also very serious crash. And he was third on the white jersey classification, obviously in contention. But he lost that due to the crash. But then they repay it back with a stage podium, second place for Ayman Rossi. This is only the third Malaysian being on the podium.
That's right.
And yesterday we saw the Malaysia pro cycling team. It was fourth.
Is it a surprise that it's not a bunch sprint victory for a sprinter today? Est-ce que c'est une surprise pour toi que ce ne soit pas un sprinter qui ait gagné aujourd'hui?
Bah oui, un petit peu parce que tu dors à contrôler toute la journée avec nous, donc pour nous ça allait arriver au sprint que Tudor voulait gagner encore une fois avec deux Klein, donc ils se sont fait un peu avoir avec le Unibet qui ressort à une dizaine de kilomètres de l'arrivée, et puis ils ont manqué un peu de main d'œuvre, personne n'a voulu les aider parce qu'ils avaient gagné aussi 3 étapes, donc c'est un peu normal, mais après ouais, surpris. Je pensais qu'on les reprendrait sur la fin, mais ils ont été très solides, donc bravo à eux.
Yes, it's a surprise that it was not a bunch sprint because the Tudor team controlled the bunch along with us all day, and it was a bit of a surprise to see the Unibet rider going with 10k to go. I still thought we were going to catch them, but we didn't. Hats off to them. And now, one stage to go. Was it less complicated today to control the peloton compared to yesterday? And what's your aim for the last stage? Est-ce que c'était une étape moins difficile à contrôler aujourd'hui par rapport à hier, vu que c'était long? Et quels sont tes espoirs maintenant avant la dernière étape?
Le début était aussi compliqué qu'hier à contrôler, parce qu'il y a eu beaucoup d'attaques. Beaucoup d'équipes voulaient prendre l'échappée et puis aussi aller jusqu'à la bonification, donc on a laissé faire jusqu'à la bonif. Après voilà, moi ça s'est pas trop bien passé pour la bonif, mais mes collègues ont bien manœuvré. Yanis a réussi quand même à reprendre une seconde, mais voilà, on va dire que c'est une journée plutôt réussie et assez tranquille après la première bonif.
It was complicated until the first hotspot sprint. I wanted to take some bonus, but my teammates helped me to take some seconds. Yanis Wazar took another 1 second. It's not big, so for us, it makes it a pretty good day. Another thing today was the crash of Alexander Kristoff. Did you see it? Do you know what happened? La chute d'Alexander Kristoff a été l'autre événement de la journée. Est-ce que tu l'as vu?
Oui, ils sont tombés tous les deux avec Blikra, son coéquipier. Ils ont tapé, je pense, une lumière au milieu de la route. Et tous les deux sont tombés lourdement. Et j'espère que Blikra a l'air d'aller mieux parce qu'il était encore dans le peloton. Je ne sais pas s'il fait le sprint, mais oui, Alexander a abandonné. Donc j'espère qu'il n'y a rien de grave. Et puis voilà, c'est dommage que c'est sa dernière course. C'est dommage de finir ainsi, mais ça fait partie du métier, hein. Je pense qu'il le sait aussi, donc je lui souhaite un bon rétablissement.
Yes, I saw the crash. It was in the middle of the road. Alexander Kristoff and his teammate Erlen Blikra probably touched some light in the middle of the road. It's a pity to end the race like this. I wish him a prompt recovery. Merci Joris et bonne dernière présentation.
Merci.
Here's an interview of the overall leader. Now we're getting a replay of Ayman Rosli. He's only the 3rd Malaysian to be on the podium of the Tour de Langkawi.
And finally, not a sprint finish.
Not a sprint finish,
a breakaway.
So we talk about the race. He's getting congratulated by his team. Just how difficult just to get on the podium in the big race like this.
Yes, for sure.
And in front of his hometown fan. And obviously the sprinter team is always expected. There's no chance for survival. They underestimated the Malaysian rider to be able to drive the pace because he did the bulk of the work. For Zab, no question about it. He did the bulk of the work for Zab, and then when they thought there was only 30k to go.
Wow, satu perlombaan yang meremang bulu roma saya. Adik, saya melihat Ayman sebenarnya adalah juara untuk stage ni. Kalau kita kirakan daripada effort dia, ya seperti awak sebut dalam ulasan tadi, 80% dia berada di depan sampai ke penamat, dia berada di kelompok depan. Saya anggap dia sebagai pemenang untuk stage 7 ni. Macam mana, Man? Ni adik.
Ya, kalau ikutkan Ayman hari ni memang saya sendiri juga merupakan senior beliau dan juga merupakan jurulatih kepada beliau. Begitu respect dengan orang cakap perjuangan ataupun kayuhan yang Ayman beri kepada perlombaan peringkat ke-7 hari ni. Dia mungkin kalau boleh dinobatkan sebagai the king of the breakaway dan the king of the Malaysian rider lah untuk peringkat yang ke-7 hari ni.
Okey, adik sendiri menjangka tak sebab dia dalam beberapa peringkat dia dah buat. Okey, kita tengok ini foto finish kedudukan antara 3 pelumba yang berada di depan termasuk Avid Decline.
Okey. Baik, sebab dia dah beberapa kali dia buat dekat stage breakaway, dapatkan zon pecutan dan kemudian dia ditelan peloton terus hilang. Tapi hari ni bila dia buat benda yang sama, dia buat pecahan awal, dia berada di kelompok hadapan merebut zon pecutan, tapi terus ada kat depan. Apakah adik sendiri menyangkakan itu akan berlaku pada awalnya tadi?
Baik, jika kita lihat di peringkat keempat hari itu, di peringkat Kuala Terengganu ke Kemaman, dia ditelan oleh peloton pada last 4 km yang terakhir, dan di situ kita boleh lihat dia bergerak solo juga tapi tanpa bantuan tim lain. Tetapi hari ini dengan kelibat Zep Kifin yang membuat pemecahan di last 9 km terakhir itu, sedikit sebanyak membantu Aiman Rosli untuk bersama Zek Kifin menuju ke garisan penamat.
Curi angin lah.
Ya, betul. Dan sudah pasti mungkin kalau ikutkan dia mampu untuk memberi saingan kepada Zek Kifin untuk memenangi peringkat hari ini, tetapi sudah pasti Akbar, dia memang sudah menggunakan 100% tenaga yang dia ada, kederat yang dia ada menuju ke garisan penamat. Tetapi walaupun berada di kedudukan tempat kedua, tapi bagi saya hari ini dia telah memenangi kesemua peringkat ataupun keseluruhan perlombaan untuk edisi kali ini.
Okey, kalau kita nak kirakan kilometernya, boleh tak kita katakan bahawa dia berada di kelompok depan sejak daripada kilometer 30 ke 40 kilometer awal dia melakukan pecahan dan kemudian okey, ia sudah pasti memerlukan tenaga yang luar biasa daripada Aiman Rosli ni. Apakah juga disebabkan penamatnya di negeri kelahirannya Johor juga antara satu elemennya?
Sudah pasti Akbar, Aiman seperti yang kita katakan, dia pada awal-awal lagi hari ini cuba untuk berada di dalam top 3 terbaik untuk peringkat, dan hari ini dia berjaya menonjol dan juga berjaya memenangi tempat kedua untuk peringkat ke-7, kerana sudah pasti perlombaan habis di Johor, tempat kelahiran beliau, dan sudah pasti itu sedikit sebanyak membantu untuk beliau lagi bermotivasi untuk memenangi peringkat hari ini.
Okey, cumanya mungkin kita tertanya-tanyalah, kalaulah sebenarnya keadaan ini dilakukan oleh Aiman di peringkat bermula peringkat ketiga ataupun keempat, saya dapat jangkakan dia akan berada sebagai pemenang untuk stage. Namun dia berlaku di peringkat ke-7, walau apa pun sebenarnya itu antara effort yang dah tunjukkan. Okey, kita layan dulu finishing ni, bagaimana kita dapat lihat peloton jauh di belakang, dan Aiman sudah pun menunjukkan rasa gembiranya, mengangkat tangan, dah celebrate awal dah adik untuk walaupun sekadar di tempat yang kedua. Jadi okey, apa yang berlaku sebenarnya ni adik? Tidak berlaku sebelum ni dalam 6 peringkat sebelum ni, peloton tidak dapat menelan pelumba di hadapan dalam 2 kilometer yang terakhir macam tu.
Baik, kalau kita lihat di last 5 kilometer terakhir, saya pun dapat agak yang peloton sudah terlambat untuk menyusun strategi ataupun menghantar pelumba-pelumba mereka, antaranya pelumba-pelumba daripada pasukan Unibet domestik, daripada pasukan Uni Mobe, antaranya Ellen Brika, lead out mereka sudah terlambat untuk membuat gerakan, dan di situlah berlakunya kelewatan yang berlaku dan menyebabkan kedua-dua pelumba ini sukses untuk membuat pemecahan. Dan di sini adalah kali pertama untuk edisi kali ini yang ada pemecahan breakaway berlaku di dalam laluan landai, Akbar.
Okey, baik, satu pujian harus kita lontarkan kepada Nur Aiman Rosli yang telah pun saya menganggap ini sebagai satu sejarah sebenarnya bagi pelumba ini. Apabila sejarah untuk Malaysia lah, apabila tadi adik menggelarnya sebagai King of Breakaway. Siapa lagi pelumba-pelumba Malaysia sebelum ini yang mirip kepada cara kayuhan dan juga corak kayuhan dalam perlombaan LTdL yang melakukan pecahan awal dan kemudian terus all the way to finishing?
Ia mengingatkan saya pada zaman 2015 ketika itu. Saya membuat pemecahan, merupakan perlombaan terpanjang juga ketika itu pada edisi 2015 dan saya berjaya menduduki tempat ketiga. Tapi kali ini Aiman merupakan orang cakap pelumba tempatan yang sekali lagi menyelah mungkin lebih kurang hampir 10 tahun
keadaan itu
ini berlaku dan kali ini Aiman menunjukkan dia mempunyai kelebihan beliau tersendiri dan dalam masa sama harus diingat hari ini adalah merupakan perlombaan yang terpanjang untuk edisi PETRONAS LTdL kali ini.
Mungkin pagi tadi Aiman makan banyak pun. Dia load banyak jadi tenaganya memang sangat luar biasa. Okey. Kita nak bicarakan mengenai kita anggap dia sebagai antara the living legend lah dalam LTdL ni. Alexander Kristoff pemenang peringkat di Grand Tour Tour de France. Dia terjatuh hari ni dia. Okey, dekat situ adalah waste zone tempat untuk membuang segala sampah dan bahan-bahan plastik dan sebagainya. Berlaku pergeseran mungkin dia dengan Blikra.
Ya, sudah pasti Izan, kita boleh lihat Kristoff dan juga Melaka ketika itu kemungkinan besar kalau kita boleh dikatakan ada cross wheel yang berlaku antara beliau dan juga teammate beliau daripada pasukan Melaka ini dan juga sudah pasti di situ kita boleh lihat ketika itu Alexander Kristoff seperti mengalami kecederaan yang serius dan menyebabkan beliau tidak dapat meneruskan perlombaan hari ini dan apa yang lebih menyedihkan dia tidak dapat menghabiskan perlombaan di perlombaan terakhir beliau di PETRONAS LTdL ini dan juga tidak dapat melakar sejarah untuk kemenangan ke-100 beliau sebelum beliau bersara pada akhir tahun ini.
Jadi kita belum tahu lagi laporan perubatan Alexander Kristoff apakah dia mampu untuk berkayuh esok pada peringkat yang terakhir ataupun peringkat yang ke-8. Jadi ini situasi tadi kepada anda yang mungkin terlepas di mana dua pelumba daripada pasukan Uno X Mobility, Alexander Kristoff dan juga Blikra, mereka terjatuh, mungkin berlaku pergeseran. Ini dia, kalau dapat wajah Alexander Kristoff memang nampak sangat berusia, tapi di kakinya dah pun bertampal tu, tangannya pun berbalut dan sebagainya. Kalau pada keadaan fizikalnya ini berbalut-balut ni adik, rasanya esok macam mana?
Sudah pasti dia tidak dapat meneruskan perlombaan Akbar kerana dia hari ini DNF, did not finish perlombaan, jadi untuk peringkat ke-8 dia tidak dapat meneruskan perlombaan kerana pelumba ini walaupun kalau kita lihat dia seperti dalam keadaan okey, tetapi bagi saya rasa mungkin kecederaan yang beliau dapat ini kemungkinan besar sedikit sebanyak membantutkan kayuhan beliau dan dia sudah pasti Akbar tidak dapat meneruskan perlombaan untuk peringkat ke-8
juga. Jadi seri ni mungkin sedikit hilang apabila sudahlah Mattia Malucelli tidak dapat beraksi dan kemudiannya Alexander Kristoff juga tidak akan beraksi pada peringkat atas. Tetapi kita ada King of Breakaway Aiman Rosli akan beraksi pada perlombaan esok. Okey, baik, kita sekali lagi terus ke Medini, Iskandar Puteri Johor bersama Izzuan Makno untuk bicara penyampaian hadiah.
Hadiah untuk peringkat pasti nama adik akan diumumkan.
And obviously Unibad knew they Uno X couldn't compete. I think they're not confident at their sprint finish, so they were going for the intermediate sprints. And well done, but he's still he's still taking the third and the podium finish. I think he doesn't mind that because it wasn't his job to bring back the break. It was his job to save for the sprint, and he certainly did well by finishing well ahead Alan Brickler and Penelope.
There it is. Yeah. Harbour the Clyde, still proven to be the fastest sprinter. Among the other sprinters in the main peloton.
Yeah.
Here it is, the second place. Our most proud rider, Ayman Rosli from Terengganu cycling team.
Drum roll.
Yeah, in his hometown, I guess in his home state of Johor. Here he is. I bet the local crowd is screaming wildly out there at the moment for a second place. A very much due podium for the local rider here in this international stage of 2-point pro Petronas Tour of Langkawi. Here it is. We present to you Muhammad Nur Ayman Rosli from Terengganu cycling team.
Yeah, that's just...
I mean, it's a huge thing to be in the podium of Tour of Langkawi.
And the stage finish, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, it's such an important in your home race, in your home state. You have tried multiple times. You were caught.
Yeah.
I mean, you could have give up and and just not waste your energy anymore.
That's right.
You could have set up, and there were 20K to go, and the gap was no more than 30 seconds. You could have just set up and give up, but he didn't. And thankfully, Zep came across, and it's so emotional for Zep, and I'm so happy for him. And after spoke to him, and he only have start riding just 6 years ago, and he's certainly a man with a lot of potential left in his in his career.
He's definitely emotional at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, it meant everything. It meant everything to him. He put everything on the line. He left a good corporate job, I suppose.
Yeah. He was an industrial designer.
There it
is. So he left that corporate job and just worked, just saved a little bit of money, just enough to race in continental level in the UCI in the UK. In the UK continental team, not getting paid and just to get survive. That's how much commitment you need to be.
Reminded me a lot as well to the riders. You know, obviously we were talking about Zep Kiffin. We have the similar story as well. I remember I was quite close to Jay Vine back then. He was currently racing for UAE Emirates. He decided 1 year is just not going to work and let his wife do the commitment. And they had an agreement, with that, I guess like a mutual agreement, husband and wife. So just trying to see if it's going to work. And
then indeed it did work for Jay Vine. We hope it worked for Zep also. He certainly has a career ahead of him. And we certainly enjoyed that amazing performance by Zep.
Obviously that sacrifice absolutely paid off today.
Absolutely.
That interview with Jeff, he said this win meant everything to him.
6 years of sacrifice to come up with one victory. That's how tough bike racing is. So if all the youngsters you want to watch bike race, want to become professional, it's not about the traveling, it's not about the fancy bike you're riding, it's about the commitment and suffering that you're willing to put in. And brave to launch a brave attack. 15K to go to the finish line. And certainly he's done it. He's done his himself proud, and I think I couldn't be happier for him.
Oh yes, for sure. Here it is, most combative rider. I think we're gonna have to go with Ayman Rosli.
I think so. In terms of a distance, he certainly have been there. And Ayman Rosli, here we go.
Ayman Rosli, here it is.
Yeah, it is. That's a well-deserved. It's amazing that he still has legs left to jump onto the step, and it's. After 150K in the breakaway and be able to finish the stage second. I mean, for a moment he was going to get dropped and there was gap opening up for Zep, but he had to dug deep and finally hang on just to the flying rocket, flying British rocket, and walk away with a second place finish in today's stage 7.
Oh wow. What a day to witness.
What a day for the Terengganu cycling team. Big congratulations to Ayman Rosli.
Yeah, absolutely. What a day. What a day to be on the podium as a local rider in the home state of Johor for Johorian people.
Wearing the Malaysian flag.
Yes,
national champion in his home state with his sponsor. Terengganu cycling team.
There it is.
And
you can hear the crowd from the live commentary here.
Couldn't be happier for him. And a huge achievement.
Oh, wow. It's absolutely sensational to commentate this race today.
Absolutely. That's 5 hours, just, all paid off. It must be the caffeine, the caffeine that certainly helped me to get through the 5 hours. It wasn't easy. But however, I know Ayman Rosli worked a lot harder.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So like a little bit of sacrifice of sitting in the studio in an air-conditioned room is nothing compared to what Ayman have accomplished. And also Zep as well. even though that basically had to ride the last 15K of his life.
Oh yeah, but it's a very grueling last 15K for him. You know, it's a all or nothing for him.
Absolutely, and then again back on the podium. He has to climb that step 3 times. That's got to be the hardest part of today's stage for him.
There it is.
And but I
Best
think
ASEAN.
best
rider.
ASEAN as well.
Yeah.
And that, what an attack! What an amazing performance! You know, congratulations to the entire Trigano cycling team, their sponsor Shimano, Trigano Inc., Epic, iSports. Well done by the Malaysian rider.
Oh yeah. Finally, we get to see local
Hero,
rider.
gladiator,
Oh, yeah.
local gladiator.
There it is, local gladiator, fighting it off till the end and being in the podium of a stage in this world stage of PETRONAS Sri Lankawi.
Well done. There he goes again. I think the crowd and all the Malaysian Johorian will be so happy to see a Johorian rider. And tomorrow is going to start from his hometown. He said tomorrow's starting is going to be at his hometown. So please, all the cycling fans, get out there, support your local hero, local gladiator from Tongkat. So get out there and support him and just get a photo with him, you know, with this local legend, local hero of the Malaysian cycling, Trigano cycling team. And what a great finish. And we're certainly so excited for the team and for himself. And believe it or not, this is not the finale of Tour de Langkawi. We still have another exciting day tomorrow, 188 kilometer, all the way from Tongkat. We have to go another south, all the way back to Kuala Lumpur, finishing 100 KLCC.
Exactly.
And here, Vinokurov, his brother Alexander did a lot of work trying to pull back the last minute, and but it was too little, too late. But however, he still retained the best Asian classification. Well, that's fairly easily. I think that's as long as he stay on the bike to the finish line together with the charging peloton, and he should be able to retain that jersey all the way to the last day.
Yeah.
And that's the son of Alexander Kristoff, Alexander Vinokurov, and Nicholas Vinokurov.
There it is.
Nikola Vinokurov.
XDS Astana team for the best Asian rider classification. So tomorrow the race will start in Tangkak. For those of you Johor people, make your way to Tangkak and support your local hero, Aiman Rosli. And then from there they'll ride to Kuala Lumpur city centre, where the race will finish at the iconic Twin Tower, PETRONAS Twin Tower. They will have 2 iconic climbs for those of you local people. Obviously, it's iconic for the local people, which is the Bukit Hantu and also Bukit Ampang. Here it is, the look of Patrick Eddy retaining his jersey, Bubbles 02.
Yeah, he didn't have to do much, just stay up on the bike and finish today's stage, and that's what he did. He's saving his leg for tomorrow, and I certainly think that's the Bogus BH rider, Mongolian rider Sanbaya, was equal on KOM points. Is certainly going to duke it out on the climb. And tomorrow's climb is certainly going to suit Sanbaya because it's not super long, but it's punchier. So he may finish, and he got some fiber, some kind of thing on his face. He got to clean it off. So his team manager DS certainly saw that. Yeah, that would have ruined their podium finish. And so he's retaining his Bubbles 02 KOM jersey for Picnic Post NL, and he's gonna have wait for tomorrow's battle to retain his KOM points. So I think that's gonna be really exciting. So if you get a chance to go out there and go sit around, go wait at the top of Bukit Ampang, Bukit Hantu, to watch the exciting battle for the KOM jersey.
All right, we're going to have a little bit of a glimpse in this live feed of tomorrow's stage. There it is, Patrick Eddy from Picnic Post NL winning the King of the Mountain classification. Patrick Eddy from Bendigo, Melbourne in Australia. Came off straight from Vuelta.
Podium girl just telling Patrick to stay here. Stay here for the photo.
There it is.
Here we go, and that's... Now we're gonna get the presentation of the KBS orange jersey, and that's Alan Brickler.
Alan Brickler.
He
Uno
took,
X,
yeah, Uno X. He didn't get the. He was fourth on the today's sprint, on the today's finish. But he did collect the intermediate, the first intermediate sprint points, and 3 points there that help him extend the lead to four points.
Yeah. For those of you that are viewing, tomorrow the race will start in Dataran Ledang in Tangkap, Johor.
Yeah.
Dataran Ledang. So make your way there to spectate the flag off.
To get a photo and get an autograph from Ayman Rosli.
Oh, yeah,
I think he's going to be a very popular man.
Oh, yeah, very popular man tomorrow.
Yeah.
Here it is, Alan
There's Alan
Brickler.
Brickler.
For the KBS orange jersey points classification, Ministry of Youth and Sports.
I still have a bloody elbow, so his elbow's still bleeding. So he's asking the...
Is that okay?
Yeah. It's... well,
should they
put it on?
Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, yike. Oh, boy. Well, it's... well, he already endured the pain for the last 150 kilometers.
Yeah.
You might as well endure 15 seconds of pain just by putting on the jersey. And so of the KBS orange points leader.
Yeah.
So, and I think that's a very smart move, right? So you obviously, you probably cannot go head-to-head with Alvin Klein in the finishing sprint.
Yeah.
Then you might as well go for the intermediate, at least get the points classification. And so I think that's their tactic now.
Yeah.
And
for sure.
It's bike racing.
Yeah.
A moving chess game, so situation change. And here is here's your KBS orange. So he's leading by 4 points ahead of Alvin Klein.
Yeah. So it's definitely up to it's definitely a battle until the final stage for tomorrow. There's still 3 intermediate sprint points tomorrow. It's still not a short stage though. Tomorrow, which is 180 kilometers.
Yeah, 188.
Yeah, including
180. 108 kilometer neutral.
A total distance of 188.7. Race distance about 180.2 kilometer.
Right.
By no means a short stage tomorrow. The final stage. Obviously, you can come and spectate the flag off in Tangkap, Dataran Ledang, or come and spectate the finishing in Kuala Lumpur City Centre tomorrow. Obviously, it's a Sunday. You can either go and do your car free morning first.
Yeah. And then the expected finish is around 4 to 4:30.
That's right.
4:30. Just get over there. There's plenty of public transportation. You don't have to drive, deal with the city traffic. You can take the MRT, get to the KLCC, and watch the race and enjoy the finish. There's no question who is the overall leader. Is still by the Bob. And of Total Energy. And who is leading the overall race above all the rest of the competitor.
Yeah, Joris Delbov, we're still 6-second gap to the second place.
Which is Giannis now. So there was
Giannis,
so now we have 3 riders all on the same time, 6 seconds behind Delbov, and they are Giannis, and now Johannesson moved down 1 spot, and Adrian Mayer, so he's moved from 3rd to the 4th.
Yeah, let's see if Adrian Mayer is going to be interested in some time bonuses tomorrow to improve his position. But obviously, that's it's going to be battle between Giannis, Johannesson, and also Adrian Mayer for the podium spots.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
Excellent.
And George Delbo pretty much just have to do the work to make sure that no one is attempting to overtake his position.
Yeah. Well, Total Energy did have a rider in the front, the peloton did help Tutor to help to control the breakaway.
For sure.
But into the last 30K, they felt like the job is done. They was going to get it brought back for a bunch sprint. Well, at least there was nobody in threat in the GC. So they done their job and they left the work to Tutor Pro Cycling Team, and just one rider and nobody wanted to help. and that's what happened. Well, you underestimated the breakaway, and they certainly survived. And here's the presentation of the current holder of all the different jerseys. Now we think the points classification and as well as the KOM classification are still up for grabs.
Yep.
And so tomorrow is still having an exciting day.
Okey, baik, tidak ada perubahan untuk jersey utama di perlumbaan Petronas LTdL Langkawi 2025 selepas tamat peringkat yang ke-7. Tetapi ada kejutan yang dilakukan ditampilkan oleh pelumba Malaysia yang kepada anda yang baru saja bersama kami, Nur Aman Rosli berjaya menamatkan peringkat yang ke-7 untuk berada di tempat yang kedua. Hampir saja beliau untuk memenangi peringkat yang ke-7, dan hari ini 3 kali Aiman Rosli naik ke podium, iaitu pemenang tempat yang kedua, peringkat yang ke-7, Most Combative Rider, dan juga pemenang pelumba terbaik Asia Tenggara, Asian Best Rider. Okey, baik, tapi sebelum cerita pasal Aiman lagi, peluangnya esok, Alan Blikra dia jatuh tadi, tak jatuh lagi. Semalam dia jatuh, Semalam dia jatuh podium. Hari ini dia jatuh tak dapat podium lah, tapi naik juga ke podium sebagai raja pecut untuk jersey Orin KBS. Jadi kemampuan pelumba ini yang semangat dia kental betul Blikra ni, adik.
Baik, Blikra memang harus diberi orang cakap pujian lah, Akbar, kerana dia ni walaupun terjatuh semalam, dia jatuh, hari ni boleh jatuh ya. Dalam kemalangan kecil, dan dia juga mampu memberi henjutan yang terbaik di finishing tadi. Dan kita boleh lihat di sini Alan Blikra pandai untuk mengambil peluang dan juga menjarakkan diri beliau dengan average decline. Dan jika dia tidak dapat 3 poin di zon penceritaan pertama ini, kemungkinan besar dia hilang jersey oren yang dipakai oleh beliau pada peringkat yang ke-7 hari ini, kerana perbezaannya hanya cuma 3 mata saja, Akbar, antara beliau dan juga Arvid Decline.
Okey, baik. Okey, hari ini tak ada perubahan jersey untuk kesemua. Sama ada jersey hijau Petronas, oren KBS, Bubbles O2 Polkadot, dan juga rakan muda jersey putih. Tidak ada perubahan. Jadi tak jauh lagi dah, tinggal 1 peringkat saja lagi. Jadi apakah kedudukan jersey ini akan kekal ataupun esok the last one ni, everyone push untuk mencipta satu keputusan yang luar biasa macam yang Aiman buat hari ini.
Okey, baik, Akbar, peringkat ke-8 esok bagi saya merupakan peringkat yang akan menentukan kesemua jersey utama. Antaranya jersey hijau, jersey oren dan juga jersey polkadot serta jersey Asia. Kerana masih terbuka, Akbar, kerana juga kita harus diingat esok merupakan peringkat yang ke-8, peringkat yang terakhir, dan sudah pasti 2 pendakian yang terakhir menuju ke KLCC ini akan lebih memberikkan lagi, Akbar.
Jadi okey, 6 saat saja yang membezakan antara Joris Delbov dan juga pelumba di belakangnya. Besok ada 3 zon pecutan, 3 zon pendakian. Besok ni memang seksa sikit lah. Memang seksa lah. Itu tujuannya kan. Ya, stage yang terakhir ni kita bagi teruk sikit. Apakah hari ni hari terakhir Delbov menyaruh jersey hijau? Kerana esok dia akan, kalau dia nak kekal, apa dia perlu buat? Itu juga soalannya.
Okey, baik, untuk Joris Delbov sudah pasti rakan sepasukan beliau harus memberi support dan juga protect untuk beliau mengekalkan jersey keseluruhan Petronas. Sudah pasti dia mempunyai 6 pelumba di dalam pasukan Total Energy ini, akan memberi sedikit advantage kepada beliau berbanding pasukan daripada Uno X dan juga pasukan Tudo. Masing-masing mempunyai 5 pelumba saja. Jadi ya, advantage boleh diberi kepada Joris Delbov untuk mengekalkan jersey keseluruhan yang dimenangi oleh beliau, dan sudah pasti rakan sepasukan beliau akan memastikan beliau terus mengekalkan jersey keseluruhan dan ini merupakan jika beliau menang esok, ini merupakan first career dia untuk memenangi ya betul, untuk memenangi jersey keseluruhan GC untuk berstatus Pro Series.
Okey. Satu lagi tumpuan esok sebab dah 2 hari dah rehat ni. Patrick Eddie ni dengan jam sen bayar ni dia rehat 2 hari tak ada bukit. Esok 3 bukit tunggu dia orang. Setul, Bukit Antu, Bukit Ampang. Jadi besok pasal kedua-duanya terikat 15 poin sekarang ni. Jadi besok ni juga memang dramatik lah perebutan Raja Bukit LTdL 2025.
Betul. Sudah pasti ya, Abah. 2 kategori 2 dipertandingkan dan juga 1 kategori 3 dipertandingkan. Jadi kat situ ada lebih kurang 13 mata untuk zoom pendakian yang ditawarkan esok, 3 zoom pendakian yang ditawarkan. Jadi sudah pasti saya rasa Jamal Sambaya dan juga Eddie Patrick ini akan memberi saingan antara satu sama lain. Saya rasa Joris Debos ketika ini berada di kedudukan ketiga 10 mata. Jadi saya rasa kemungkinan besar Joris Debos tidak akan memberi saingan. Dia akan fokus kepada jersey hijau yang dipakai oleh beliau. Dan esok kita akan lihat Akbar, Eddie Patrick dan juga Jambal Sain Baya Jambal Sain Baya akan berebut jersey polka dot kerana Jambal Sain Baya juga dia sekarang ni berada di kedudukan kedua untuk jersey terbaik Asia. Dalam masa sama dia akan cuba
di belakang video Kurov lah. So dia ada aim dua-dua lah.
Ya, sudah pasti.
Sama ada jersey putih best Asia ataupun Raja Bukit.
Betul, sudah pasti Akbar.
Okey, baik. Sebenarnya saya masih lagi nak bercerita tentang pelumba-pelumba tempatan. Mampukah sebenarnya kejayaan yang apa impaknya? Okey. Apa impaknya kejayaan Aiman menduduki tempat yang kedua ni kepada rakan-rakan TSD, kepada rakan-rakan MPC dan kepada rakan-rakan dalam tim Malaysia untuk esok?
Baik, sudah pasti ia menjadi motivasi kepada ke-15 pelumba yang menyertai Petronas itu Langkawi edisi kali ini, dan sudah pasti dia akan sedikit sebanyak membantu pelumba daripada tempatan kita lagi motivasi. Kemungkinan besar dia boleh menjadi seperti Aiman Rosli. Dan dalam masa sama Akbar, apabila Aiman menduduki tempat kedua hari ini, secara tidak langsung memberi impak yang besar kepada pasukan lebuh raya basikal Malaysia kita. Yang Akbar sendiri tahu, kita tidak mempunyai program berterusan untuk pasukan lebuh raya kebangsaan kita. Antaranya kita boleh lihat, walaupun Aiman mewakili pasukan TAG, tapi harus diingat jika temasya-temasya besar beliau harus berkayuh dengan pasukan Malaysia. Jadi kita harap dengan impak apa yang Aiman bawa pada hari ini, dia berada di kedudukan kedua, bersaing dengan pelumba-pelumba Eropah untuk edisi kali ini, akan sedikit sebanyak memberi orang cakap laluan ataupun ada program berterusan untuk pasukan lebuh raya ini untuk edisi yang akan datang ataupun tahun-tahun yang akan datang.
Betul. Dan Aiman orang Johor semua. Dah sampai masa kot Johor buat pasukan macam TLD ni.
Betul.
Kan sebab dah ada pelumba-pelumba hebat.
Betul. Antaranya Izzat Helmi semalam nombor 4
Johor.
Daripada Johor.
So Johor dah cukup dah boleh buat tim ni.
Dan of course dia ada Fahim juga yang mewakili pasukan MPC. Saya rasa kemungkinan besar Johor mungkin dah boleh slow-slow buat planning
tim
untuk buat tim, dan saya pun
tim Conti
dan saya pun willing to help dengan
awak kena propose lah
kena introduce some good people
idea
lah. Some good idea.
Baik, kalau kita dapat tengok sekali lagi klasifikasi untuk pelumba-pelumba selepas tamat 7 peringkat perlumbaan Petronas LTdL Langkawi 2025 dengan jersey hijau sekarang ini masih lagi dipegang oleh pelumba daripada pasukan Total Energies, Joris Debos. Tetapi ini untuk hari ini, untuk stage yang ke-6, Zeb Kifin berjaya untuk memenangi perlumbaan daripada pasukan Unibet Titema Rockets. Kemudiannya Aiman Rosli tempat yang kedua daripada TLD. Satu kejutan besar, Avid dia mengejutkan Avid Declan daripada pasukan Tudor Pro Cycling yang menamatkan perlumbaan di tempat yang ketiga. Dan kemudiannya, okey, ini untuk keseluruhannya. Joris Delboff daripada pasukan Total Energies masih lagi mengekalkan jersey hijau Petronas untuk GC ataupun pendahulu keseluruhan, tetapi dia hanya dibezakan 6 saat saja di belakang Yanis Boysart. Dah dua pelumba ya, yang semakin hampir dengan kedudukan beliau, jadi perlu hati-hati esok peringkat yang ke-8. Dan kemudiannya Alan Bikras selaku Raja Pecut setakat ini dengan Edwin Declan. Sekarang ini ada 4 mata. Kalau sebelum ni 3 mata, sekarang dah melebar sikit jadi 4 mata perbezaan kedua-duanya. Jadi esok memang dramatik. Okey, baik, seterusnya Raja Bukit masih lagi jadi pemilik pelumba bagi pasukan Piknik Post NL. Patrick Eddy Jambajan Senbaya di tempat yang kedua berkongsi mata bersama dengan Patrick Eddy. Okey, mana Aiman Rusli pada kat situ di tempat yang ke-8. Ben Kaman yang dulu first dia menang nombor 10. Okey, seterusnya untuk jersey putih rakan muda Nikolia Vinokurov pasukan XDS Astana 42 sama. Okey, ni mungkin ada peluang lah Jambajan Senbaya di tempat yang kedua. Okey, baik. Jadi esok ni memang menarik ni. Besok akan ada pertembungan sengit untuk jersey hijau Petronas, untuk sprint jersey orange KBS dan juga untuk Polkadot Bubbles O2. 3 ni besok akan ada mungkin perubahan. Jadi esok Bukit Antu jaga-jagalah Kampang dan sebagainya. Okey, baik. Kita dah masuk untuk fasa yang terakhir perbincangan kita. Peringkat yang terakhir. Peringkat yang ke-8 bermula daripada Tangkak Johor yang akan berakhir di depan menara berkembar KLCC 180.2 km.
Okey, apa yang lebih manis esok bermula di kampung Aiman Rosli sendiri di Tangkak Muar. Jadi sudah pasti esok ada 3 zon pecutan yang ditawarkan dan juga 3 zon pendakian kategori 2 dan juga kategori 3. Jadi sudah pasti esok seperti yang aku cakap, kemungkinan besar 3 jersey utama ini akan bertukar tangan. Dan sudah pasti menarik untuk kita lihat esok.
Sengit.
Betul. Dan sudah pasti perlombaan esok berakhir di Kuala Lumpur di KLCC. Cepat lah, peringkat ke-8 hari ini. Kita harap esok sekali lagi pelumba-pelumba tempatan kita mungkin boleh berada di dalam kelompok yang terbaik seperti yang Aiman lakukan hari ini.
Okey, baik, 3 zon pecutan di Alur Gajah di Seremban antaranya akan menanti pelumba-pelumba, tetapi yang paling penting di Setul, di Bukit Antu dan juga di Ampang Lookout Point, 3 zon pendakian menanti pelumba-pelumba sebelum mereka menuruni Bukit Ampang untuk menuju ke menara berkembar Petronas KLCC. Di sana nanti kita akan dapat melihat siapakah yang berjaya untuk dinobat sebagai juara keseluruhan bagi Petronas LTdL 2025. Esok jangan lupa untuk bersama dengan kami, di mana kami akan bermula lewat sedikit, iaitu pada jam 11.30 pagi. Sementara itu perlumbaan akan bermula pada jam 12 tengah hari. Jadi bermakna dalam keadaan cuaca yang mungkin panas esok. Jadi jangan lupa bersama Astro Arena 2, Astro Sports Plus dan juga di Facebook. Begitu juga dengan YouTube LTdL 2025 dan juga Maju Sukan Negara MSN. Jangan lupa esok peringkat yang ke-8. Okey, baik. Terima kasih, adik. Hari ini saya puas hatilah.
Saya pun
memang blue warmer tadi. Bila tengok Aiman gaya. Tapi saya nak dia menang, tapi tak apalah kan. Sebab okey, tak apa. Mungkin Aiman ada alasannya sendiri. Mana tahu kalau dia press lagi, kalau dia terus kayu, mungkin dia akan krem dan sebagainya. Langsung tak boleh nak habiskan kayuhan. Tak apalah. Apapun, tahniah kepada Nur Aiman Rosli yang berjaya menamatkan peringkat yang ke-7 di tempat yang kedua. Okey, baik. Jangan lupa esok temu janji kita pada jam 11.30 pagi. Okey, jangan lupa juga untuk anda yang buat posting di media sosial, di Facebook, di Instagram, di TikTok dan sebagainya, anda boleh letakkan hashtag Beat the Hit. Assalamualaikum, saya Kebas Ali mengundur diri. Jumpa lagi esok.
Good morning. morning, everybody. Stage 7 of PETRONAS, the Carry 2025, the longest stage between Melaka and Medini, over 214.9 kilometers.
How different is it if it comes down to a sprint compared to the previous stages?
We hope maybe some of the riders will be a bit more tired.
Official start has just been given. Stage 7 is on. Good luck, everybody. Le départ officiel vient d'être donné. Bonne chance à tous.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mercedes Rewards.
Hah? Buat apa tu?
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, PETRONAS.
PETRONAS, let's go! Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan PETRONAS Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di pam atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit PETRONAS Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di PETRONAS.
Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points. Redeem all kinds of rewards. And easy to win hearts too. Senangnya. Ini baru Mr. Rewards.